Chapter 1. 6 months. In the future, it had been more than 6 months since she last saw her family as a real, loving one. It was the time before she left her home for the Watcher test. A month later, she returned to her pack, surprising her family with the fact that she had passed the Watcher test. It left them shocked at the time because nobody had expected her to pass away. How could Celia have the ability to become one of the Watchers of the packs, one who would have full authority to judge the alpha of each pack as they deemed fit, even dismissing them from their position? One of the few people directly under the command of His Highness, the King of all werewolves. Encouraging her to take the test by her mother had only been an easier way to get her away from the pack, so her younger sister could steal her mate. They had thought that, considering the time it took for the training and the test itself, she would be away from the pack for 6 months, and in this time, her sister would have already become the Luna in her place, leaving her without any choice to do something about it. But fate helped her see the real face of her loved ones. The academy had shortened the period. It went down from 6 months to just 1 month for the test to take place. So when she came back, it was just in time for the Luna ceremony of her sister. She left her pack territory then, thinking she would never return to see her family again. She did not mind so much the mate she lost because her family's actions had hurt her more. But 6 months or more later, when it usually would have been the time she would have returned home if the timing for the testing had not been changed, here she was, holding the arm of the Werewolf King, the most powerful of werewolves. She was waiting with him for the massive doors of the ballroom to open and for the doorman to announce their presence. And even though the ball took place in the compound of the royal palace, she was moments away from seeing the parents she had thought she would never see again. Present time, sister. A loud shout and the door bursting open were enough to wake up the heaviest of sleepers for someone like Celia, who was always mindful of her surroundings, even more so. It was still early morning, but as always, Celia did not have the luxury of sleeping in. Ever since she turned 12 years old, it had been her task to make breakfast and do the miscellaneous jobs around the house. Her mother had started making her do small chores at first, easy ones until it escalated. Now, practically, she was the one doing the jobs, while her mother would assist on rare occasions. It was no longer necessary for her mother to tell her what to do. It was already the norm for her to do the chores. It will be beneficial for you once you start your own family. You have to start learning early your way around the house, otherwise people would laugh at me, saying I do not know how to educate my daughter properly. This was the explanation her mother gave her at the time, and even though her mother was cold towards her primarily, she accepted it without any resentment. She felt her mother knew best. But now, 10 years later, she was no longer so sure that her mother truly had her best interests at heart. How could she not be sure? Well, her younger sister was only 2 years younger than her, but she would still come into her room demanding breakfast if, for some reason, she was late in preparing it. Her younger sister, now at the age of 20, had never in her life held a broom, washed her clothes, cleaned her room, cooked her own food, or at least helped her set the table. Even folding her own clothes was something foreign to her. The only instances when she held the cutlery in her hands were when she was eating. She had never washed at least those she used herself, or even removed them from the table after eating, not to mention the ones her family used. Her mother did not explain the difference in treatment to her directly, but would always say to her sister that she was destined to become a Luna, so there was no point in learning to do such things when others would certainly do them for her. The first time she heard it, she felt a pang in her heart. In her mother's opinion, it meant that her sister was better than she was. It did not bother her that her mother had not considered her Luna material. She never wanted to become a Luna. The restrictions that came with being the Alpha's mate did not appeal to her in the slightest. Far from it, her dream was nothing close to being a Luna. It hurt only because she had wanted to feel the same level of care her mother felt for her sister, which was also directed to her. She would have been satisfied with even a quarter of the level of care her sister received from her mother. But that was the opinion of her old self, of the person who was 14 years old and saw that her mother did not incline to start to educate her younger sister as well in the art of a housewife. Well, regardless of how she felt at that time, she never said a word to her mother. She had always been the taciturn and serious type. Her peers would often not interact with her at all, and the grown-ups felt she was too mature for her young age. She rarely smiled and could not bring herself to say the sweet, flattering words her sister would say. When her sister would be all sweet and flatter than the grown-ups, it looked very cute, but she felt that if she did it, it would be creepy, unlike herself. That was the main reason she thought it was probably her fault that she was not too close to her mother or her family, to be more precise. But she could not help it. She was a person of few words, and as the years went on, she closed herself even more. Not that she would ever complain. This was her family, and even though they had not shown her much love, she was neither ignored nor poorly treated. She felt them not too close to her, but not too far away as well. And she did love them even if she didn't verbalize it, only showing it through her actions. The best proof was that, even though she felt horrible at the moment, she still forced herself up from bed to prepare breakfast for the lovely girl who was pouting at her with her arms crossed. The petite girl in front of her, with her curly, long blonde hair, small face, beautiful blue eyes, and small pink lips, waited impatiently, the consistent tapping of her foot being clear evidence of this. "I am up. Sorry, I did not feel well and did not manage to get breakfast started yet. What do you want to eat?" Celia asked her while she was already tying her hair up in a ponytail and checking the wardrobe for a change of home clothes. "I want a fruit salad, pancakes, a warm cocoa, and The girl paused momentarily, thinking what else to eat. "Oh, and also, could you make some cupcakes? I brought some to the picnic with my friends last time, and they loved them. You know, the ones decorated with fondant flowers." She finally stated what she wanted, turned around, and went to her room, not bothering to wait for her sister to agree to her request. Celia loved her little sister, so there was no need for Brianna to beg for a request. The latter only had to state it, and she would do it. Looking at the back of the beautiful young woman who was hurrying away, Celia shook her head, amused, with the corner of her mouth tugging up in a small, unnoticeable smile as she selected her clothes. Checking for some comfortable ones, she frowned when another cramp hit her abdomen. Her face was already full of sweat beads since the cramp started, and now even more water droplets appeared on her small face. She clutched the clothes in her hands and waited for it to pass, barely managing to move her feet towards the corner of the bed to sit for a while. "I am sorry, Celia. I am trying to fix it, but it seems that I cannot heal the pain in your abdomen." Her wolf, Crescent, said, worried about the pains that she strangely could not stop. "Maybe we should." Crescent barely started to say another solution before Celia interrupted her. "It's all right, I can manage. Perhaps the pain will go away when I move around." She knew her solution, but felt it was not a significant problem and would most likely subside on its own. It was better to bear the pain until it went away rather than risk someone finding out about her. The risk was not worth it. And anyway, she was resilient enough. The only problem was that the pain was unusual, as she had no prior health problems. Not that she ever had any. She had not suffered from even a cold since she was born. Her wolf wanted to continue to reason with her, but they had respected each other since they first shifted at the age of 13. If one needed help, she was never polite. She only had to state what she wanted, and it would be done. It was a mutual understanding between them, even without the use of words. If Celia wanted something, Crescent knew that she would say it without the need to be convinced. The cramps indeed passed after a little while, and without another minute's rest, she got dressed before making her way downstairs. "Celia, you are finally up." Her mother stated sternly, almost losing all her patience. Yes, I am sorry. I will get breakfast started. She apologized while she was quickly tying the apron on her waist before looking for the ingredients. All right, just hurry up. Daniel will be coming down soon. He is training early today. Also, don't forget to pack some lunch for him as well. I don't know how long the training lasts. Her mother informed her while she was taking her car keys out of her purse. I will be gone for about 4-5 hours. I am having lunch with Abigail today, and I'll also do some shopping. She continued explaining, not asking in the slightest about the paleness on her daughter's face. Not that she had looked at her enough to notice it. Celia nodded in understanding and turned around to put the pancake mix in the batter. She nimbly managed to set the table, place the food on it, and arrange the containers with the beautifully decorated cupcakes for her sister and lunch for her brother. As if on cue, both her brother and sister descended the stairs just as she was finishing the chores. They sat at the table like they usually would, ate their meal, and quickly left after thanking her for the breakfast and grabbing their containers. Outside the door, her brother took a deep breath of air as he walked to his car. Why are you so relieved? Don't tell me that it is still awkward for you that you don't help her set the table or clean after eating. Brianna chuckled, teasing her younger brother. A young 18-year-old male with slightly curled wavy black hair, brown eyes, and a sharp, handsome face turned a bit around to look at Brianna, a slight frown nestled between his eyebrows. And you don't feel it's awkward? She does more things for you than for me. She listens to every request you make. Did you not even see her pale face? She was clearly feeling ill, but she still woke up and made breakfast. He was shocked and outraged by his sister. The latter did not even flinch or realize her mistakes, even when he directly pointed them out to her, as he could see it in her eyes. Come on. She loves us, and she also loves to do the chores around the house. It's not like I made her do them. Not to mention, I did not see you try to help her, Mr. Self-Righteous. She giggled at him, unbothered. Who was he to criticize her actions? Brianna had never stopped to think twice about her actions. Her mother often told her that she was destined for greatness and would become a great Luna in the future. This fact was also proven by her wolf's rank, a rank ideally suited for a Luna. So, how could a person who would become a leader do chores around the house? She felt her brother was quite funny. Daniel did not bother to correct her. Brianna was always arrogant, and the only words she would listen to were their mother's words. But that was only because her mother only told her things, boosting her confidence, he thought. As for his other sister, Celia, she was always more like a mother to them than their mother was. His mother was always accompanying the pack's Luna, Abigail. If she was not accompanying Luna, then she was away shopping. Ever since Celia had grown up, she had taken over most of the chores. He was only about 8 years old when his sister started caring for them. At first, when she did the tasks, he would try to help her, but his sister felt he was too young and did not let him. Then, as he grew up, his mother said that he should not interfere with her way of teaching each child, so he did not let him help her. As such, he only did things that went unnoticed by his mother or things that he could say he had other reasons for wanting to do by himself. He cleaned his own room, reasoning that he was a guy and did not want a girl snooping around. He would change the light bulbs if he were the one to discover them first, or other such things he thought were more fit for men rather than women. He did his laundry at the training center and tried not to leave a mess in other rooms besides his own. Essentially, he prioritized his own needs, except for food, which he could not find a reason to do otherwise. Brianna was the complete opposite. She would often leave a mess in the living room, kitchen, and hallway. Even her own bedroom would be left neglected until it got too untidy. Then she would leave her bedroom door open when it got too unorganized, as if for her mother to see her mess and tell Celia to clean it up, or for Celia herself to notice it and clean it. Her mother indeed instigated her behavior, but she reveled in the feeling of pampering and never even thought to support and help her sister. Honestly, he felt Celia should be more outspoken and start to deny their requests, but she never did, and he did not know if it was his business to interfere in their relationship. His older sister did not talk much, so he had tried to hint to her several times that it would be all right for her to express her feelings more, but Celia never bothered to change the way she handled her situation or the other members of her family. She was a loving person, and he could feel her love for them. He could only hope that perhaps when she met her mate, things would be different, as she would leave the house and move in with him. As excellent and perfect as she was, he was certain her mate would love her unconditionally. As for his other sister, he had always heard the gibberish his mother said about her bright fate, and frankly, he thought it was utter nonsense. If someone as arrogant as his sister would become a Luna of a pack, then the world was really upside down. The Luna should be the most prepared female of the pack. She had to be a sister, mother, and friend for her pack members. She was the one balancing the link between the pack members and the alpha. The one who ensured that the alpha maintained his anger and ferocity at an acceptable level. If his sister were capable of that, she wouldn't still act as bratty and as arrogant as she was these days, and would have compassion and care for her older sister. His honest and objective opinion was that the pack that made Brianna its Luna would certainly meet its downfall. Chapter 2. On the other side of the door, the busy bee had no idea of her siblings' verbal exchanges. Having cleaned the leftovers from breakfast, Celia quickly made her way to her room. The pain had subsided somewhat, and she wanted to finish the dress she was working on. The second thing she enjoyed since childhood was designing clothes. In fact, most of her and her sister's dresses were made by her own two hands. Her brother preferred buying his clothes. Only for his birthday would she make him a shirt or a pair of pants. As for her mother, she preferred buying branded clothes, and her dad wore what her mother bought him. After cutting and stitching for more than 2 hours, she stretched her hands and lightly tapped her shoulders, massaging, glad she had finally managed to complete her sister's dress. The pink mermaid dress, with a high slit on the side from the ankle to above the thigh, was an express request from Brianna, who had insisted on this particular design. She had tried to reason with her sister that such a dress did not fit her petite size, but the latter did not want to hear it at all. She had insisted on this particular type of dress, reasoning that she had to be the most astounding of all. Every year at the summer ball, unmated wolves from the pack had a shot at finding their mates. And this year was particularly special, as the young heir to the alpha position would come home and would also participate. As was the custom, alpha heirs from every pack would leave their homes at 10 years of age and would go for training until the age of 25. Werewolves had particularly long lives, with the minimum life expectancy being 200 years. They aged normally until they reached the age of 25 to 30, then their aging would slow down, only to resume in the later part of their life. As they matured, they would usually find their mates, with the only exception to this rule being the current king of the werewolves, who, for some unknown reason, was without a mate even though he was already 100 years old. So Ryan, the heir of their home pack, would most likely find his mate as well. The future alpha's mate could not possibly be another woman other than Brianna. This was Brianna's firm conviction, as she felt it was her destiny, but even then, she still wanted to impress him with her looks and gorgeous style. Taking another glance at the dress to ensure she hadn't missed any pins in it, Celia gently hung it, making sure it did not get any wrinkles. Only after this did she start making her own dress. She was not particularly interested in going to the ball, but unfortunately, participation was compulsory. Luckily, her dress was less complicated than her sister's, so it took only a day to make, as opposed to the mermaid gown, which had taken her 4 days. Not that she could make it more elaborate, even if she wanted to. The time it took for the everyday chores and Brianna's dress had her swamped with never-ending work. Moreover, the ball was fast approaching as well. Well, regardless of the time, she did not like to stand out anyway, so it did not bother her in the slightest. The off-the-shoulder white maxi dress, which was tight around the waist where it was secured with a black bow before spreading out wavy to the floor, was perfect for her taste. Some more hours later, having finally finished sewing her own dress, she hurriedly tried it on and went in front of the mirror to check if other fittings were necessary. Fortunately, the dress fit perfectly, given her tall stature and narrow waist, making the long gown just right for her body type. Satisfied with her work, she changed out of it and placed it on a hanger next to her sister's. Barely had she hung the dress when an excruciating pang stabbed her heart and, shortly after, her abdomen. It hurt a lot, more so than the other times, causing her to feel as though her heart was getting ripped out of her chest. She could only collapse on the floor when the pain became unbearable. Scrunching her face, as beads of sweat started to appear on the small head, she was confused at the repeated bursts of pain, not understanding their cause. Crescent apologized again. She was also feeling the pain with the same intensity, but physically, there was nothing wrong with their body. Celia knew that as a werewolf, she was very resilient to pain, and even if she was not, her fast healing abilities should have resolved the issue if she truly had a health problem before. So, the repeated cramps and aches were abnormal. Not to mention, she knew for a fact that she was stronger than most werewolves, so her healing and resilience were even better. It was not because she felt confident in her strength or arrogant because of being the daughter of the current beta. No, the reason was simply because of the common knowledge that higher-ranked werewolves would shift much earlier than lower-ranked ones. So, it was believed that the sooner a werewolf changed, the stronger it would be, and the proof of this was that alphas were the earliest to undergo the change. They would shift for the first time at about 17 to 18 years old. Betas and gammas would normally shift at the age of 20 to 21 for the first time. The age range of 22 to 23 was common for normal pack members and 24 and older for omegas. In fact, her sister had just managed to shift for the first time only a couple of months ago, at the perfect age for a Luna. The only known exception to the limit of 17 years old was the current king of all werewolves, who was known to have shifted for the first time at the age of 14. According to common knowledge, her beta heritage should have allowed her to shift at the minimum age of 20. Still, as she shifted for the first time at age 13, and it was unknown for anyone to shift so early, she assumed that it could only be for one of the two following reasons. 1, it was because she was stronger than most werewolves. Or 2, the reason she was first inclined to believe it was only an anomaly, and it meant nothing more than that. In fact, even the shift itself felt like an anomaly, as she felt as though she shifted twice before returning to her human form. She felt her bones cracking and rearranging twice. So, in light of those facts, she kept her shift a secret and did not notify anyone about it. Who would want to be labeled as an anomaly? Not to mention, she was used to keeping to herself and would never confide in anyone. As luck would have it, she was alone in the woods gathering berries to make jam when the pain of the shift hit her, so no one was around at that time to know about it. It took almost 4 to 5 hours for the shift to complete, but it was worth it. Every werewolf that completed their first shift would immediately change for the better. Sight, hearing, smell, all of the senses would heighten. Strength, agility, and regeneration would become unreal. But what puzzled her most was that she retained 100% of these qualities even after shifting back to a human. She was especially intrigued about this when she learned in school that when in human form, a werewolf usually retained only about a quarter to a half of the wolf form's senses and strengths. That was the reason why the tracker and patrol werewolves would only be in wolf form on the job. Strangely, she did not feel any difference between the wolf form and the human one for the most part, but even then, she was still inclined to think it was only an anomaly. That was what she thought until one day, when as she went to the forest for a run, she was surrounded by 3 rogues who had breached the borders at the young age of 14. She was terrified in the midst of the savage and mad creatures that she could hardly identify as werewolves. Their unfocused eyes, their sharp fangs that protruded from their mouths, with saliva that flowed uncontrollably from them, their clawed hands. Their entire appearance made them seem more like creatures from horror stories rather than werewolves. She was just a child at that time, and as she was thinking about what to do, her wolf took control of her body for the first time. The human side of her being, Celia, exchanged places with the wolf from inside her mind, becoming only a spectator. Watching then how, without even shifting, her body swiftly ripped the 3 rogues to shreds, she realized her assumption of being an anomaly was wrong. She was indeed stronger than a normal werewolf, but for what purpose, she did not know. Fortunately, she did not need to mask her scent in that place to keep her secret. When she was panicking about what to answer the patrol werewolves, who would likely come running to seek the intruders, a witch flew by. The witch had a bubbly personality and, without even asking her what happened, cast a spell to remove her presence from the surroundings. Clarissa never asked her anything more than she wished to let her know, so she still remained her friend after all these years. Even at the moment, they regularly exchanged letters and were the only ones who knew of her strength. As she was lost in her thoughts, her hazy mind suddenly became clear when she felt another sting in her heart before it completely subsided. She was aware that the only kind of pain to keep on repeating to a werewolf without an actual cause was phantom pain. There was no other answer for the unfounded ache. But still, she was reluctant to think it was phantom pain. Phantom pain only occurred to werewolves that had met their mates, and one of them denied the bond, mating with others. The pain would be inflicted on the cheated partner each time his or her mate had intimate contact with another werewolf. Even a kiss was enough to trigger phantom pain. As Celia had not met her mate, it was impossible for her recurring ache to be this kind of pain. She sighed as the pang passed and decided not to think of the matter anymore. Making the dresses, she had neglected her other chores, and it was already running late. It was almost time to start cooking dinner. At the same time, Brianna was offering cupcakes to her friends. Everyone had a piece of the different, arranged, colorful sweets, but the girls kept on looking at their pieces, not daring to start eating them. They were so cutely decorated, and not one cupcake resembled the other. If they did not know her better, they would even assume she had bought them. As always, you make the best desserts, one of her friends acknowledged, smiling while she was smelling the fruity scents of her piece. Hee. Thank you for the flattery, but they were very easy to make. I cannot take your compliment, she bashfully replied, with a tinge of red dyeing on her cheeks. Oh, you, always so modest. If the cakes were easy, then what about the dress you wear? You do not know how I envy your skills. Another girl pouted, finally daring to cut a small piece of her vanilla and blueberry cupcake. Really, if I was your older sister, I would be ashamed. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to insult her, but to be outshined by the younger sister all the time. I would not be able to take it. Not to mention, you shifted at 20 years old, just fit to be the Luna, but she only managed to shift when she was 21 going on 22, almost 2 years longer. Another girl added, already eating her piece and eyeing another one. Brianna did not bother to deny the insults, as she was enchanted by the words, just fit to be the Luna. If she had denied it and said, the one who baked all the delicious cakes was her sister, the one who did most of her school projects was also her, and the one who made her clothes, perhaps they would have thought her sister would be fit to be the Luna instead of her. It would be dreadful if that were to happen. Anyway, by being her younger sister, it was only right for her to accept the compliments in her sister's stead. Because, in the end, it was their own misunderstanding. She had never once specifically said she was the one who made all the things she was complimented on. This was why, even now, when she was praised for the cupcakes, she would only say that they were easy to make. As she pondered more, she was also certain her sister wouldn't find out. Celia was a recluse. Besides occasionally going to the woods, she never really went out. And even if she found out about it, Celia was her big sister, so she would support her. Another reason for not correcting them was that they were right about the part where they said she shifted first. Her big sister shifted at such a late age. The maximum rank for a mate she could only dream of would most likely be a beta or gamma, to be more realistic. In that case, why shouldn't she be allowed to gather more qualities for herself? As they giggled and ate, they caught sight of some men talking. One, in particular, seemed to be the handsomest man they had ever seen. They kept stealing glances at him with bright red faces. Brianna tried to appear the most collected of them, but she still had a tinge of red on her ears and cheeks. Soon, seeing him even closer, one of the girls recognized him as Ryan, the alpha's heir who had just returned to their pack. Now aware of that information, the girls sighed, resigning themselves. He would most likely be out of their league. So they kept nudging Brianna and teasing her, the highest-ranked werewolf female who was in the same age range as Ryan. She would surely be his mate. She felt shy under their teasing and their encouragement to meet him, but she did not want to go to introduce herself. It was not appropriate. In reality, it was not her actual reason. She just felt she wanted him to see her at her best, with the dress Celia made and fancy makeup on. With the glam of the ball, he would spot her as soon as he felt her scent and declare in front of everyone she was his mate. It would certainly be more glamorous that way. Her cheeks were a pinkish red, and her eyes glowed as she thought about that moment. Anyway, it was only a few more days until the ball. She could wait for the dreamlike encounter. Chapter 3, Sister, it's beautiful. I look perfect. Appreciated happily, Brianna, looking intently at her reflection in the mirror. The white dress with the black bow at the waist accentuated her curves, and it still seemed beautiful even though the hem of the dress was pinned in several places, as it was too long for her and there wasn't enough time for it to be modified. Luckily, she had carefully asked around about the heir's preferences and found out that although he played around with a lot of women, he confided in his closest friends that he wished for an innocent and honest girl for Aluna. The dress she had asked her sister to make had a low cut at the breasts and a high slit at the side, so it was not exactly a dress a pure girl would wear. She got scared, realizing this, and immediately came to her sister to ask her to modify the dress. But just as she briskly opened the door to her sister's room, her eyes fell on the dress her sister had prepared for herself. Falling in love with the design and color, she immediately demanded it from Celia. It was a close call, she thought. She was about to make a fool out of herself, and Celia could have gained the attention of Ryan instead of her. Celia's dress was exactly the dress for an innocent and pure girl. She finally relaxed when her look was put together. The makeup and the hairdo fitted perfectly with the dress. Her sister was a magician, she mused, even if she would never recognize it in front of another person. Well, nothing else mattered anyway. She had already avoided the trouble, Brianna thought happily as she twirled around, appreciating herself. Celia kept looking at her, sighing. Her little sister had always been quite willful. She never listened to her advice about the dress, but she was too cute, so she could not refuse her when she wanted to swap the dresses. As long as Brianna was happy, then, in the end, it was all right. And anyway, she really didn't wish to stand out at the ball, so it might be for the best to just choose a random, casual one. Her mother soon knocked on the door, just in time to see her younger daughter at her best. You are too beautiful. Everything looks good on you. They say that clothes make a man stand out, but I think you are the one that makes the clothes shine. Tonight you are a true Luna. Diane exclaimed happily, not at all bothered by the fact that, in a way, her compliment was degrading her oldest daughter's effort. She continued to smile, admiring her youngest daughter. Diane was a beta female, but she still had to cater to her Luna. Unfortunately, that had been the situation until now, but tonight it would all end. When her daughter became the mate of the future Alpha, the old Alpha would have to step down and leave the pack house to ensure a smooth transfer of the rights and leadership power to the new Alpha. If the old Alpha and the new one still lived together, the pack members would be confused if there was a conflict between the two, not knowing whose orders they should listen to. The new Alpha should have complete submissions from his pack members. So, to avoid such situations, the old Alpha would usually leave for the royal palace to assume the position of a royal guard. They would, at most, stick around for a year longer. Then, they would only return once in a while but would no longer participate in the pack's matters. As such, with the old couple leaving and her daughter becoming the new ruler, all would finally fall into their rightful place. The respect she would receive from being the mother of Luna and the grandmother of the future Alpha could not compare to being the beta female. After all, even the beta was in submission to his Alpha. The only equal to an Alpha was his mate. Unfortunately, Diane was failing to notice that only the Luna would be an equal to her Alpha, not the Luna's family as well. "Mom, are the girls ready?" asked hurriedly Daniel, poking his head through the open door. He was the designated driver for the family tonight. His father was traveling for the time being, and he was the only man in the house. "Yes, Brianna is ready," replied immediately to his mother. She did not notice the plural of the question. "Mom, I said girls." "I can see she is dressed, but Celia is still in her home clothes." "Oh, right. Why are you still not dressed yet? We will be late," her mother asked, frowning, aggrieved that Celia was holding them back from leaving. "I could not help Brianna get ready while being dressed myself. And I also have to find another dress. The pink mermaid dress I made for her is too short for me," Celia explained calmly, unbothered by her mother's attitude. It was already a common occurrence to be blamed for something that she had not caused. "All right, find another dress for yourself. Anyway, the dress looks better on Brianna. Why did you not make it for her initially and prepared something else for yourself?" Diane sighed, not acknowledging her mistake, and continued. "What is done. We will go on ahead, try to find something else. Perhaps you can find your mate tonight. You are a beta's daughter, so you could optimistically find another beta, or at least a gamma. Daniel will come back after sending us there to bring you also." At the ball, youths from other packs would also participate, so it was highly likely that Celia could find her mate, she hoped. Celia only nodded and did not comment on her mother's words. After all these years, even if she disagreed with her mother, she never tried to contradict her. But in reality, she did not want to find her mate at all. She felt that to find a mate and settle down was not for her. She had already set her mind to only appear at the venue quickly and then just hide in the garden or somewhere else. All her mother's attention would be on her sister, so she should be safe. Her dream had always been to become a watcher for the council. They were the warriors who ensured that the alpha of a pack did not overstep their boundaries. The individual packs could be considered small states hidden from human sight, in forests all around the world, but united under the rulership of the king. They each established their own rules, but those rules should be in accordance with the guidelines of the central power represented by the king of all the packs. In fact, each alpha of a pack could be considered a high-ranking warrior in the army of the king. That was also why they left their homes at a young age for the royal palace for education and training, and would also return there when a new alpha was established. But because there were too many packs the king ruled, they could not be overseen so easily, so the council was created. It handled the education of the alphas, ensured that the general laws were respected, enforced the law, and issued punishments for the alphas who had not followed them. The council's main agents, the ones who ensured and enforced the law, were the watchers at the orders of the 12 councilmen. She had heard many stories about the Watchers and knew they were the best warriors, even more powerful than regular alphas. They were stern but fair people and had saved many packs from unfair alphas. They were also the idols of all the Omegas, the most ostracized members of a pack. Dreaming of becoming one herself, Celia had tried telling her mother of her dream, but the latter did not want to hear it. She argued that she shifted for the first time late, so her wolf was not strong enough to become a warrior. She had even laughed at it, calling it a childish dream. She was about to come clean with her mother at that moment and tell her that she had actually shifted earlier. She wouldn't tell her that she shifted as young as she actually did, but she thought of saying that she shifted a little after her 18th birthday. That was her plan at that time, but her words remained unsaid when her mother also reasoned that she would become a bad role model for her younger sister. What if her sister wanted to become a warrior also because of her? She did not think this was possible, but before her current dream of becoming a watcher, she had reflected on the possibility of becoming a fashion designer, and her sister had indeed said that she also wished to become one. At that moment, her mother forbade her to ever mention other dreams to Brianna and also denied her wish. In the end, Diane even said she should stop speaking nonsense. She should prepare to become a housewife, as she was skilled at it, and it was also the most realistic option for her. Her mother's words did not demoralize her, but she reflected on them and only accepted the part that she should not influence her sister. So, as long as her sister found her mate, she probably would not insist on following in her footsteps, and she could openly strive for her own wishes. As much as she loved her sister, she wanted to follow her own dreams. Perhaps she would have luck tonight, and her sister would find her mate. With these thoughts in mind, she searched her closet until she found a white maxi dress. The dress was not exactly suitable for a ball. It was more of a summer dress, but she had no other formal dress other than the one Brianna took. Inlaid with a multitude of flowers at the lowest part of the hem, which rarefied as they went upwards towards the waist, the predominantly white dress was still the only one that could barely pass as formal attire. She speedily got dressed, only putting on the least bit of makeup before tying a strand of her long black hair with a clip above her ear. There was not enough time to curl or straighten it, so the hair that had been put up in a messy bun until then looked only a little wavy as it reached below her waist. She looked in the mirror and did one last check, finishing just in time to hear the honk of the car. The ball was near their home, so in just half an hour, her brother had already returned. She grabbed her purse, and with lightning speed, she was already at the front door. She was alone at home. Otherwise, she would have never dared use her real speed. Because even though all of them were werewolves, they would not have been able to follow her movements, shocking them. She realized this fact after she went to the training center to bring lunch to her brother and witnessed the training of the pack's best warriors. Their movements were slow to her eyes. It felt like she could avoid any of their hits. Their strength could not compare to hers. It seemed as though she could easily crush them if she felt like it. Even their training could not compare to the training she did by herself in the woods. At first, she thought they were only joking around and restrained themselves during training, not using their top speed and strength to conserve them. However, her brother had informed her that they had indeed given their best during training, during a casual conversation. She briskly stopped at the door, rearranging a bit the disheveled strands of hair, before opening it, then hurried down the stairs, slower this time, towards her brother's car. "Hey, you did not need to hurry. I was just letting you know I arrived. You can still prepare if you want. The ball has just begun," her brother said quickly. He looked at her and felt that his older sister was even more beautiful than his second oldest sister. Her brown eyes looked like chocolate that fitted well with her slightly tanned, flawless skin. Her nose was straight and pointy. Her lips were plump even without much lipstick on them. Her cheeks were rosy pink, and all those features fitted perfectly on her small face. She dressed modestly, and her hairdo was also not something special, but she could already compete equally with her sister, who had full makeup on her face, a complicated hairdo, and a proper ball dress. If Celia tried harder, no doubt about it, nobody would pay attention to Brianna if the two were in the same room, but she never tried to. "No, it is all right. Thank you. We can go," she assured him, slightly smiling. He nodded and did not insist, seeing her honest response. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the ball. She went inside the ballroom without her brother, as the latter remained outside to park the car. Walking through the door, she looked around a bit but was not interested in checking the venue. Anyway, her only purpose was to find her mother, just so she could prove that she had arrived, then quickly exit and hide somewhere until it was time to go home. She scanned her surroundings and finally spotted her mother, but before she could move in her direction, a waiter bumped into her, spilling the last glass of wine he had on his tray straight onto her dress. Normally, with her reflexes, she could avoid him, but the pain she kept experiencing these past few days at random times came again, hitting her hard. It left her breathless as it messed with her senses. She ignored the pain as best she could, trying to stand on her feet and look for her mother. At this moment, her mother had already spotted Celia, so she just pointed to her dress, gesturing that she was going to clean it. Seeing the bright red on the white dress, her mother sighed and nodded. It was actually better than she expected, Celia thought. Now, she even had a proper reason for skipping the ball. She quickly avoided the crowded places and went to the garden, where she found a bench in a more secluded place. Fortunately, the pain had already passed. It lasted for a shorter time compared to the other times when it would torture her for hours. Sometimes it was so severe it woke her up in the middle of the night, even messing with her senses, which were usually top-notch. The only problem was that, just now, the pain that hit her felt more intense than when it took longer for it to pass. She stayed some time sitting on the bench while she admired the beautiful fountain. Feeling the strangeness of the pain that came and went, she pondered whether she should call Clarissa and ask the witch if she knew what the problem was. The main ability of her friend was healing, and she should be better at detecting the type of pain than her pack doctor. And even if she wasn't, she was afraid to visit the doctor to find the cause and the treatment. One of the main utensils used by a doctor to diagnose an illness was an orb called the seer. When a werewolf placed their hand on the crystal orb, the seer was capable of detecting the exact problem, but this ability came with a downside as it also showed the power of the werewolf. What would a seer show in her case? Would it prove the anomaly she was? After all, though she had checked countless books, she had never heard of anyone with a situation similar to hers. A situation in which, in reality, the shift at 13 years of age was the smaller problem, that another fact was even stranger. Inside her mind was even stranger. She sat for a few more minutes, but as she started to see other people walking in the part of the garden she was in, she had no choice but to start walking around to be able to avoid anyone who would come near. After walking around for more than half an hour, looking at the beautifully decorated garden and smelling the multitude of colored flowers, she heard someone stepping towards her. She had looked for an even more secluded place this time, so curious about who could have come, she turned around. Chapter 4. Celia, did you manage to clean your dress? Her mother asked, just as Celia turned around. But Diane, her mother, could clearly see that the wine stain was still there. She smiled at her daughter, which surprised the latter, as her mother rarely smiled at her, even when the house was spotless. Oh, you. Look how careless you were. This spot is impossible to remove. She sighed and continued. Well, there is no way around it, I guess. I will call your brother and tell him to take you home. You cannot walk around in this dress. Celia was truly surprised. Her mother did not even suggest changing her clothes and coming back, although the ball was not even halfway finished. But she did not question it further. It was what she wanted, also. All right, I will wait for him in front of the yard, she affirmed unbothered. No, I think it's better to go wait by his car. What if someone sees you like this? Diane quickly said. All right. Celia immediately agreed and directly walked away. She did not think it was a big deal. It was only a pinkish-violet hue that remained spotted on the fabric as the dress dried. Blending a little with the flowers that decorated it, the dress did not look so awful that she had to hide, but if her mother felt embarrassed, then she would listen to her. Arriving at the parking lot, her brother was also dumbfounded that she was going home. In the past, his mother would have insisted that she return because it would have been disrespectful for them not to participate. Not to mention, it would be a pity if his sister did not find her mate. Are you sure you do not want to change and return with me? What if you could find your mate tonight? He asked, making sure she honestly did not want to come back. It wasn't a problem for him to drive. Just walking around inside the ballroom, he should have found me by now by smell alone. Perhaps he was not present. There is always next year. She replied with specific reasons. Because of her resolute answer, he no longer insisted. His sister knew he was not only asking politely, but he was also being sincere. Well, she was a withdrawn person and did not like the crowd, so it was no wonder she refused to return to the ball. The following morning, as always, she set the breakfast table just as the members of her family descended the stairs. They ate in silence, which was weird. Not even one of the 4 people at the table had anything to recount from last night. Even if she did not find a mate at the ball, her sister should have, she thought. Her mother had been so sure of the future connection between the young alpha of their pack and Brianna, so she should be the mate of the alpha, the Luna, by now. So why wasn't anyone saying anything? Brianna's shift age was perfect for her to become a Luna. Perhaps she was just the mate of another alpha, and so she did not find him last night? She was interested in knowing what had happened to her sister the previous night, but she knew that if something had happened, her sister would be jumping up and down by now and would have told her a million times about it already. But her sister was standing properly, eating her breakfast, and she was not one to pry. She also did not want to hurt her sister's feelings by asking her. As they finished eating breakfast, Celia rose from her chair and started to remove the plates with leftovers to clean the table. But just as she was about to start cleaning, she was stopped by her mother, who appeared to have something to inform her of. Celia, I have been thinking about what you told me some time ago. You know, about the training for the Watcher initiation. And I feel that you're right. Diane sighed apologetically, her face full of regret. I know it's been hard on you all these years. I have been stricter with you than your sister and brother, but I felt that you, being the oldest, should be more mature. It was not right, I know. So I have been reflecting on it. She stopped for a moment, observing Celia's emotions. As always, her daughter was emotionless. She could not read her face. I already talked with Abigail this morning, and we called the Royal Academy. Fortunately, the training for this year's selection starts next week. I even booked the flight for tomorrow, so you have time to settle in before the training begins. So today, don't do any chores. Pack your bags. Okay. Finishing what she had to say, Diane approached Celia, lightly hugging her. Even though barely any expression could be seen on Celia's face, she was stunned. She thought she had to wait for her sister to find her mate before talking to her mother again. Still, not only did she not hear anything regarding that, but now she was even set to go to the academy without any effort whatsoever to convince her mother. Something strange was truly happening. She felt like her mother wanted to get her out of the house. No, more precisely, out of the pack. For what reason, it was beyond her. Diane had never shown such consideration to her before, let alone to her wishes. But regardless of the reason her mother wanted her gone, it was of no importance to her, as it wasn't anything to harm her. As long as she could do what she had always wanted to, it was fine. She could finally begin the road towards her dream. "All right, I am going to go pack," she stated quickly, then went away. She did not want her mother to change her mind. "Mom, what just happened?" Daniel had never been more surprised. His mother would never in her life do something like this. She would never change her mind so suddenly about something she had firmly decided on. Additionally, it was the first time he had heard that his sister's dream was to become a watcher. He knew her dream had been to be a designer when she was little. She even had the skills for it. But a watcher, a warrior, he had never even seen her shift. Was she capable of becoming the highest grade warrior there was? She was capable of almost everything she had set her mind to do. About this, he was certain. The highest grades at school, the clothes and the chores, but regarding physical strength, he was not so sure. "What do you mean, what just happened?" "Your sister asked me some time ago if I would let her join the 6-month training program for the exam that grants access to the Royal Academy's Watcher course. I felt that she was not strong enough, that she had no physical aptitude for it, and I initially turned her down. But I thought about it some more. I mean, she always works so hard for all of us and never asks for anything. It would be horrible on my part if I did not grant her this wish," Diane explained, her eyes red and guilty. "But I never heard her mention such a dream before. And a watcher, she has to be almost as strong as an alpha, if not stronger. Not to mention, I don't think there are any women watchers," Daniel stated, truly confused. "No, there are not. We asked yesterday when we called, but no rule prevents a girl from participating in the testing. As I said, I don't think she will accomplish anything, but there is also no downside to it. At most, she sticks with the training, and 6 months later, she comes home and resumes her life. Or perhaps, interacting with so many people, she could find her mate." Daniel thought about it, and his mother was right. Even if he felt there was more to his mother's actions, there was no reason for his sister not to follow her dream. He had thought that finding a mate might alleviate the burden on her shoulders. But realizing her dreams, without interference from Brianna and his mom, was also all right. Until her flight, Celia's time was full. Preparing to leave the next day for a 6-month trip was not easy. She did not manage to leave the house, even for a quick run. Her brother was the one who went and bought other necessities she still needed. She was aware nobody had confidence in her, but the fact that they let her go to the academy still warmed her heart. Perhaps her mother did not do it for an ulterior motive. She did talk with her some time ago. Her mother was not a fair person, but she was still her biological mother. Surely, she would wish her well. After a brief sleep, spent mostly packing, she was driven to the airport by her brother and mother. Strangely, she had not seen her sister since yesterday at breakfast, but she could not blame her. Brianna had never been separated from her for so much time before, so maybe she was upset with her for leaving. She would call her later to sort it out. She mumbled to herself. She always took care of Brianna, and sometimes she felt like a second mother to her. She would leave her alone for a while to sort out her emotions. Brianna was already 20 years old, an adult. She needed to start addressing her problems. Take care of yourself, all right? And remember, we are your family no matter what. In 6 months, if you succeed in passing the exam and enrolling for the course, I will be proud of you. Otherwise, I will still be proud of you for trying. Her mother wished her, hugging her one last time. The long flight ended, and she arrived at her destination's airport. Grabbing all her luggage, she waited at the entrance for the car to pick her up. Her mother told her there would be an escort from the academy. Soon, a black SUV stopped near her. From it, a middle-aged man descended, and scanning the surroundings, as he could feel her wolf scent, he came directly to her. "Hello, I am the designated driver from the academy. Are you Miss Celia Blair?" the older man asked respectfully. She nodded and politely greeted him. Smiling, he grabbed the luggage from her hand and helped her store it in the trunk. As the man took the driver's seat, she also got into the car. In all his years of driving potential watchers, and teachers at the academy, he had never seen a girl trying for the exam. Usually, a watcher was as strong as an alpha, and alphas were only males. He was intrigued when he was asked to pick her up from the airport. Was the person he had to drive a foolish one, someone who dreamed big, or did she have the actual capacity? Although he did not show it on his face, he was amazed. The person in front of him exuded the aura of a watcher, not a potential one. She felt like a person who had already completed her education and was, in fact, a full watcher. This happened because, unknown to Celia, she was starting to loosen her barrier, and some of her actual power was now in plain sight. Experiencing the unknown pain for the last couple of weeks had taken its toll on her body. Plus, back at the pack, she always tried to suppress her power as she could not be as powerful as the alpha. It would be seen as a challenge to his leadership, so from the age when she defeated the rogues, she learned to create a wall around herself, hiding her power. This was also advice Clarissa had given her, but now it was not necessary to do so. Driving for a few hours, she silently looked outside the car. It was the first time she was in human territory. It felt strange to see in real life the images she had only seen on TV. She was nervous about the future. She knew she was strong, but what if she was not strong enough? In complete silence, her mood swung back and forth between joy, uncertainty, and nervousness. Arriving at the academy, the driver stopped in front of its tall iron gates and waited to be given permission. A guard in a black uniform with a substantial build approached the car and, upon seeing the driver, nodded before opening the gates. The inside of the academy was huge, she thought. From the front gate to the building she was supposed to arrive at, it took another 20 minutes. On the way, different kinds of huge buildings were aligned. There was a modern and old feel to them because of evident renovations. These were buildings that had been built hundreds of years ago. Not one was new. The layout of the academy had not changed since its construction. It was only maintained over time and renovated as technology evolved. Exiting the car, she was greeted by a small secretary who helped her with the luggage even though she refused. The secretary led her down the corridors of a building that seemed like a dormitory while explaining the selection that followed. Unfortunately, we do not have a dormitory only for females, so you will have to live with the other male candidates. There are more than 1,000 this year, but don't worry, each of you will have separate rooms and bathrooms, so you will only meet in the standard rooms or the kitchen. The meals are at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m. We provide cooked meals in the standard room exactly on time, so please arrive on time. Other than that, you can do what you want in your free time until the exam. You can also read about the selection process if you feel you do not understand it from me. She eloquently explained, then looked towards Celia to see if she had her attention before continuing to inform. The exam begins at 8 a.m. on Monday, and it usually lasts until 1 month later, depending on the total number of candidates and the exam choices. Every year, the tests are divided into 4 parts, each taking place on the first day of every week. Each exam will only take place if you pass the previous one. You will be tested on the strength of your wolf, intelligence, capacity to adapt and handle problems, and, finally, combat power. The first exam is placing your hand on the seer and checking your wolf's power directly. Please do not worry. This exam is confidential, and the teacher attending to it has the obligation to keep the secret of your rank and power. He also has a curse placed on him, so any leak of a wolf's power to another person, other than the king or the Council of 12, will result in his death. The second exam is a written test that will determine your IQ. Any watcher must have extensive knowledge, which we will provide over the next 2 years. However, we still need to decide if one has the capacity to learn everything we will teach. The third exam will be liberal discussions with the teachers. You will extract a note from a ballot, and on it, a situation will be written, to which you will have to answer how to handle it. The final exam will take place only if you pass the previous 3. It will consist of free fighting with the other candidates. It will be a melee war. The last 10 men standing will become the new students. Please note that there are only 10 places available. No exceptions will be granted. Placement in the first 10 will result in your acceptance in the Watcher course, which will last 2 years, finalizing with your direct employment. She sternly stated. Chapter 5, and that concludes my explanation of the selection process. Any questions? The secretary asked politely as they arrived in front of the room the Academy had prepared for Celia. Only one. I somewhat know of the process prior to the admission to the Watcher course, as I have studied it in the past. So I was aware that even last year, the exams only happened after 6 months of training. Why was the exam pushed forward this year without allowing the participants to have the preliminary training? She did not really care if the exam moved forward. She had secretly prepared for it for a long time already. Most of her free time was used for this purpose. She was just curious to know the reason. I was not informed what the exact reason was, but from my understanding, it could be because of the housing. The Academy is quite large, but it is not only used for Watchers. Pack doctors, trackers, betas, gammas, and other warriors also learn here. This year, the requests for the Watcher course were many. Normally, there are only about 300 people, considering that there are only 3 watch posts each year. However, this year, there are 10 posts available, which is why the requests have increased. This is also why the exam is taking place now. Before regular classes for the other courses begin, it would normally be held in autumn, not in the summer. So when the other students arrive, there will not be enough rooms for everyone. The secretary was a professional. She answered the question without mockery or haughtiness. Celia could see that she did not look down on her for being the only female candidate, and for this, she was grateful. Thank you for the information. I will be all right from here on out. Also, I am sorry for taking so much of your time. It is all right. This is my duty. Briefly replied the secretary and, for the first time, smiled. As the secretary had already accomplished her duty, Celia bid goodbye to her before she started to arrange her clothes and check her room. It was not luxurious per se, but everything in it seemed brand new. She already knew that the king put a lot of effort into education and personally oversaw its management and budget. He even came each year for an inspection. Being away from her pack, she had thought she would feel somewhat sad, but she felt more at home here than in her pack territory, which was strange, to say the least. The people she had met so far, who were only 3 in number, seemed far warmer than any of her pack members, her family included, besides her brother. Even the room prepared for her felt more comfortable than the room she had at home. Another plus to being away from her pack was that since she arrived at the airport or, perhaps even earlier than that, she did not experience the pain that haunted her these past few days. Not even a little bit of the pain that had previously affected her repeatedly each day hurt her since she left the pack border, and she had been away for more than 24 hours already. By now, it should have already started if it were to follow the pattern from before. The alarm she set on her phone went off half an hour before dinner, just as she finished organizing her things in the wardrobe and bathroom. Feeling quite hungry, she took a quick shower, changed into fresh clothes, and hurriedly exited her room. She found her way easily, following the maps on the hallways that pointed to the various rooms, and soon enough, she found the common room. Taking a deep breath, as she stood outside the door, she shakily put her hand on the doorknob. So far on her way here, she did not see anyone, but inside, there must surely be other people who came to eat. She was bold enough to attend the selection, but she was not a people person, and it was difficult for her to interact with others, even for normal small talk. She was even more frightened of gathering attention, for most likely being the only female candidate. Just as her hand tightened on the doorknob, twisting it, having collected herself, the door was briskly opened from the inside. Her inattentiveness, coupled with her nervousness, caused her to lose focus for a moment, making it impossible for her to react in time and step aside. Thus, the door knocked on her head a little. The person on the other side froze as he realized what he had done and opened the door slowly, this time looking for the person he had hit. Spotting the lowered head, which had a small, delicate hand rubbing it, he immediately apologized sincerely. "I am so sorry. I should have opened it more slowly. I did not see you." He wanted to say something more when the small head rose, causing any words he still wanted to speak in guilt to remain unsaid. He initially thought it was another man, a candidate like him, as the person in front of him had her hair in a ponytail, and he did not see how long it was. Plus, there were only males in the building, with the exception of 2 or 3 secretaries who were easily distinguishable in their professional suits. But seeing her fair, delicate face, he was shocked. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. She was tall, almost as tall as he, but her face was small, her chocolate eyes were beautiful, and her skin was flawless, glowing even without any makeup. Even the t-shirt and the pair of jeans she had on, which were nothing special, did not diminish her beauty. "It's all right. I also did not pay attention," she replied sincerely and wanted to pass by him to get inside. But even though her intentions of walking through the door were clear enough, the man stood frozen, so she had no choice but to speak again. I am sorry, but do you mind if I enter?" she asked, more like whispered. Finally processing her words in his head, he realized his rudeness and, hearing her voice, which was as beautiful as her appearance, hurriedly replied, "Oh, I am sorry. I am being rude." "Sure." He immediately made room for her to enter, but he seemed to have forgotten that he wanted to exit initially and quickly followed her inside. "I am Jake. Might I ask who you are?" he asked, smiling, as he sat in front of her at one of the tables she found closer to the door. Celia Blair," she replied, suppressing the stutter, then remained silent. She felt awkward because the man was showing no intentions whatsoever of leaving the table she had chosen, despite her apparent lack of enthusiasm. But she felt unable to ask him up front to leave. "Well, Celia, are you one of the secretaries that are showing the candidates around? I have been here for a few days and have not seen you around the area." Considering how big the academy was, it was quite normal not to have met her before, even if he had been there for a week already, but he did not know how to start the conversation otherwise. "I arrived today for the selection. I am not one of the secretaries," she replied without a change in her expression. As always, you could not read her face. Though inside her mind, she felt a bit bewildered about the familiarity he was showing. He had started speaking to her on a first-name basis, without asking for permission first. "For the selection? You mean the Watcher selection? Is one of your relatives taking the exam?" Jake asked curiously, hoping she would not reply to her boyfriend or husband. "No, not one of my relatives. I am the one taking part in the exam," she said without other explanations. It was her dream to become a Watcher, so she should bravely tell it without fear of ridicule from other people. And besides, on the next Monday, the truth would also be found out by the rest of the candidates. He froze again, like how he had stilled in place seeing her face, as did most of the men who were spread around in the common room at the various locations at tables. Everyone's eyes had been on her since she first walked in, and as they were the best-ranked werewolves, their hearing was higher than that of the normal-ranked ones, so they had been listening to each word she had said. "Oh! Then I am pleased to meet you, fellow classmate." Contrary to her thoughts and fears, the man had no mocking expression on his face. In fact, the only change in his visage had been his initial bewilderment before breaking into a bright smile as he extended his hand towards her. In reality, Jake had many more questions inside his head, questions most of the men present in the room had also wanted to hear the answers to. but he was afraid to sound rude if he asked what a girl was doing at the selection of watchers. Anyway, if he became her friend, in time, he could find out more. Asking her too many questions now, and she might avoid him later. He was not sure if she could pass all the exams, but she did not strike him as someone who would take the watcher exam on a whim. He was a handsome man with a history of conquests of beautiful women, and his clothes and appearance exuded wealth, but she was not trying to hold a conversation or even look at him much, for that matter. Her presence at the academy was truly for the sake of the future selection. He reckoned that if he left, she would not even bother to give him another glance, let alone try to stop him. It was the first time a girl was not charmed by him. "Nice to meet you." Celia replied briskly and only slightly held his hand, her palm barely touching his. Her expression still did not appear to change at his welcoming words, but she truly felt relieved inside her head. It appeared he was a guy she could easily get along with, despite her initial impression of frivolousness that she assumed dominated his character. Happy she did not brush him off completely, he finally asked permission to join her for dinner, and receiving it, they ate together. She mostly answered his questions, not asking any of her own, and he could only feel some interest and replies more from her when he talked about details concerning the exams, but he was still satisfied. He learned she was truly interested in taking the exam, as her eyes shone each time the subject was mentioned. Sighing in relief, as he found a common subject to discuss with her, he tried to keep the conversation alive using this subject throughout the dinner. Most of the next few days she spent in her room, as she felt like the other candidates were watching her intently each time she walked out of it, and she did not understand why. Was she really unusual looking, or did it bother them that a girl was taking the exam with them? Sometimes she would even look at her phone screen, using it as a mirror, thinking that maybe something was on her face, but every time she checked, she never saw anything out of place. The feeling she got from them was like they were watching her, wanting to say something, but did not dare approach her. So awkward under their gaze, she stayed mostly inside and only went out for meals. Meals which she had accompanied by Jake, who, coincidentally or not, sat at her table every time. She was not used to men, but he was not very intrusive and mostly talked with her about the exams, which piqued her interest. His information regarding the selection was even more extensive than hers, so their discussions were quite informative. Soon enough, Monday came, and it was time for the first test. The test was to be taken in alphabetical order, and as her name was Blair, she was among the first to undergo it. As the secretary had previously explained to her, the first test was the seer test, about which she still had doubts regarding its outcome. But her fear was slightly diminished, if only for the fact that the teacher in charge of the test would be the only person aware of her power. She was not sure of how powerful she really was, but she did not want other people to know her secret or the fact that she shifted so young. She had never in her life been tested by the seer, as it was usually not done unless one asked for the testing expressly. She knew her sister had gone to the doctor on the second day after she shifted, eager to find out just how powerful she was, and had told her mother she was a fifth-rank werewolf. It was news celebrated by all the members of her family, as it confirmed she was Luna material. All the candidates that were scheduled to be tested on the first day numbered about 150 people out of the 1,000 or more werewolves. Jake was also near her, as his last name was Black. Until the teacher in charge came into the amphitheater, all the examinees were still chatting and murmuring amongst themselves, but they all went silent when he stood in the center of the room and started to explain the test. "Hello. My name is Gabriel Collins, and I will be the teacher in charge of your general education for those who will pass the acceptance test. For today, I will be examining your wolf and its power using the seer. For those of you who do not know exactly what the seer does, please listen to my explanations. Those who know what it does, Please stay quiet, as you are all obligated to hear anyway, like it or not. He informed them, smiling. It was good that he was the first teacher. His age seemed not too far off from theirs. Coupled with his joking manner, it made all the candidates relax and even laugh. It lessened the tense atmosphere present in the vast room. Now then, the seer has been used since ancient times to display the information for those who touch it and release some of their wolf's aura. The information it will show is the following 3 things. First is rank. The rank of wolf extends from rank 1 to 10. 1 is the highest rank a wolf can achieve, and 10 is the lowest. There are also werewolves with wolves that, unfortunately, cannot be ranked. They are the omegas who do not possess the strength necessary to power up the seer to check their rank. Regrettably, their aura is too weak to even start it up. Now then, for the ranks, we have rank 10 are normal pack wolves and worker wolves. Ranks 8 and 9 are tracker and warrior wolves. Rank 7 is delta wolves. Rank 6 is gamma wolves. Rank 5 are beta wolves. Lunas of a pack also hold this rank. Although we are all guys here, so it does not concern the following test. He trailed off, chuckling, but his small smile froze when his eyes met Celia's. Chapter 6, only then did Gabriel remember there was actually also a female candidate this year. Realizing his blunder, he coughed to hide his awkwardness at the oversight and continued explaining. Usually, candidates would laugh at this joke every year, but this year no one laughed. Who would? When somehow she seemed to fit right in there with them. From time to time, since she arrived at the dormitory, most of the guys' eyes would trail off to the only female candidate. She was beautiful and quiet, and she looked quite frail on the outside, like she would break if you were to hug her just a little bit tighter, but even so, her aura felt powerful. Strangely, she also did not submit when she passed by them, as weaker werewolves did when higher-ranked ones would walk near them. Moreover, as the power exuded by most of them was in the rank of alpha and beta categories, they were used to having ladies fawn over them, but she was different. Other than the meal times, you would hardly ever see her, which they felt was unfortunate. Not to mention, most wanted to court her. Why would they want to laugh and ruin their chances? Rank 4 wolves are normal alphas. Rank 3 wolves are stronger alphas. This is also the rank we expect watchers to have. Rank 2 wolves are the members of the council. Rank 1, also named one-man rank, is held by only one alpha, the alpha of all the packs together, our king. Please do not feel disheartened as you see your rank, for those who do not know already what your rank actually is. You should not feel it as weak. No matter what, I will inform you. Every rank, in fact, also has 10 sub-ranks. To understand it better, it means that if you hold the 5th rank, you are 10 times stronger than someone holding the 6th rank. Or if you hold the 5th rank sub-rank 5, then you are 5 times stronger than the 6th rank sub-rank 0. As a side note, all the teachers you have are as influential as watchers, which means each of us holds the 3rd rank, but with a lot of experience in fighting added to it. Please keep this in mind if you try to argue with one of us. Gabriel explained eloquently, trying to maintain a proper teacher's stance. He needed to regain his lost prestige. The crowd was confused. They knew about ranks, but not about subranks. Teacher, we have never heard about subranks. Dared to say, one of the candidates was unable to abstain from his curiosity at the finding. Well, this is possible. The seer the pack doctor uses cannot identify sub-ranks, and the pack doctors also cannot recognize them. I think I should be the only one with this ability. Gabriel stated with a normal voice, but a proud undertone could still be sensed. Can I ask another question? I asked the same person and, receiving permission, proceeded. Why is the 1st rank named one-man rank? Intrigued, inquired the young man, confused, as each rank was held by more werewolves than one. Are there more kings for our kind? Gabriel replied with another question, smiling as he looked from left to right in the room. Then, after a few moments of silence, they explained further. Only one person holds this rank each generation, and that is our king, hence the name one-man rank. All the other ranks are held by more people. His rank is also the rank without subranks because the difference in power between rank 1 and rank 2 is 100. That means it would take 100 people holding the second rank to attack and kill our current king. They all quieted down, stunned, before small murmurs erupted at various places. They knew their king was powerful, but they never knew just how powerful he truly was. So, the revelation filled their hearts with deep admiration. All right, settle down and let's continue. The second thing the seer will show is your wolf, and it will do so without you needing actually to shift. It can also compare it with other wolves and even let me know if your wolf has talents other than the normal ones that each wolf has. What I mean is it will show just how fast the wolf can regenerate, how strong it is, and how big it is. As for the special abilities, it will show if your wolf has affinities with the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. The third thing the seer can show is whatever health problems you have. This is the ability pack doctors mostly use for medical care and diagnosis. However, as I am not checking your health, I will only focus on the first two things I explained. Now, gentlemen and ladies, in alphabetical order, please step one by one as you are called in the conference room, where you will be analyzed. Another thing I should mention is that, first, do not worry, as the room is under a spell so that no information will leak out. Second, I am sure you were informed by your guide upon arrival. I am under a curse and cannot divulge anything I find out from your analysis. The only thing that will be displayed to the public will be the fact that you are accepted or rejected. To be accepted, you have to be at least rank 4 or 5. Of course, the ideal for us is rank 3, but we will at least let you pass the further tests if you have these ranks. The tests were carried out for about 1 hour until it was finally Celia's turn. Jake had already been tested, and he did not mind sharing his rank with her, as he was a 3rd rank werewolf. He might have wanted to boast about it in front of her. Hearing her name called and then stepping in front of the door of the conference room where the teacher was testing, Celia sighed heavily as she put her hand on the doorknob, trembling, and slowly pushed it open. The room was quite large and well lit, even though it was partially obscured by massive, dark-colored drapes covering the windows to ensure more privacy. She nervously approached the teacher and timidly sat in front of his desk, where the orb was placed. For now, the seer was a dark, almost black color. Well then, Miss Celia Blair, please place your hand on top of the orb and release your aura just like you do when you go to your PAX doctor. Gabriel explained politely. I am sorry, teacher, I have never been tested before. Can you explain further? She asked in a small voice. All right. Think about your wolf, but not like when you want to shift, and you push your wolf to the front side of your mind, and your human consciousness takes the back seat, going to the place where your wolf usually is. In other words, you do not need to switch places with one another for the test. Try to visualize your mind like it is an expansive room, with your wolf occupying one half and you the other. What both of you must do is step towards each other and meet at the center of this room. You are meeting halfway. Do you understand, or should I explain a bit more? Gabriel detailed further, with the same previous politeness. It was his job to help the students with the test. Moreover, when it came to a girl, he felt he should act a bit more gentlemanly, if only to cover for his previous gaffe. I understand. Thank you. I will try. But can I ask you 2 more things first? I am sorry for taking up your time, Celia said apologetically. More students would get tested after her, so she felt sorry for keeping the teacher's time a bit longer because of her questions. Yes, of course. Please ask. He smiled gently, reassuring her. First thing is, I understand you have to tell the council and His Highness the rank of the wolves you test. Does it mean you will say it in any situation or only if they ask? Usually only if they ask. The council does not have the time to check all the information I see. They only get the list with the accepted werewolves, and His Highness has even less time to check such things. And the second question? He didn't understand her point in the question she asked, but still replied seriously. The second is, how do you meet halfway when there are 3 of you? She asked slowly, almost whispering. Gabriel looked puzzled at her, with his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. To see him like this made Celia a little wary. Since she saw him in the morning, he had only laughed and joked. It was the first time she had seen his serious side. What do you mean 3? There is only 2 of you, 1 wolf, 1 person. 1 + 1 = 2. Gabriel stated, not understanding where she was going with her question. What I mean is, how can I meet halfway with 1 person and 2 wolves? 1 + 2 = 3. Celia explained further, making Gabriel even more confused. 2 wolves? There cannot be a person and 2 wolves. He stood silent for a moment, trying to see if she was joking, but Celia's beautiful face did not show the slightest emotion. All right, try to get one of your wolves to come forward and meet halfway while placing your hand on the seer. We will test again with the other wolf after. He directed her. 1 wolf or 2 wolves, if it were a lie or the truth, he would check it anyway for himself in a moment. And if she was telling the truth, he could get explanations afterwards. She did as told, getting Crescent to meet with her halfway. A black aura surrounded her hand where the orb was touched, and as he looked at the glowing crystal, he saw her rank. It was the 4th rank. It's not a bad rank at all, considering most girls only reached the 5th rank. The lunar-ranked werewolves were 5th rank, or, for weaker packs, they were even 6th rank. But her rank, even if it was better than Aluna's, did not mean she was good enough for the Watcher position. They allowed the 4th rank werewolves to continue being tested because the candidates could make further improvements, but to raise your rank was very difficult, if not nearly impossible. And this time, there were also more candidates than usual. If they found at least 10 candidates with the 3rd rank, then those with the 4th rank and more would be eliminated by default. Gabriel also checked her wolf's appearance, as in the orb, a gray wolf with tinges of black appeared. She was as big as a usual alpha, but what surprised him more were the different lights surrounding it. The light that would surround a wolf only appeared around the wolves with talents for the elements. Red light was fire, gray light was wind, blue light was water, and brown light was earth. A mix of red and blue light, fire and water surrounded her. Complete opposite powers. Usually, wolves with contradicting talents could be used to overpower one another. They were each other's weaknesses. But what weakness would a wolf with both elements hold? All right, I saw it. Your wolf is 4th rank with a talent for fire and water. Now take your hand off and place it again while thinking about the other wolf. Gabriel said as he wrote his findings on a piece of paper, but not in her official document. He thought there was no other wolf. Perhaps she felt like there were 2 wolves because of the 2 different kinds of elements. However, their king emphasized respect, and this meant they allowed everyone to get tested, even if the person seemed no stronger than an Omega, so that they would give everyone the benefit of the doubt. She did as he instructed and thought about waning. This time, a pure white light surrounded her hand. Seeing the color change that would also be impossible for a werewolf, Gabriel frowned, paying more attention to the orb. Then, as the seer displayed the various information, he quickly checked her rank, already stunned by the changed appearance of the wolf reflected. He looked again and did not know what to be more confused about. Should he be worried that her wolf was another, as the rank displayed indeed changed, or should he be concerned about the fact that the 1st rank, the rank of the king, could no longer be named one-man rank? Chapter 7. All right, now this was weird, she thought. The teacher, who had only smiled and been in a good mood while explaining the test, now frowned as she saw her information. Even after a few moments had passed, he did not say a thing, as his face looked more and more taken aback with each passing second. Her heart started pounding in her chest. Was there truly a problem with her? Did she make a mistake coming here? She avoided going for so long, fearing the abnormality of her situation, and she walked on her own accord in the lion's den in the end. But she could not help it. She truly wished to become a watcher, her most fervent goal. She wished it so much that she did not even second-guess her mother's words, so much so that she even dared to get tested under the probing gazes of others for being the only female. Leaving aside the fact that there were two wolf consciousnesses inside her mind, which had already stunned the teacher into silence. After checking waning, the teacher frowned even more. Had she known that the procedure of the testing involved each wolf at a time, and they would only see the information displayed for the one wolf she wished to get tested, she would have hidden Waning's existence. As she had always known that Waning seemed stronger than Crescent, she had kept her hidden all these years and even avoided shifting into her form because she knew that once she transformed, Waning's aura would barely be suppressed. The clear evidence of this is that when she shifted for the very first time, she changed into Waning's wolf form. During the second time, she felt her bones crack and rearrange themselves, causing a huge commotion. Even though during her first change, when she shifted into Crescent's form, nothing in particular happened. She still remembered how the trackers kept rumbling in the forest, howling and growling, as they searched for the intruder that was trying to oppose their alpha. It was not her intention to release the threatening aura to defy the leadership. The problem was that, regrettably, this was what her shift was seen as, a challenge for the leader's position. Being faster than them, fortunately, they did not manage to catch a glimpse of her before she ran and hid in an inconspicuous place to change back to her human form. At that time, the three decided that they would only change into Crescent's form because, even though Crescent was also as strong as a regular alpha, with Crescent's and Waning's power combined, it was easier to suppress her aura. Each time she shifted, no one could detect her wolf in the forest. Waning never complained because of this reason. She never protested because she had to be suppressed. She assured Celia that if the latter assumed Crescent's form to run in the woods, the shift would bring comfort for her also. Coming here for the test, Celia reckoned that she was just as strong as a watcher, so it would not be strange for her to shift into Waning's form as well. Finally, surrounded by so many alpha-ranked werewolves in an academy where higher-ranked werewolves were seen as the norm, Waning's form would be no different than the others, so shifting into her form wouldn't be seen as challenging their power and position. Her second wish, besides being a watcher, had been to let Waning run free without anyone feeling threatened by her power, but now she had a gut feeling this wish would still be impossible to accomplish. After the teacher's initial silence that felt like a lifetime, now he kept mumbling to himself, "It can't be. One-man rank. It can't be." His quick change in mood, as he went from silent to pale to amazed, had been too weird, to say the least. So she wanted to ask him what the problem was, but being afraid of his reaction, she stayed silent, waiting for him to speak first. Awkwardly retracting her hand from the seer, she suppressed Waning's aura as she waited for the results. Unfortunately, what was done could not be undone. They stayed like this for a few more minutes, neither of them daring to look at the other until Gabriel managed to regain his composure and, with a hoarse voice, finally spoke. "I am sorry, but your rank is impossible. Although I do not think the seer is wrong, it has never been wrong. Not to mention, His Highness has also used it to check his power regularly and, at the same time, to check if the seer has maintained its efficiency, so its readings have always been flawless. It is never wrong. It has been used for hundreds of years for thousands of werewolves. It can't be wrong. It just can't." He blabbered his words, the earlier eloquence he had displayed in the amphitheater nowhere in sight. "What exactly is the problem?" Celia asked, still trying to maintain her composure. However, his repeated use of the words, "it can't be wrong," had her a little worried. He sighed in an attempt to regain his composure and spoke more fluently this time. He was still a teacher and a high-ranking official. If he would lose his composure so easily, what would others think of him? "The seer has checked your wolf's power. It is rank 1, that is to say, the same rank as our current kings," he replied with an inquisitive tone. Had she known her strength already? Was this why she had avoided being tested before? Her eyes widened at the revelation, one she would not have imagined even in 1,000 years. Was this waning this strongly? Why? Her genuine expression was a clear indication that it was news to her as well. But you said that rank 1 is only held by His Highness. How can my rank also be the same? She said, stuttering after a few seconds of silence as she tried to understand his words. That is why I said it is impossible. I have to notify His Highness and the Council of this as soon as possible. We must know the reason your rank is so high. I should call them now, Gabriel stated, flustered, searching with his eyes for the phone. Teacher, you assured me earlier that you will only notify them if one is accepted or rejected. Please do not tell them what you found out. All I want is to be a watcher, nothing more. I do not want to be a guinea pig. I do not want further tests done. All my life I have lived for others. I just want to be free doing what I want. Celia spoke with a trembling voice. She had never spoken so much at once before, but now she was trying to the best of her abilities to get her opinion heard. I am sorry, I did say that. But for your circumstances, I have to. I have no choice but to let them know. Gabriel apologized as his eyes finally found the phone, and he had already lifted it from his desk. I do not allow it. Do as Celia said. Put the phone down now. He was in the process of dialing his phone when the sound of a higher-ranked wolf boomed inside the room. It instantly froze him, stopping his body just as he was about to press the dial. Being the only two people in the room, Gabriel realized the commanding voice came from none other than her first-ranked wolf, waning. It was a superior alpha's power. Much like His Highness's wolf, when her wolf roared, all were obliged to listen, so he could only bow obediently, showing his neck in submission as he reflexively put the phone down. It had been the first time a candidate wolf made him submit. His rank was only below the werewolves that made up the council. Nonetheless, he was easily made to do her bidding. You will declare our rank as being third. You will not speak of Celia having 2 wolves, and you will not check my abilities further. Do not test me, pup. The clear and imposing voice continued ordering unbothered. Pup, he was called a pup. He would have laughed if it were in another situation, but the beauty before him could not be offended. Yes, as you command, was the reply his body instinctively gave, regardless of his free will. As waning retracted her suffocating aura, only then did Gabriel sit upright again, just in time to see Celia's black eyes turn to their standard chocolate color. I am sorry. She is not usually willful. She only does whatever I ask of her normally. It was not my intention to command you. She has never used this voice on anyone before. Celia exclaimed apologetically as she regained control of her body. She could not deny inside her mind that she approved of Waning's actions, but it was still awkward to face the teacher. She had actually commanded a famous werewolf that she had heard stuff of legends about, a person in direct subordination to the king of werewolves. And Waning had even called him a pup. Well, she is your wolf. She will act on her own if she feels your safety is threatened. Gabriel stated helplessly and sighed as he continued. Fine, I promise I will not say anything. Well, I cannot say it, even if I want to. The command of a higher-ranked wolf can only be retracted by said wolf or another high-ranking one. So, unless His Highness asks me expressly if you have 2 wolves, or your exact rankings, I will not divulge them. Thank you, she said, finally relieved that her secret would be kept hidden. There is no need for thanks. Really, no need, he thought to himself. He did not do it of his own accord after all. Can I ask, how exactly do you have 2 wolves? Gabriel curiously inquired. I do not know how or why. When I shifted for the first time at the age of 13, I felt the change in my body happening twice, and as a result, I gained 2 wolves. But why such a thing happened to me, I have no way of finding out. My gray wolf, Crescent, also does not know the reason, and Waning keeps herself suppressed most of the time, as her aura could easily be detected unless she stays hidden deep within my mind. She does not interact with me often because of this reason, only if she deems I need her help. However, I did ask her once if she knew the reason, and she didn't say anything, so that I won't ask again. She will choose herself whether to tell me or not. Celia explained honestly. Fine. Perhaps we will learn in time. We will be seeing each other more anyway in the future, in classes and during your watcher duties. We will talk further if we find out more. Gabriel resigned, stating, I have not taken all the exams to be a watcher yet, so. She tried to express her worry, but did not manage to speak further because he interrupted her. A first-ranked werewolf, and you worry about not passing the exams? Ha ha ha. Gabriel finally laughed, resuming his usual carefree face from before she was tested. Do not worry, we will see each other in the future. Please tell the next candidate to wait 10 minutes before entering. I may not look like it, but I need a break, he continued to say, finally gesturing for Celia to take her leave. She nodded and exited the room. Once alone, Gabriel slumped on his chair, a little drained from the previous aura and tension. Oh, how he wished he could tell his good friend Celia's rank. She could be Salus's mate. He was already 100 years old, but he still had not found her. Surely, the king of all werewolves would be the only befitting of a female mate of her rank, his equal. If she were not his mate, then no other werewolf could be. With this in mind, he rechecked her file. She was 22 years old and had never left her pack's territory. His friend had checked the packs for more than 50 years, searching for his mate, which he unfortunately never found. After 50 years of constant searching, he gave up and closed his heart to even the prospect of having another werewolf as his mate and queen, other than his rightful mate. He was already 100 years old. Normally, werewolves had a minimum life expectancy of 200 years. Salus, as a high-ranking werewolf, had an even longer life, but who could say for sure exactly how long his life would be? It had made even the council worry, as he reached his current age and still had no heir to the throne. What if the reason for not finding his mate was that she had not been born yet? He gave up the search before her birth, and thus, Celia Blair was never checked. He sighed again. Well, anyway, His Highness made constant inspections of the academy, and even if not, as he had already checked it this year, he could still come for the start of the courses in autumn. It would be 3 months later, but he had already waited for so long. What was 3 months more? And with his abilities, he could probably smell her if he even came near the gates. It was not necessary to see her face to face to check if she was his mate, so in due time, they would find each other. 3 weeks had passed since the seer test. Seeing her pass it, the other candidates gained another level of respect for Celia. Out of the 1,000 people or more who first signed up for the exam, only about 300 remained just after the first test. They were the ones ranked 3rd and 4th. The IQ test and the liberal discussion test diminished their number even more, so for the melee combat, only 100 candidates remained. Celia was among the remaining candidates, and she was actually placed first on the 2nd and 3rd tests. The first test was confidential, so no one knew her ranking, but she was, at the very least, ranked 4th. During this time, she mostly kept to herself, as she always did. But in the eyes of the other candidates, it felt like she bloomed further, like she looked even more beautiful than when she first arrived. Initially, she felt more introverted and not easily approachable, but now, as she became more certain of herself and felt more at ease in their presence, they could even greet her when they passed by, and each time she would respond. These facts seemed to add to her attractiveness. She seemed even more charming than the first day they saw her. During her time at the academy, Celia had called her family only once, although they hadn't called her either. Only her brother messaged her from time to time, asking how she was or if she was eating correctly. But with her mother, she had only spoken once. It was the time she called to inform her family she had passed the first 3 tests. But when her mother answered the phone after she had waited for quite a while for the call to be picked up, the latter told her to take care of herself and quickly mentioned that she did not have the time to talk at that moment, but assured her that she would call her back later. She waited for the call that never came, so they were unaware of her progress. She also tried to call her sister later, but Brianna did not respond to her calls at all. She sighed, as she figured her sister was still angry at her for leaving so abruptly, so she gave up trying to call and only left a message for her, telling her to take care of herself and, even though she was not one to talk of her feelings, she also told her younger sister she loved her very much. The last Monday finally came. She was a bit nervous, but still felt she was as ready as she would ever be for the final test. She had used the rest of the week except Mondays, on which the tests were held, for training. She had self-trained since she was young, but she always did so covertly and only in her scarce free time. She could do it freely and even use all of her time for it. Jake also trained with her, and since he had professional training, it further helped her. The 100 people gathered in the massive amphitheater located in the heart of the academy. They had become quite close to each other in the last month, but now everyone was wary of the other. On this day, out of the 100 remaining candidates, only 10 would get to be admitted for the Watcher course, and everyone wanted to be in those 10 places. A fierce battle was sure to take place. Chapter 8, Lady and Gentlemen, congratulations on passing the previous tests. You are truly the elite of the elite. Unfortunately, as you are already aware, we have only 10 available positions for Watchers this year. So, to decide the final candidates, the last test will be a melee war between all of you. The purpose of this fight is quite simple, and that is: the last 10 people to remain inside the circle you are now standing in will become the new Watcher candidates that we will train for the next 2 years. After undergoing the course and final exam, those 10 people will become full-fledged Watchers. Please note that each valedictorian group will act as a pack during the courses and will remain one even after these 2 years. That means that you will become an official pack after you graduate. You will investigate cases together. You will work together and undertake missions together under the command of the one with the most victories in the melee war, your alpha. That being said, there are no rules on how you can make the other candidates exit the circle, but do keep in mind that Watchers are the fairest of people. They are the people who best respect others and would use killing only as a final means. As such, I expect to see fair play from all of you. Good luck, and begin. The teacher, who seemed to be in charge of the final test, informed the candidates loudly and sternly. At least 10 teachers were surrounding the circle on all sides. It seemed as though they were there to arbitrate the war. Every candidate already knew what the test would be about, so when the teacher said to begin, almost everyone started to select an opponent. "Stay near me," Jake whispered to Celia just as the fight began. He knew she was a pretty good fighter. Everything he had taught her over the past weeks, she had absorbed like a sponge, as she had a solid foundation to begin with. He also knew she was quite powerful, but he still wished to protect her and ensure she passed. She nodded and stayed near him. It was not a bad deal to fight in pairs. Some of the other werewolves were doing the same thing as well. They fought together with the werewolves they befriended in their time here. Jake fought with ease at first, as he was one of the best ranked of the candidates, but it did not mean she let him shoulder all the fighting on his own. She intervened from time to time when she felt he was outnumbered, and she also covered his back. But even though the fighting ran smoothly in the beginning, as he managed to defeat all those who came near, slowly, his opponents multiplied. Perhaps they targeted him as the number of people in the circle diminished, knowing he was also trying to protect her. However, this actually made her feel even more upset and angry. She was not a weakness. She had only fought cautiously as it was the first time she fought with others, not to mention she was also suppressing most of her aura and strength. Still maintaining their winning streak despite the multitude of opponents, Celia was looking out for someone who was about to hit Jake from behind, when another candidate managed to catch her off guard. The burly man was about to grab her and throw her out of the circle. Fortunately, Jake saw him and reacted barely in time to push her out of the way, but to do so, he let himself become vulnerable, making it easy for another werewolf to come from behind and hit the back of his head hard. With him being unconscious, the opponent quickly grabbed him by the neck and tried to fling him out of the circle. At this point, Celia's anger had reached its limit. It was as if the others did not even feel she was a threat on her own, without his assistance. Satisfied there would be fewer opponents in the circle, the werewolf smirked as he ruthlessly flung Jake's body, expecting him to land outside of the circle. He was even chuckling as the number of opponents that were personally thrown out by him increased, and with it, the probability of becoming the alpha also became a reality. Jake was the 10th opponent he threw out. The werewolf turned around, not even looking to confirm that Jake did indeed exit the circle. He was sure that he would, so he was already looking for the next opponent when a loud bang sound was heard. It was not like the sound of someone landing. It was more like the sound of someone smashing into another person. This sound, coupled with the faces of the other opponents who were looking surprised behind him, made him also take a look, only to find Jake still inside the circle. In the last moment, using a bit more of her real strength, Celia moved with frightening speed, stepping in front of the border, waiting to catch his body before it made it across the line. She huffed as she caught him, and she was about to fly with Jake out of the circle as well, as she was not used to the strength she exuded, and was also a little unbalanced by the blow. But at that moment, Waning took over with Crescent, trying to minimize her aura so not all of it would leak out. The first-ranked wolf easily stabilized her position and stopped her from flying out. As she stood firm on her feet, she laid Jake's body on the ground near the border, but not outside of the circle. She checked her surroundings, counting the candidates. There were only 34 left. Waning smirked with her black eyes sparkling. There were not enough opponents left for a proper and decent workout. It was the first time she had been out in ages, and she only had to deal with that many werewolves. The other candidates felt the sudden change in the air and the pressure released by a high-ranking wolf. All of those left inside the circle were third-rank werewolves, with sub-ranks ranging from 1 to 8, but somehow, they were trying to keep themselves from submitting to her aura and concentrating on their fights. Even the teachers watching from outside looked a bit more intently at Celia, as everyone knew of the only female candidate. Indeed, she had stood out not only for being female, but for the fact that she was one of the finalists. Waning did not seem to sense these gazes of confusion from those around and only looked at her opponents one by one. She could feel their power and the extent to which they could grow in the future, while she was already making the selection for her future pack in her mind. The werewolf that had thrown Jake, overcoming his surprised state, wanted to run towards her and push them both out. It was the perfect opportunity, as Jake and Celia were barely still inside the circle. But he did not manage to take 2 or 3 steps when his arm was strongly grabbed. The force of the pull was so powerful, like he had hit a concrete wall. Trying to look at the person who caught him, he only saw an afterimage before finding himself on the floor outside of the circle. Looking up, battered as he had never been in his life, considering his alpha lineage, he saw that in the former place he had been, Celia was now standing. After dealing first with the cowardly werewolf who hit Jake from behind, Waning avoided the 8 most powerful ones she had identified first. The other remaining ones, with frightening speed, threw them out of the circle one by one, either by grabbing their hand, foot, neck, or anything she could grab onto. 3 minutes later, the melee war was finished, with the ones outside the circle not realizing how they got there. Inside the circle, only 10 people remained, with 8 standing stunned and 1 still unconscious, not knowing why their opponents disappeared from in front of them and were actually outside the circle on the ground. One might say she defeated the werewolves easily if they looked at it from the outside, but to catch so many third-ranked alphas off guard, even if they were busy fighting, and to also throw them like rags was something difficult even for experienced watchers. "The melee war is finished," answered the teacher, stuttering, not believing his eyes. Even he would be inclined to think that her opponents were easily defeated, looking at her fights, if he did not know their actual strength. Winner of the 200th Watcher Acceptance Test and Alpha of the new group, Miss Celia Blair. At the same time, in the new moon pack, Mom, I am not so sure about this dress. I don't think it fits for the Luna ceremony. Maybe I should actually buy one. Brianna said, pouting while checking the dress in front of her. Her sister had made it for herself some time ago, but she felt it was not elegant enough. Whether you like it or not, it is the only white dress your sister made, other than the dress for the ball. And you cannot wear that again. What will people think of us if we wear the same dress? I have already made it clear to you that you must wear one of the dresses your sister made for you or herself. You cannot wear anything else. Why are you being stubborn now? Do you want to be the Luna or not? Her mother huffed, irritated. Brianna was the one who made her help, and now she was the one who had to explain to her daughter what she had to do. You were the one who convinced me that Ryan was the best choice, even though I said to wait some more. Now why are you making a fuss? Her mother asked with a sharp tone. Brianna was still pouting, even though her mother had tried to reason with her. Just wait until you are marked, then you can wear whatever you want. If not, then wear a new dress, and let us see if you will still become the Luna. Her mother finally warned. If this did not convince Brianna, then nothing would. Fine, I will wear it. Finally, Brianna replied through gritted teeth while forcefully changing her clothes to get the dress fitted on her. She was getting tired of these dull clothes. Just until Sunday, she kept repeating inside her mind. At the academy, Saturday afternoon, Alpha, let's get lunch. The other guys are waiting at the table already. Jake exclaimed merrily, knocking on Celia's door. She opened the door as quickly as she could and came outside when she heard his voice. Sorry, I was making my bag. I finally finished. I won't have any more time to do it after lunch. She apologized, sighing. She was still not used to it. The 9 guys that made up her pack had called her Alpha this whole week, and she wished they would stop. However, the teachers had instructed them to use her official title so that they would become accustomed to the hierarchy, and there was no alternative. Other than being called Alpha, which made her a bit awkward, she grew more comfortable with the other guys as well. Before, she only stayed with Jake most of the time. Now, to build the bonds of the pack, she spends her time with all of them. Do you have to stay for the whole 2 months at home until the courses begin? You should just greet your family, tell them the result, and come back. We have to prepare for the beginning of the courses. Jake tried to reason with her. She smiled a little, shrugging her head. There was nothing to learn until the classes started. She realized he did not want her to go back home. He was also not leaving because he did not want to go home. His mom kept pestering him about finding his mate, so he chose to stay here for the rest of the summer. Seeing that he could not change her mind, he sighed, walking beside her in the hallway. Looks like it would be boring without her in the academy for the next 2 months. Chapter 9, Sunday afternoon. Her plane landed on schedule. It had been a relaxing flight, as she traveled first class this time, courtesy of the academy. She had only become a watcher because of her dream, but was now learning of the benefits and perks that came with the job. She was considered a new student, but she had already received a card on which a substantial scholarship would be deposited each month. Hers was even larger than the rest of her pack's members, as she was their leader. It was almost double. It baffled her, as she checked the card the week before when she went to the city with Jake and the other guys to buy some souvenirs for her family. Checking the scholarship at an ATM to see how much her budget for presents could be, she couldn't believe the amount that was displayed. Even if she splurged the money, there would still remain more than half of the scholarship to save up, and it would renew each month. Another advantage of a Watcher student status would be traveling first class each time, as the airline company was actually owned by the current king. She was also supposed to be greeted with respect each time she visited her original pack, and the Alpha and Luna would have to welcome her personally, though she did not want that. The pack was an extended family, so she could never demand that from them. She did not even want to inform them yet that she was, in fact, a Watcher student. The tattoo that showed her Alpha status, when she was made the Alpha of her newly formed pack, appeared on her left palm, but if she wore a glove, no one would see it. She only wanted her family to know, to share the joy with them alone. So, as soon as she landed, she immediately put on her glove to hide the mark. Inside the aeroplane, during the flight, she had removed her glove, so when the stewardess who served her a drink saw the Alpha's mark, she immediately changed her form of addressing. Not only that, she also became more respectful and did not even raise her head from that moment on, each time she passed by her seat. She received this treatment from the other stewardesses as well. They even helped her with the bags until she exited the airport and called a private car to drive her to her pack, even though she said it was not necessary. They had insisted on doing so. She did not know if her pack would react the same way if they found out, but she did not wish to verify it. Arriving home, she thanked the driver, who carried her bags to the doorway before she knocked on the door and waited for someone to answer it. She waited for several minutes, but nobody answered. It was strange. On Sundays, everybody should be home. By this time, even her father would have returned. Having no other choice, she searched her bag to find her house keys. As an organized person, the keys were found quickly, and then she immediately opened the door. She saw that, indeed, no one was inside the house. She frowned, wondering where everyone had gone, as she carried her bags up to her room. She also tried calling them, but even after, no one answered. Well, they should be arriving soon enough, she thought, so it was probably better to take a shower and wait for them. Opening her bedroom door, she felt a strange atmosphere. Usually, her scent would be the most predominant smell in this room, and other people's scent should only be vaguely felt. Now that she had been gone for a month, even fewer other scents should be sensed, if not totally lacking. Why would anyone come into her room when she was away? But her keen nose clearly smelled her sister's scent all around the room, even more than her own. Thinking of this, it warmed her heart. Could it be her sister was missing her so much that she spent time in her room? Brianna had been angry at her all this time, but it looked like she was not honest with herself. She was still a little girl throwing a tantrum. A small smile adorned her face as she placed her bags down on the floor and opened her closet to take a change of clothes. Directing her eyes to the usually perfectly aligned items on the shelves, she stopped for a moment when she saw that her clothes were actually disorganized, and not only that, on the shelves between her clothes, there were also some items belonging to her sister. Turning around and taking another better look inside her room, she realized she could see a lot of her sister's personal items all around. Rather than only occasionally staying in her room, it felt like her sister had actually moved into her room altogether. She shrugged her head, clearing her thoughts away. She was tired, and she just wanted to sleep. She would talk with them later and find out why Brianna had moved into her room, especially since the latter had a better, bigger bedroom than hers. Sighing a bit, shutting out the unusual situation she could not make tail or head from, she took off her uniform that she had come dressed in, preparing to take a shower. The formal clothes, consisting of a black shirt, tight black pants, black army-like boots, a long ankle-length overcoat with a tunic collar and a small brooch embedded on its chest, indicating her status as a Watcher course student. were folded by her neatly before placing them inside her bag. She was afraid to ruin them as the uniform warmed her heart. Assured no wrinkles would be formed on the clothes, she took a towel that had barely been left unscathed by the general mess inside her wardrobe before going to the bathroom. Mirroring the bedroom state, the normal spotless bathroom was also in a poor state and was full of Brianna's skincare products. Finishing a quick shower to remove the travel dust, she dried herself before putting on a maxi dress quite similar to the one she wore to the ball and thought to go check the fridge for something to eat before going to bed for a rest. But just as she was exiting her room, her phone suddenly rang. "Hi, sister. You called me." Daniel greeted happily, then waited for Celia to say what she wanted to talk to him about. "Oh, yes, I called. Where is everyone?" "I am on a break from the academy and wanted to surprise you all, but nobody is home," Celia replied as she checked her surroundings. It was as though she were searching for their presence. "What do you mean, where is everybody? Don't you know? Mom said she called you some days ago to inform you of Brianna's Luna ceremony, but you told her you could not come because of the exams." Daniel replied, confused. "What Luna ceremony?" "I did not know that Brianna met her mate, even less about a ceremony taking place," Celia stated, confused, a frown slightly evident on her face, while she had stopped moving her gaze about. All her attention was concentrated on Daniel's answer. "You don't know? Brianna found her mate at the ball last time. It is Ryan, the future alpha of our pack. They couldn't wait longer, you know, the mate poll and whatnot, so tonight she is having the Luna ceremony. From tomorrow onward, she will be our official Luna," Daniel informed her happily, although he couldn't understand why she didn't know about it. "Where is the ceremony?" His answer was not one she expected to hear if Brianna had met her mate at the ball. It was just before she left. Why didn't they also tell her about it? Why had they hidden from her? Why was she kept in the dark? Why had they tried to get her away from the pack? Speaking on the phone was confusing. She would talk with them in person. "It is at the ballroom from last time. They wanted the party to be quite big. Do you want me to come pick you up? The ceremony will be later in the night. There is still time." Daniel offered immediately. He also wanted to see her sooner. "No, it is all right, I will walk," she simply said, railing against any emotions she might unwittingly let out. Now, it truly felt that everything was strange and mysterious. First, her mother did something for her that she would never do. She let her take the exam for the Watcher course. Then, Brianna found her mate before she left, but she never told her about it. She never even mentioned it on the phone, not that anyone called her, as Daniel said they did. And now Brianna was living in her room, and she was also having the Luna ceremony without notice to her at all. "What do you mean walk? It will take longer this way." "Wait for me, I will come pick you up right now," Daniel asked, confused, while he was already checking his pocket for the keys to his car. "Trust me, it will be faster than by car," she replied with an iciness she never showed to her family, no matter how expressionless she was. Not waiting for him to say anything more, she abruptly closed her phone and threw it on the bed. Usually on her poker face, barely any emotions could be seen, but now you could clearly see she was upset. Indeed, she was faster than a car. After putting on her uniform boots that could withstand her inhuman speed and force, she went out of the house swiftly. A ride that usually took a quarter of an hour by car was made by her in 7 to 8 minutes. She did not even breathe heavily when she arrived. Looking at the building for a second, as she cleared her mind overrun with thoughts, she strolled this time, not stopping her feet until she reached the ballroom where people had already begun to gather. Generally, she was a presence that went unnoticed in her pack. Still, now her long wavy hair that rested loosely on her back, her rosy pink, healthy face that had become even more glowing, even the choice of the maxi dress with the boots, which was an unusual combination, and her body which exuded authority. All of it combined made most of the people there turn their head towards her. Her iciness and cold demeanor added to an already alluring charm. Is that Brianna's sister? Wow, she managed to show up. Such a snob, she did not even want to come to her sister's Luna ceremony. Snorted one of Brianna's girlfriends. I know. Brianna was quite upset about it. Apparently she had some exams and could not come. Please, she has jealousy written all over her face, said another mockingly. They talked with small voices, but her keen hearing picked up on it. Was that what her sister said about her? Why did she lie? It was unlikely they made it up. They were her best friends. She did not move away from the front door and just checked inside. Today, she would get to the bottom of things. Not seeing anyone from her family from where she was standing or even smelling them, she thought to check inside the ballroom. Perhaps they were a little further ahead. But just as she placed a small step in front of her, the smell of citrus and vanilla enveloped her. It smelled wonderful, making her wolf, Crescent, who was usually very quiet, unexpectedly active. The latter kept on howling in her head happily. She turned around slowly, already suspicious of what this meant, just as a handsome, tall man appeared in front of her. Mate, he whispered. His face was quite confused, but a longing look could clearly be seen on it. She locked eyes with him, and indeed he was. Mate, she whispered back. Celia, what are you doing home? You were supposed to come back 5 months later. Her mother, angered and panicked even more, asked quickly with a high-pitched voice, interrupting the gazes the two had directed at one another, intentionally or not. Yes, why are you back? Are you not taking the exams anymore? Isn't it your dream to become a watcher? Her sister Brianna also questioned her voice higher than usual, but with the same panicked tone. She was still trying to maintain her innocent facade. In the past, Celia had permitted her childish and willful behavior, but it seemed she was taken for a fool. She could hear the mocking laughs from the girls who were Brianna's friends. It seemed that her younger sister was informing everyone about the exam she was about to take, redirecting the people's thoughts from the current problem. No girl had dared to take the exam, even though there were no gender restrictions, because no girl would be strong enough. Only a fool would try to compare herself with the most powerful of alphas. She looked at both her mother and sister, who were near her mate, without answering their questions. If she still did not understand what everything that happened meant, she would really not be qualified to occupy the alpha's position. The puzzle finally fitted together. Their actions and the fact that her mate was actually holding her sister's hand were the answers she was searching for. She had never wanted a mate before, but seeing him before her, she felt the mate pull. She was still having a poker face, but it did not mean that she was not hurt. In fact, the phantom pain she felt more than a month ago reappeared as she was looking at both of them. So, indeed, it had been the phantom pain a mate would feel when his mate cheated on her. It was exactly the same. She had been a fool. They played her how they wanted. So much for being family, she thought. Even though she felt the pain because of her mate cheating on her, it was still not the reason for her anger. No, the main motive for her rage was her mother, who constantly overlooked her and always prioritized her sister over her and her sister, whom she dearly loved. Even though most of the time she only felt used by Brianna, she had thought it was only childish jealousy on her younger sister's part and never bothered to correct her. Her love for her sister should have been enough. The care she showed towards her, Celia thought, mattered to Brianna. But the result was that she wanted to steal even her mate. She was always used by them. She always had to give up things she wanted to do because of them, and now even her mate should become her sister. The only time they actually let her do what she wanted was to get rid of her presence, to get her away from the pack to ensure she did not interfere. Ha ha ha. She giggled, amused at her own foolishness, the iciness seemingly melting away, though, in reality, her state was actually becoming even colder. All feelings of family love were rapidly cooling down. Seeing her smile, most of the guys there felt as though they saw her for the first time ever, even though she grew up with most of them. She was such a beautiful girl. Even if her giggle was fake, even if it felt like she was giggling to mock herself, it still sounded like small bells ringing in their ears, like a small hummingbird song. They had never heard or seen her laugh before. So much for family. She stated more for herself than for the people around her, and, seeing that there was no more point in sorting things out, she wanted to walk around them to exit the room. No other words were necessary. What could she possibly talk more with these people? What could she discuss with her mate, who reeked of other females, her sister, who reeked of her mate or her mother, who reeked of hate towards her? Everything was disgusting. They were disgusting. She took a few steps and was about to pass by her mate, as she was walking towards the door when, suddenly, he was pulled to the side by her sister. Brianna clung to him possessively, staring hatefully at her. Pathetic. All of you. Her voice had lost all its warmth by this point. Looking at each of them as she said those words, her first rank seemed to ever so slightly shine through. She hadn't released her aura even unwittingly. She had not made them submit to her at all, but her expressionless look and stern gaze still made them feel like doing exactly this, submitting themselves to her. Brianna actually thought she wanted to throw herself into his arms. Such a mate only Brianna would want, Celia thought, never her. Chapter 10 before me was the most beautiful girl I have ever laid eyes on, my mate. She was as perfect as I had always pictured her to be. Her chocolate brown eyes were moist with unshed tears, her rosy pink cheeks, her cherry lips, and her small face. Everything about her was perfect. Everything about her made my wolf scream. She was mine. I had always been with countless girls. Everyone who threw themselves at me, I never refused. I knew I would finally find my mate one day, and until then, I wanted to have as much fun as I could. Even just before I returned to my pack's territory, I never refused the girls who came towards me, hoping to be the Luna. I laughed at them secretly, but still, I would never refuse a free meal. Once I found her, my missing half of a soul, I would dedicate the rest of my life to her and dedicate my life to protecting my pack as the alpha, but until then, I was a free man. Meeting Brianna at the ball, smelling her sweet strawberry scent. I thought she was the one. My wolf said that at that time, he did not feel the mate pull towards her, and even I did not feel it. Other than her scent, she did not seem like my mate. But she was the most beautiful girl there, the only one present that stood out from the rest. If she was not, then who else would deserve to be the mate of an alpha? So I asked her then why I could feel a faint scent from her as if she was my mate, but I did not feel the pull towards her as soon as I approached her. She looked at me with eyes full of love and hope, but wavered a bit at the question I asked. She stood silent for a moment before explaining to me that she had not yet shifted as she was only 20 years old, and perhaps that could be the reason. Suddenly, her scent got stronger as she looked towards the door with her eyes wide open. Why, I did not know, so I looked behind me, following her gaze, but I did not manage to see what had caught her attention when she talked once more, grabbing my interest again. We spent the entire duration of the ball together. She would not leave my side at all, always clinging to me. But this made me happy as I also loved her eagerness towards me and her comforting presence. We were at the center of attention as all the guys and girls looked towards us with envy in their eyes. The following days, we were together more and more, and I could not get enough of her presence and adorableness. She was a sweet girl, pure and innocent, a perfect fit for a Luna. Everyone around us cheered us on, seeing us together. She was liked by many people due to her gentleness and good character. Everyone would tell me about her intelligence, her care towards her friends, and her family. Since she was young, she enjoyed cooking to help around the house, and she even made her own clothes, sometimes for her friends as well. Her friends also told me that she was more mature than her older sister, with the latter unable to compare to her, no matter how hard she struggled to do so. I could see that for myself and confirm their words, as her sister even had delusions of becoming a watching student and had thrown a tantrum until her mother let her do as she pleased. Of course, my petite, cute mate only confided in me about this, as she was too sad and disappointed with her sister. She never told her friends, though, so they would not judge her sister even harsher than they already were. Her friends also mentioned that my mate was more beautiful than her older sister, to which I agreed, as I had once seen her older sister's photo when she showed me some family photographs on her phone. She had an invisible presence and a solemn expression. Not even a small smile was on her face in any photo I saw, and she was always looking down. You could not see her eyes. But I did not linger much looking at her, seeing the cheery, pretty face of my mate next to her. It caught all of my attention. Spending even more time with Brianna, I noticed the strawberry scent got stronger, making me think she was getting close to shifting. I felt deeper feelings for her every day, so it only took about a week before I succumbed to temptation and made her mine. Today was supposed to be her Luna ceremony. Tonight, I was supposed to mark her, as she was already carrying my pup. But even though I fell in love with her, strangely, I was still waiting to feel the mate pull. My wolf had not cared for her in the slightest, other than her scent. And today, I finally understood why. The strawberry fragrance hit my nose as soon as I opened the ballroom door with my mate behind me. It overpowered every scent in the room. It overpowered my supposed mate's scent. Also, confused, I looked up, following the scent, with my wolf howling in my head. Locking my eyes with her, I felt my knees go weak. I felt my heart pound in my chest. And I finally felt the mate pull, realizing what seeing your true mate really should be like. My mate was Brianna's sister. The one everyone had said was a jealous, insignificant, and immature person, too petty even to attend her sister's ceremony. But why could I not understand now what they had told me? Why could I not see any of it in her appearance? How could such a beautiful person be anything but perfect? Chapter 10b. She looked at her sister like one would gaze at a small ant. After her initial giggle, she resumed her poker face. Even her tears had dried. Deep within her mind, perhaps she always knew how they truly were, but never wanted to admit it. Her family had never cared for her. Only her brother was the one she would still consider family. The rest of the members, from today onwards, would become nothing but strangers. With these thoughts in mind, she started walking once more, not giving them a second glance, and exited the venue. There was nothing else she wanted in this moment other than being as far away as possible from all of them. She felt suffocated the longer she stayed in the pack's territory, her feelings of escaping reflected in her steps. This was her intention, but hurrying down the hallway, she was stopped in her tracks when she met face-to-face with her brother. "Big sister." Daniel called happily and immediately went up to her, hugging his big sister. Unaware of the happenings that occurred earlier in the ballroom. The young man had always felt alienated from Brianna, so he was not particularly excited about her Luna ceremony. For this reason, he was thinking of only walking inside the venue just when the ceremony was about to begin. "I am so glad to see you. I missed you," he exclaimed joyfully. Although disappointed and angry, Celia was still a logical person. She would never take out her spite on other people, so she said nothing, only gently hugged him back. In the time she was away, he seemed to have grown a little taller. He was steadily becoming an adult. Wondering how exactly she arrived so quickly to the ballroom just by walking on her feet, Daniel was curious and wanted to ask her how she did it, but as he released her from his embrace, he noticed something was off. His sister felt even more aloof than normal, even more closed off from the world, and he knew it meant she was upset. "Did something happen at the academy? What's wrong? Did they bully you for being a girl?" he concernedly asked her. His big sister was the quiet type and most likely wouldn't retaliate if someone were to bully her. No, quite opposite. Everyone has treated me better than I would ever expect them to, Celia calmly replied. They had treated her better than her own family, she mentally added. Then why are you upset? Come to think of it, you're going in the opposite direction of the ballroom. He noted, looking around in confusion, checking for the problem. I saw everyone, and now I am going back to the academy. She stated simply, not wanting to dive more into the subject. There was no point in doing so. Moreover, by talking, she would delay leaving the pack territory, inviting more trouble and anguish. She had enough for today. She had enough for her whole life, actually. Hey, but you said you were on your break. How can you leave when you just got here? The reason his sister gave him was clearly a dismissive one. It was a reason to cover up a bigger problem. For Celia to become upset, it took quite a serious matter to make it happen. Celia? A stern voice interrupted their conversation before she managed to reply. It was a voice that did not hold the smallest affection for a child a parent had not seen in more than a month. It was her father, Robert, arriving for the ceremony. He was accompanying the old alpha of the pack, Richard, and his Luna, Abigail. Seeing them, Celia railed against any emotions she had. She did not know the exact participants in the deceiving act that was happening inside the ballroom, alternatively known as the Luna ceremony of her sister. But even if she knew it made no difference, her only goal was to leave. Showing the bear the maximum respect she could conjure at this moment, she slightly nodded in the direction of the newcomers, acknowledging their presence, but did not exchange a word of greeting. When she became a Watcher student, she and the other students received a small guideline book containing regulations they needed to follow in the future, rules other packs were required to follow when in contact with them, and other relevant information. In the book, it was stated that by becoming a Watcher, one was no longer part of their original pack, but rather part of the pack formed together with the other Watchers, and ultimately, they were part of the Royal Pack. As such, they were required to maintain their distance from the members with authority from their original pack and to only conduct themselves in a formal way, not in the humble manner they were previously accustomed to. This applied from the moment their tattoo appeared on their bodies. As students, they were already considered half-Watchers. Explaining further, it meant that submission to their home pack's alpha was not only no longer required of them, but was even prohibited. What are you doing? Not bowing to your alpha. Your mother told me what a stupid thing you were doing. Honestly, begging her just to become a laughingstock? Are you getting cocky now when you have not even taken the test at the academy? He boomed, furious. Her father always had a strict demeanor and would scold her for the smallest of supposed mistakes. He was also one, as much as her mother, who showed a difference in treatment, believing that Luna's fate belonged to her sister. It is all right, Robert. Don't get angry. The girl did not mean any disrespect, Richard said, smiling, but Abigail slightly frowned at her actions. Celia did not respond to her father, ignoring him, still looking at her brother. Her father's imposing voice no longer held any importance to her. She had never felt fear towards her father, as one would fear a higher-ranked alpha, and only treated him with respect. It had given the latter the impression that she feared him, but now, with the veil not covering her eyes anymore, the previous respect was non-existent. For some reason, she had the feeling her father also knew and participated in the lie. If not at the very beginning, as he was away, he was most likely informed of what her sister and mother did later. I am leaving now. I will text you later with my new number, as the Academy has issued another one for me that I am required to have. You can contact me using that number at any time. If you ever have any problems or just wish to see me, give me a call and I will arrange a plane ticket for you immediately. Don't think about the costs, all right? Just give me a call and it will be done. She smiled slightly at her brother and kissed his forehead. Wait, why does it sound like you are never coming back? Daniel asked, worried. Something was really wrong. She only smiled lightly and was about to leave. She did not want to be in this place even for a minute longer. The pain of the bond was still making her sick. She wanted to be far away. At the academy, she was never like this at all. The phantom pain did not appear even once. "Celia, wait!" shouted Ryan as he came running after her. Brianna had tried to stop him, but he shrugged her off and came for her, with Brianna and her mother following behind. How could he let his true mate leave? She must have misunderstood the situation. She must have thought he did not want her. As long as he explained, she would understand him and return. She was his. She was the only one in this world who would understand and love him truly. "Alpha Ryan and Luna Brianna, congratulations on your appointment," she said, her head turned only towards them. Her expressionless face did not show any emotion in particular, but her words were meant to separate the relationships between them from those of mere acquaintances or even less. "Wait, but you are my rightful Luna," he replied, panicked. She was thinking about rejecting him. Hearing him, everyone in the hallway gasped. The only ones who were not surprised were Brianna and her mother. "What do you mean rightful Luna?" asked his father, confused. "Father, she is my mate," he hurriedly replied, feeling wronged. "What? You said Brianna was your mate. How come it is Celia now?" Richard shouted with a harsh tone. "I thought so because Brianna smelt like Celia, but I did not feel the mate pull. Brianna said she had not shifted until now, so I thought it was because of this reason that I could not feel the mate pull towards her yet. But just now when I met Celia, I realized she is my true mate." Ryan immediately explained, trying to excuse himself. You, why did you not ask me? How can you believe such a reason? Even if Brianna would not have shifted yet, you should have seen it in her eyes. You should have felt the mate pull regardless. Richard replied, annoyed with his stupid son. "And what do you mean, Brianna did not shift yet?" "She shifted at the beginning of this year," stated Daniel, confused. His big sister should have been the Luna, not Brianna. Well, he always knew that girl had not even one drop of Luna blood in her body. It finally clicked, only now Ryan understood her panicked expression at the ball, the reason he did not feel the mate pull. Everything fitted. He had been deceived. Celia sighed. She was not even upset anymore. It seemed her sister actually did her a favor. If she had seen Ryan before, it would have been impossible to become a watcher. The only problem that remained was the fact that her heart ached involuntarily, and Crescent kept howling in pain since she saw her mate. But she knew her wolf. She would have never accepted someone who had fooled around with other women, and definitely not someone who impregnated her sister. Since he arrived in the pack's territory, she kept having phantom pains almost every night, even before he met her sister at the ball. Who would ever want such a mate? The three of them would be all right together, just as always, one person, two wolves. Waning had surfaced from deep within her mind for some time already, and had protectively wrapped around Crescent with her body, which was quite easy as the white wolf was much bigger than Crescent. In her warm embrace, the latter settled down. Ryan looked angry at Brianna. He could have shredded her to pieces if he could. She was the cause of all these problems. His look, devoid of any love, made the latter cower behind her mother. Since she had met Ryan until now, this was the first time she had felt such a killing intent from him. The first time he had shown such a disgusted face towards her. She was already carrying his pup. Why would Celia still matter to him now? "Alpha, Ryan, please quell your anger. Brianna is frail right now." Immediately, her mother tried to diffuse his rage. All their plans had gone awry, but they still had an unexpected advantage. The pup that was growing in Brianna's womb was the rightful heir to this pack. He had to accept the reality either way. But still, an alpha's rage was dangerous. In a moment of anger, he could hurt Brianna. "She is frail? She was the one who kept me from my true mate," he shouted erratically. His anger kept rising, and his aura leaked uncontrollably, making them submit to him. Even the people who were inside the ballroom across the hallway felt his changed mood, though they did not dare exit, as he had ordered everyone to stay inside. The only ones who were not showing their neck in submission were his father and Celia. Her aloof stance had not changed from the beginning until now. His aura was not even on par with the lowest-ranked member of her pack, and that was putting it lightly. "Sister, please tell him you did not want a mate. Your dream has always been to be a watcher. That is why you went away immediately after the ball." Her sister pleaded, and the tone of her voice was small and humble, a complete contrast to her previous demeanor. She had thought that since they had already mated and she was carrying his pup, Ryan would ignore and reject her sister, even if she was his rightful mate. From their childhood until now, her aloof sister was always ignored by everyone. She could never compare to her. That was why she had dared to deceive Ryan at the ball. When he saw her and came towards her, her heart pounded, and she felt proud of herself. Of course, she was his Luna. She had no idea exactly what the mate pull implied. She only knew that his looks and position fit someone like her. But her confidence waned when he asked her at that time why she smelled like his mate, though only subtly. She did not understand what he meant until he said the scent got stronger, and that was when she saw her sister standing at the entrance. She had taken her dress, and there was not enough time to wash it, even though her sister had tried it on before, so Celia's scent was all over the dress. Realizing this, she acted quickly, pulling his attention to herself, and luckily, her sister had a mishap and did not move away from the entrance. A waiter had spilt some wine on her light-colored dress, resulting in the latter having no other choice but to leave the venue to clean the wine stain. Once Celia left, she was still worried. She could return any second now to the ballroom. So, as soon as Brianna could, she called her mother and told her what happened. At first, her mother was happy and said that it was all right if Celia was Ryan's mate. Frankly, she did not care who it was specifically, as long as one of her daughters was the Luna. Moreover, Brianna surely would also have an alpha mate as well, so it worked even better. But she could not stand it. She saw Ryan first, and only she could be his mate. Moreover, until she could find her true mate, if she ever did, her sister would rise above her in the pack. She could never permit such a thing to happen. She feared the mocking gazes from those around. She was always the best and should still be the best. So she convinced her mother that there was still a probability of not finding him, her true mate. Then what would happen if the aloof Celia was not to Ryan's taste, and he rejected her? In the end, her mother agreed for fear of not having at least one of her girls become a Luna and helped her send Celia away. She was supposed to be gone for 6 months. She would have already been marked by then. Of course, a girl could never take part even during the exams for the Watchers. They must have sent Celia away. She thought as her jaws clenched in anger. Now she was in this situation, but it was still all right. Celia had always been like a mother to her. She would surely help her out. Ever since she was young until now, whatever she asked her sister, the latter had never refused. As such, she was now implying that Celia take responsibility and make it seem like she was the one who asked Brianna to impersonate his mate. She thought Celia would still help her, but she had been the naive one. Her sister helped her before because she knew Brianna's personality and thought of her only as a childish and innocent girl. But she was not foolish to help her, regardless of the situation she was in, especially now when the wrongs she did escalated. This was not a childish prank. This was not a project that she would do in her stead, and these were not clothes and cupcakes that she, Brianna, would claim as her own. No, this was life. This was her worth in Brianna's eyes, a helper, nothing more. Still, in recognition of Brianna's assistance in her enrollment, even if it was not a pure intention on her younger sister's part, she did not deny or affirm her words. She did not try to add fire to the fuel. It would have meant that she truly wished to be Ryan's mate. Chapter 11. Celia's phone suddenly rang in the deafening silence. The situation had become stalemate for some moments already. Celia had not reacted at all to Brianna's plea, so the latter did not know how to continue speaking. If she were to say anything else, she could possibly make the situation worse. Diane, the protective mother, did not know how to guard Brianna if Ryan were to attack her daughter suddenly. As for the other people, well, other than Celia, who just wanted to leave, each of them was more shocked than the other. No one knew how they could rectify the matter. Inside the ballroom, the pack members were waiting for the Luna ceremony of a fake mate, moreover, a pregnant one. How could they set things right? Did the possibility of correcting the matter even exist? Daniel, on his part, was the only one who looked worriedly towards Celia, but his words were stuck in his throat. What could he say to his sister? Brianna had always taken advantage of Celia, but this time, she had crossed any possible limit. She had taken it way too far. Everyone kept quiet, creating an awkward atmosphere that was disrupted by the ringtone. She calmly checked her phone, only to see Jake's name on the caller ID. Honestly, a friend she met a month ago called her after only a day of absence, but her family did not manage to call her, even though a month had passed since her departure. Hello. She picked up the phone in their presence, unconcerned about the current mood. She had said she would call him after arriving home, but she had omitted to. It was unfair towards him not to answer because of the lovely people around her. Hi, Alpha. His greeting boomed in her ear. He was clearly excited to hear her voice. His clear, happy tone contrasts with the current funeral-like mood. The high-ranking werewolves of her pack, of course, could hear it also, even if he was not on speaker. Was it a joke between them? Their faces seemed to say otherwise. Who would call a girl Alpha? Hi, Jake. I am sorry, I said I would call you, but I did not. She frankly admitted, without any excuses. Her warm tone, unlike until now, even though she had not said many words during this whole time, made Ryan's heart ache and filled with jealousy. No problem, no problem. Who would dare to question their leader? I just wanted to check if you arrived home without any problems, he said reassuringly. Also, the secretary informed me and the guys that, although the courses start on the 15th of September for the normal classes, for the Watcher students they will start on the 1st of September, so you should come back some days before the 1st. As your beta, I told her I will inform you myself, so she will not call you personally to let you know. He informed her enthusiastically, happy she would come back earlier than she intended. Thank you for letting me know. Can you also do me a favor? Celia asked, her tone still calm and mellow. The information about the Watcher classes had quelled even more the lingering feelings of sadness and resentment she subconsciously still retained towards her family. Sure. Anything for my Watcher packs, Alpha. He hurriedly replied. I do not have the secretary's number on my old phone, and the Academy-issued phone is not with me. Please ask her to book me a plane ticket on the next flight to the Academy. I only need about an hour to get to the airport, so any flight that is 2 hours or more away would be perfect. Her voice did not change as she told him, but he did notice something was off. She had said she would stay home for the entire vacation period, and now she wished to return immediately. Something must have been wrong with her family for her to leave. Celia was not an unruly or irrational person. If anything, she was very attentive and would likely suffer grievances by herself rather than cause harm to others. Even before they went to the city, the care and happiness she displayed while choosing presents for her loved ones showed just how much she valued them. But from her family's part, although he could not tell whether they felt the same towards her, the one thing he knew for certain was that the only person she had any contact with was her brother. The rest of her family had not called her at all. But he did not question her. They would talk soon anyway in person. All right. The secretary has already stated that whenever you wish to return, please inform her, and she will book a first-class ticket on the next available flight. You can already go to the airport. They should have VIP waiting areas for watchers and alphas prepared, so you can wait there comfortably. Additionally, I will arrange for a private driver from my family's company to pick you up. We have a branch in the city next to your PAX border. It should take half an hour for him to arrive. Take care and call me when you meet with the driver. Jake quickly stated. Quite an efficient beta you are. Thank you. I will do so. She replied gratefully. She was warmed by his care. He had already considered everything for her but did not intrude further on her privacy. Sighing a bit, as she had still been a bit unnatural and stiff as she talked, she closed the phone and headed for the exit. She should go and take her bags and head to the PAX border. Luckily, she has not unpacked anything yet. Well, she did take something out of the luggage, the souvenirs for her family. But those were things that she wouldn't want to take back, even though she no longer wished to give them to her family, considering those objects represented her love for them. Forget it. She would just consider it as giving alms or farewell presents. The rest of the people there only now reacted, seeing she was about to leave. They had been stunned. She was actually a Watcher student, and not just any Watcher student, which was already impossible for a girl. She was the alpha of a whole pack of them. Her brother felt proud. Deep down, he knew what she was capable of. He was unsure about her strength, as he had never even seen her in her wolf form, but in terms of intelligence and fairness, she was more than qualified. Her father did not know what to make of the situation. He rarely spoke with his daughter. He only knew her as someone who loved to do the chores around the house, but he never knew her passions, her wishes, and her capabilities. A Watcher child would make any parent proud. He considered her the least capable of his children, and yet she was actually the best of the three. Her mother's eyes flashed. The authority, the respect she would get from everyone, even the alpha of the pack, would have to personally receive a Watcher. And as long as a Watcher was inside the pack's border, the alpha could only do whatever a Watcher asked. Otherwise, he could be punished or even exiled if a Watcher snapped his fingers. She had heard that Watchers were only below the council, and the council was only below the king. What could she do to change her daughter's mind? If Celia left now without making peace with her, perhaps she would never come back again. The old alpha couple were also terrified. Their son was about to make another his Luna, other than his rightful mate. The true mate could possibly banish them or punish them if she held resentment towards them when she became a full Watcher 2 years later. Or even earlier if she took her grievances to the council. In her position, it was quite easy to meet them, and they, as a lesser pack, they would certainly have problems getting hold of the assistance of the council members, even less hope of directly contacting their superiors. Whatever Celia informed them would become the truth. She could even exaggerate their acts, and they would have no way to defend themselves. Celia, please wait. You are my mate, how can you leave me and go? Ryan asked desperately. He was just as surprised as the rest of them, but for him, what mattered most was the mate pull he felt towards her at the moment. Alpha, please conduct yourself respectfully. You are already about to conduct your Luna ceremony with your chosen one. She replied with no sarcasm and no pain in her voice. She was already calming down. She heard that mates could barely live without each other once they found one another. But for her, it seemed the pain was already subsiding slowly, for which she was grateful. But you're my mate. Rest assured I will only conduct the ceremony for you. Hearing his words, her sister started to weep. She had been feeling jealous and angry, hearing that Celia had managed to pass the exams, and now she was also robbing her of Ryan. Alpha, I will never accept a mate who has been with countless women since he came to our pack territory. And I will certainly not be the Luna of a man who has impregnated my sister. You have already made your choice when you could not respect the mating bond. He had no idea how she knew about his flings, and even less how she knew about his sister, but it was the truth, making him unable to refute her words. Still, he could not give up. This was before I knew of your existence, and as for Brianna, I thought she was my mate. Please do not deny us. A werewolf only has one mate for life. If you will not have me, you will never have a mate again. Can you deny your wolf her rightful mate? He reasoned with the only thing he thought would move her. Indeed, the human side could find other werewolves or humans. They could mate with others, but the rightful mate was only one, so when the human side chose another, his or her wolf could suffer. She wavered a bit, not that she was thinking about finding someone else, but she did not want her wolf to suffer. I do not want you as well. A pathetic mate who could not identify his own mate because of constant mingling with other women, and a wolf who was not strong enough to hold him from debauchery. Who would want the both of you? This time, Crescent took over angrily, spouting her words. Really, her mate could only reason with them by making Celia feel guilty. He did not feel it. Instead, he did not even apologize for his actions. Ryan realized who spoke, but it made the situation worse for him. He could not accept that both were trying to reject him. In a fit of anger, his wolf took over, with the human side easily letting him take control of their body. What his wolf wanted was his wish as well. His eyes darkened as his canines and claws elongated, while he had already started to run towards Celia at the fastest possible speed. With her keen, higher-ranked werewolf vision, the fastest movements of Ryan seemed only a childish attempt at harming her. But seeing his eyes that were following her neck, her expression darkened, and her gaze turned icier than when he had started his steps towards her. If he had only wanted to attack her, she would still understand. He was an alpha, and his pride had suffered as a result of the rejection. But the gaze that had not left her neck and his wide-open mouth were clear indications of his actions. He wanted to bite her. He was trying to forcefully make her his. Ryan's fast attack should have ended when his fangs were buried deep inside her flesh. Then, she would have had no choice but to accept him, no choice but to remain by his side. These were the man's thoughts, wishes that remained unfulfilled as his head stopped inches away from her neck. Stunned and confused, he did not understand why he was seeing the part where his mark should be, but struggling to the best of his abilities, he was still not able to move closer. With one hand on his neck, she had immobilized him completely. It was the first time she had used her strength in human form at full capacity and without the aid of her two wolves. Still, it felt like she had easily overpowered him. If she clenched a little bit more, her hand, his spine would fracture, and his life would end. But by doing so, what would the difference be between him and her? He had tried to use low means to subdue her, but she still abided by the rules, and she still had her consciousness. Article 7.2b of the Watcher Code. Violence against Watchers or Watcher students is considered treason, so they are free to pass judgment as they see fit without prior notifying the Council. This is only a warning, Alpha. In consideration to the pack that raised me, I will let you be. Try it one more time, and you will lose the title you barely received. Finishing her words, she flung his neck, making his body crash into the wall. She would not kill him, but it did not mean she was a saint. Retracting her left hand that was used to throw him, everyone could see the tattoo that only appeared on a Watcher on her left palm, making the realization of what just happened more frightening. An offense to a Watcher was not something to joke about. They finally realized she truly was a Watcher student. The strength to stop a raging alpha with one hand, how many were capable of such a feat? It was the first time they saw her for who she truly was. So, the only reason they could treat her as they wished in the past was because she allowed them to. Had she intended otherwise, she could have even challenged the old alpha for his position in the pack. With his aching body, Ryan stood up. He still wanted to say something, but she did not let him. Alpha, do not try to reason with me any longer. The mate pull, Every werewolf knows what it is. Deep within your mind, you realized my sister was not your mate. Even your wolf knew she was not, but you wished her to be. Her personality, her beauty, it was everything you wished for in a mate. Now own up to it. Complete your Luna ceremony, because you will certainly not have me as your Luna, no matter how long you wait. She said, then looked at everyone and only concluded. Everyone, please deal with your problems on your own. I am sorry, I have a plane to catch. She turned around and already decided she would not talk anymore. She had tried to leave several times already, but they kept trying to stop her. Snapping out of her dazedness, seeing her daughter leave, Diane trailed behind her quickly as she walked towards the exit. With her keen hearing, Celia noticed her footsteps, but did not turn around to look at her. No matter what, this time, she was truly leaving. Honey, wait. Celia, please let me explain. The older woman hurriedly spoke, her expression one of desperation. Diane had even stumbled on her feet trying to catch up to her, but it was futile. She did not let her mother utter a word more. Picking up her speed, the first-ranked werewolf vanished in front of her mother's eyes. What remained was the slightly perturbed ground and dusty air caused by her fast steps. Chapter 12. With Jake's help, Celia was driven to the airport quickly and without any inconvenience. The driver he sent arrived at the pack border half an hour after the call and swiftly brought her to the airport. He had also made sure she found the VIP area. As Jake's father was the alpha of his pack and often used the special waiting room designed for the werewolf leaders of the various packs, the driver directed her with ease. She had changed into her uniform and also adorned the student brooch on her chest before leaving her home, so fortunately no further identification was required to allow access to the waiting room. Sitting on the couch with her head propped on one hand, she looked out the window to see the incoming planes. At this point, she had no energy left to do anything else but this. Checking her phone for a brief moment to find out the time, she ignored all the missed calls that popped up and the unread messages, her only interest being the conversation with Jake. According to the details Jake had messaged her about the flight, she still had to wait about an hour more. But she was lucky. Asking him to help her book the flight was the best idea, as it was the very last one of the day. It was also a private flight that normal people and low-ranked werewolves could not use. Fortunately, her student status as a watcher had made all the difference. Otherwise, she would have had to wait until the next day for the first commercial flight. Crescent had settled down as well. It must have been Waning's earlier company that made all the difference. Waning always had a calming effect towards Celia and Crescent. Her healing power was also the best. This was why Crescent had wanted to suggest that Waning take the phantom pains away a month ago when Celia kept feeling hurt. As her thoughts wandered to Crescent, naturally, Celia also thought of Waning. After comforting Crescent in the hallway, the latter had now retreated again to the back of her mind and did not even respond when Celia called, making her wonder why the wolf did so. In the past, whenever Waning retreated to the back of her mind, she would still hear her voice and the latter would also come up to talk to her from time to time, but now it was like she closed herself off, as she sealed herself from the outside world completely. Pondering this a bit, she suddenly realized that Ryan's wolf was supposed to be Waning's mate also, so she must have suffered just as much as Crescent. It was insensible of her that they had not tried to make Waning feel better as well. As such, she did not try to call Waning again, leaving her some time to recollect her thoughts. Waning was the most silent of the three, preferring to keep her problems to herself whenever she encountered them. If Celia or Crescent tried to make her speak of them, the white wolf would suffer more from the conversation rather than feel better. It had made Celia worry about her regarding this, but the comfort Waning preferred was only the one she would ask herself. Sighing, as she had found herself doing numerous times since she had remained alone, she only conversed from time to time with Crescent. At the other far end of the large VIP room, another person was also waiting for the plane's crew to finish their preparation. The tall man, dressed in a professional black suit, sat with his legs crossed, currently reading a document. He was surrounded by 6 guards who stood a few feet away from his seat, circling it, preventing other people from getting close to the somber man, not that anyone would dare to do so. His black, ebony hair was neatly combed towards the back of his head, and his pale, white face, bright blue eyes, sharp nose, and small lips made a beautifully sculpted man. But his sharp, clenched jaw and his thick, straight brows furrowed in a frown made him unapproachable, even without the presence of the guards. He sighed and frowned more with each minute that he spent reading the report, turning a page of it from time to time, before returning his left hand to support his head as he was checking its contents. He was trying to concentrate on what was written while he kept reminding himself mentally that his subordinate needed a reevaluation. The poorly written report was too needlessly detailed, instead of only including the main ideas. If he had to check every detail himself, then why would he need other people? He frowned once more before finally giving up and closing the document. Seriously, why did he allow Micah, his beta, to take some time off? The bastard could not even leave a proper replacement for his position. He decided then that the poor guy would not have another free day for the next 5 years. He had already let him have 10 days off in 3 years. It should be enough. Raising his eyes in front of him for the first time in 2 hours, he sighed in displeasure. His eyes were captured by the lovely image that appeared at the other far end of the room. On the opposite side, the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on in his 100 years of life, and he had seen so many before, was sitting silently on a couch. Her unfocused eyes were gazing out the window. There was nothing truly special about her if you only glanced at the surface. Her chocolate brown eyes were an ordinary, normal color. Most of the population on Earth had that color, but they seemed moist and watery. The red rings that framed them, the clear evidence she had been crying, made them more vivid, enhancing their brilliant sparkle. Her dark hair was just ruffled and put up in a messy bun, but it made her already small face seem even smaller and cuter, regardless of the lack of makeup applied to it. In her entirety, she seemed just like a beautiful woman, but not so much as you could say the most beautiful one. But nonetheless, her whole appearance fitted so perfectly together that it felt like he was looking at a painting. He felt as though his gaze could not leave her, captivated by her. How lovely it would be if someone like her were his mate, his half a soul that he had been searching for through the decades, but he knew she could not be the one meant for him. After so many years, he had lost all hope of finding his mate. Perhaps he did not even have one. He knew as he looked for her all over the world, searching all the places he could think of, but had been unable to find her. The girl before him was lovely, and perhaps he could even easily fall in love with her. But he did not feel the mate pull towards her, even if his nose picked up the lovely strawberry scent from the direction of the girl, coincidentally the smell of his favorite fruit. For a werewolf to be a mate of another, there needed to be a certain pull. He would have recognized her at first glance if she truly were his mate. But sadly, her wolf did not seem to acknowledge his, and his wolf also did not recognize hers. To be a mate, there were 3 conditions that absolutely needed to be met. One was a smell. The scent of a mate would feel enticing to a werewolf. 2 was an attraction, which could be seen if the mate's eyes locked together. And 3 was a wolf. The pair needed to recognize each other. Her smell and the attraction were obviously there, but the wolf was not. He only ever wanted one single mate, the mate designed for him. Just like his mother had been for his father, any other werewolf would just leave you once they found their true mate. And he also wanted to be with his true mate. What if she had been waiting for him, and he did not wait for her? He could not handle his mate's rejection for this reason. He sighed again. It seemed that, after all, he still had not lost all hope of finding his mate. He chuckled to himself mockingly. He was still waiting for her even after all this time. Clearing his mind of thoughts, he saw that the beautiful lady stood up from the couch, and that was when he noticed the Royal Academy's uniform. He looked again intently, concentrating his vision, and checked the metallic brooch on her chest. It was the identification of the type of student she was, the year she was in, and her rank in her class. The silver White Watcher's brooch, which shone brightly, was one of a kind. It was owned by only one person out of all the students of the same year. Intrigued, he quickly searched his memory just as the realization of her identity hit him in the next second. He was informed earlier that this year, a girl had managed to defeat several dozen third-ranked werewolves in the melee war, becoming a watcher and the alpha of the new class. It had surprised him and everyone from the council. It was not an easy feat to actually win against so many alpha-ranked werewolves. And seeing her now in front of his eyes, she was a bit taller than most girls. This was true, but she was thin and seemed frail at the same time. He could not comprehend just how she managed to defeat them. Everyone had urged him to see the recording of the melee war, to see the spectacular fight. They told him that for the first part of the test, she had not attacked much, only defending against attackers. But mid-fight, when she went from a defensive stance to an offensive one, it had been a crushing defeat. It had piqued his interest to see the fight, but he hadn't managed to find the time for it. Now, seeing her in person made him even more curious, and he would certainly watch it. Trailing her with his eyes until she left the room, he gestured to the assistant who was behind him to approach for an order. The latter came close, sweating profusely, as he had seen the report he had painstakingly written close abruptly. "Yes, Your Highness." The young man immediately acknowledged and slightly bent his head. "Find the information about this year's Watcher exam for me. I want to know the details of the new alpha," he succinctly ordered. "I already have it with me, Your Highness. Do you want to read it now? I also have the recording of the melee war," the assistant quickly offered. Salas looked surprised towards him. It seemed that this assistant was not as inefficient as he had appeared at first glance. Perhaps he should give him another chance, and also let that bastard keep his 10-day vacation every 3 years. He did not realize that his assistant was actually an avid fan of the Watchers, especially of this year's alpha, the first ever female Watcher, and so had simply kept the file to learn more about his idol. Chapter 13, the returning flight to the academy, had been even more comfortable than when she flew the last time. The private plane had separate rooms for each group of people, it seemed, and because she flew alone, she had been given a room to herself. She could even take a nap. She was not physically tired, but mentally exhausted. The situation with her family had drained her. She had tried for years to ignore their actions, hoping that her care towards them would change something, but sadly, it did not. Trying to take her mind off thinking more, she closed her eyes as several tears and drops flowed involuntarily, still recounting their faces and actions as she drifted off to sleep. From now on, she would care for herself more. From now on, she would think more about her wishes and dreams. She promised herself. 2 months later, she had just finished braiding her hair in a high ponytail, the last preparation she had to do before going to the classes, when she heard a knock. "Alpha, are you ready?" Jake's enthusiastic voice could be heard from behind the door. Already prepared, she did not answer his question, but hurriedly grabbed her phone, a small briefcase containing a couple of notebooks and her laptop, and then directly went to open the door. Seeing Celia standing in the doorway, just as he was about to knock again, Jake smiled cheekily while they greeted each other. Then, she waited for the alpha to lock her room before they started walking in the direction of the canteen. Once they grabbed their breakfast, they would head to the first classes of the Watcher course. Today was the first day of the semester, and all the students were nervous. They were the highest-ranked werewolves amongst their peers, but who wouldn't be, especially in front of the teachers whom they had only heard legends about. Though to lighten the mood, they still cracked a joke every now and then during breakfast. Before they were selected for the Watcher courses, they each had their own group. But after remaining the last 10, they had formed their group together. Celia also felt welcome in their midst, as the fact that she was the only woman between them and their leader fortunately did not pose a problem. She was not aware that the other candidates had already realized that she had selected them during the melee war and did not just randomly throw people out of the circle as she could during her attack. After the fight, which left them baffled, they watched the video numerous times, trying to understand just how she defeated them. Only in slow motion could they manage to see her dexterity, her speed, and her strength. And lastly, they could see how she had carefully selected them out of the 30 or more werewolves that remained in the circle at the time of their fight. Skillfully moving between them, she threw their opponents out of the circle, even though some of them were in a more unfavorable position than the other candidates at that moment. She could have had an easier time taking them out rather than the other. In essence, she was the one who picked them to form their group. As such, being recognized by her, they felt a sense of camaraderie, and even though only 2 months had passed, they were already a pack. Sitting with the rest of the guys, she also did not feel awkward in their presence anymore. She was not a talkative person, she did not try to keep a conversation going, and most of the time, she did not join in their talks, but strangely, she did not feel excluded. They would always refer to her as well when speaking and would also respect her status among them. For the last 2 months, they stayed from morning to night, always together, either training, learning the rules, or just walking around the city in their free time. As a result, a tight-knit group steadily formed. Hello, class, and welcome to your first course of the semester. I am Gabriel Collins, and of course, as all of you took the seer test, you surely remember me from your admittance exam. As I mentioned earlier, I will be your general knowledge teacher. As for what this actually means, I will be the one teaching you the history and knowledge of every kind of supernatural creature there and how to deal with each one. That means weaknesses and strengths, general knowledge of packs, hierarchy and whatnot, and also rogues. You may also think of me as your head teacher and seek me for other problems you may have. Now then, if you do not have questions, we should begin with a little introduction from each of you. The courses ran throughout the day, and they realized that besides the breaks for meals, there were no other breaks. They only managed to catch their breath at night, after 8 o'clock, but they could tell it was so that they could sleep. Because when they did try to stay some more in the common room to hang out, half of them fell asleep on the couch. From 8 a.m., they had courses on general knowledge, rules and law courses, combat training, strengthening training, combat using weapons training, a course on liberal discussions of situations involving misconduct with alphas, additional general knowledge courses, further training, and more law courses until 8 p.m. The only thing they were grateful for was the fact that at least after each course where they had to study, a course of combat followed. In this way, they could rest their body and train their minds, and vice versa. After 2 weeks of this tiring lifestyle, finally, the general courses students had the opening of their school year. As the teachers would most likely participate in the ceremony, they naturally deduced that they could finally rest after having undergone combat training in the morning and the afternoon. Well then, students, after washing up, please go to the central amphitheater for the opening ceremony. Their combat teacher, Riddick Kane, said with a smile. He was a tall, middle-aged man, and although his face seemed to laugh as he talked, he was actually the most terrifying teacher of all, as he underwent a 180-degree personality change during training. Hearing his words, the students realized only then that the hellish training had ended, as he had often referred to them as maggots during the training. The only one he referred to with her title was Celia, as he called her Alpha, but it was not because he respected her position between them. It was because, secretly, he had also become her fan. He watched the war video numerous times and all. And even if he hadn't watched it, Just for the fact that she was the only one who could keep up with his training without much sweat, she had already gained his recognition. The group sighed in relief on their way to the showers. They were thankful for the things they learned from their teachers. Their minds and their bodies had strengthened a lot in just 2 weeks. In 2 years, they would become remarkable, just like the watchers they looked up to, but it was still tiring. Their clothes were soaked with sweat as they walked in the direction of the showers. Honestly, why do we have to go to the opening ceremony? I mean, for us, courses have already started 2 weeks ago. Why can't we just have a break and head to the city? I haven't met some girls in a long time already. I need some female presence in my life. No offense, Alpha. Marcus, the Delta of the pack, quite irritated, asked. The tall blonde man with blue eyes frowned, irked because of the change of plans. Celia slightly smiled and indeed took no offense. She had figured out most of their personality by now and knew that Marcus, who seemed more like a playboy, was actually still waiting for his mate. Even though he always talked about meeting girls, he had never left their group when they were walking around the city to chase after girls. He only liked to talk about meeting them, but never strayed from the pack. Because His Highness and half of the council are also attending the opening, it would be disrespectful not to attend. Not to mention, this is also our opening ceremony. We did not have one 2 weeks ago. Evan, the Gamma of the pack, answered. The red-haired man, with blue eyes and freckles on his nose, replied to him as he looked towards the ignorant Marcus. Evan was the one who most resembled Celia, if only because he also didn't talk much. They did not argue more as they had already reached the showers and divided into the women's and men's sections. Heading towards the amphitheater, they walked in an orderly fashion as they were always required to in the area of the academy. Celia, as the Alpha, walked second to last with Jake, the Beta, who was half a step behind her on her right side. The rest of the pack was arranged in front of them in rows of 2. Their distinct black uniforms and the shining brooches, signifying their status among the new attendants of the academy, kept the other students whispering. All of them were tall and handsome, and each one could attract attention by himself. As a group, they were even deadlier. The girls were drawn to their strong alpha aura, while the boys felt a sense of respect. For most new students, it was the first time they had seen Watcher candidates, as they were the only ones studying this course at the academy. Second-year students were receiving only practical training and were mainly absent from the academy. Moving their eyes towards the back of the group, the students gasped as a never-before-seen image appeared in front of their eyes. The image of one lone girl amongst 9 powerful alpha-ranked werewolves wasn't a sight that could be ignored. Who is that? There is actually a girl beside the Watcher students, asked one of the second-grade students, wide-eyed. I don't know. Are they allowing girls in the Watcher courses now? Another girl, just as baffled as the first, pondered the woman dressed in the black professional uniform. Though her clothes were the same as the guys, strangely, she did not look odd among them. Dummy, they never not allowed girls to take part in the Watcher exams and courses. It is just that the exams are hard and one is also required to be at least a 3rd-rank werewolf to actually participate. So no girls could take the admittance test, not to mention attend the courses, replied the first one, still trailing with her eyes the pack. But then, how is she walking beside them? You can't tell me that she is actually 3rd-ranked. Wondered the second girl, not realizing how rude it was of her to point to the person in question as she was talking. She must be. Don't you see she is wearing the same uniform? Though she must be last in the pack. Look, she is all the way to the back. What do you mean pack? Another younger girl, who was actually the first girl's sister, intervened in their discussion. The Watcher students are the only group of students that work like a pack. When they begin the courses, they actually, in a sense, leave their old pack and form a new one with their classmates. My brother said they do this so their bonds become stronger and they also work together better, replied a 4th girl, just now joining in on the conversation. She had only arrived and heard their conversation, but as she knew more about the hierarchy of the Watcher students, she dared to inform the first 3 girls of what she knew. "Jessie, your brother is actually in the Watcher courses this year, right?" The 3rd girl asked the 4th girl, realizing where her knowledge of the Watcher students was coming from. Hearing the new information, the 2 second-year students immediately looked at the new girl, who had just joined the conversation, interested in her connection to one of the famous Watcher students. "Yep, he is. Actually, he is all the way to the back next to the girl," she said, proud of her big brother. "Oh, I see him. You said his name is Jake, right?" asked the 3rd student, who was actually Jessie's classmate, while looking again to see the one she was referring to, just as the group had already walked to the entrance of the amphitheater. "Yep, he is actually the beta of the pack," my mom said. "Let me tell you, since he passed the exam, she keeps bragging to all of her friends," the young girl said, chuckling, remembering the number of phone calls her mother made that day. "The beta? Then why is he in the back?" asked her classmate's sister. "Oh, that is because the strongest of the pack always stay in the back," Jessie replied happily. She was also proud of her big brother, though she wouldn't brag about him so openly as her mother did. Then the girl who was walking next to him, her classmate asked, trying to figure out what the position of the girl could be in their midst. To be in the back of the pack, did it mean she was also one of the strongest? "Oh, she is their leader. Don't you know Leah? Your father is an assistant to the council, isn't he?" said Jessie, directing the question to the girl who was her classmate. "I don't talk much with my dad, so I wouldn't know from him. But are you for real? You mean she is the strongest?" "Yeah, actually my mom brags about her also, seeing as Jake talks about her a lot to my mom. In the final exam, she was the one who defeated most of the students and became their alpha. She also helped my brother avoid elimination from the final selection." Chapter 14 ***. In the huge amphitheater, everyone was seated according to the courses they were taking. As part of one of the most respected and important professions, the watching students were placed on the 3rd row in front of the stage, after the rows meant for the teachers. When together in their private time, the pack laughed and cracked jokes, but now, in public, they tried to maintain their composure and did not speak more than necessary. They also shared a pack link, so there was no need to speak aloud. If you were to see them, they looked quite focused on the stage. They all seemed solemn, without any particular emotion evident on their faces in the slightest. And coupled with their black uniforms, one could not help but be silent also. In fact, in this manner, the students around them actually were. Even though they glanced towards them from time to time, whispering, most likely how the students outside had also discussed, when the pack passed by them on their way, they still tried not to disturb the atmosphere that had been imposed by their presence as best they could. One could say around the pack, the students were even more respectful and well-mannered than they were during their classes towards their teachers. Of course, not including the ones that taught the Watcher courses, those professors were legends. As such, not even in a million years could the students from the normal classes correctly assume what went on inside their heads, what thoughts had their full attention. They did not know that inside the minds of the Watcher pack, one of the most revered of the werewolf race, the members were actually bombarded with jokes. That's right, using the important link, Marcus was telling them yet another joke. "What do you call a lost wolf? Will you stop it with the wolf jokes? The ceremony is about to start. Look, the teachers are taking their seats." Liam, the 6th ranked of the pack, tried to stop the man who was hell-bent on getting all of them in trouble, or at least making them lose the respect the others had for them. How would it appear if the aloof-looking students would burst out laughing? Everyone would think they were crazy. Unusually, the most stoic of all of them, Evan, replied calmly, which made the joke even funnier, as he had a monotone voice. "A werewolf. Quickly understanding the pun and to stop themselves from laughing, some put their hands on their mouth, some bit the inside of their cheeks, clenching their jaws, and some pretended to tie their shoelaces just so they could laugh without being seen. Celia was the most composed of them, but even she had a small smile on her face. Satisfied with their reaction, Marcus still wanted to tell them one more joke, amused by the fact they kept trying not to laugh when, luckily, he was interrupted by the loud voice on the stage, which signified the beginning of the ceremony. One of the teachers had quickly greeted the crowd and invited His Highness, the King of all werewolves, to give an opening speech. Even if before Marcus wanted to joke further, with this particular announcement, the goof man had become the quietest of all of them. The entire hall of people directed their attention towards the stage, and finally, everyone quieted down. The current king was known to be a fair and competent person when ruling. The kingdom had advanced by leaps and bounds during his reign, but he was a rigid and solemn person. There was even a rumor circulating around that no one had ever seen him smile, not to mention laugh, and that he had even taken extreme measures against those who tried to make him show a happy expression. Even people who laughed in his presence were not spared. And all of this happened when he was in a normal mood. What would happen if his mood was reversed? No one would want to satisfy this curiosity, as it could possibly be the last thing they did. Of course, this was only a rumor, but there is no smoke without a fire. Naturally, it was better to be safe than sorry. The king was also a person who was perfect at work, and he expected perfectness out of everyone around him and would punish people for the slightest of mistakes. In times of war, especially with the rogues or other supernatural creatures, he was even more ruthless. There were legends of him taking part in the wars and commanding the front lines directly. If he felt like time was of the essence, he would go off to the battlefield himself and start taking down countless enemies, single-handedly winning many battles while instilling fear in his opponents, rendering them unable to continue fighting. Sometimes he was even used as a reference as a boogeyman for mothers trying to coax their pups to sleep. As such, not one person said a thing during and after the moment his presence was announced. His Highness, the King of all werewolves, Salus Christian Wolf. He was solemnly presented by a teacher. And like on cue, every person in the room rose from their seat and bowed. They could only raise their heads and sit down again when he allowed them to. "Please raise your head and take a seat," he briefly said. Everyone did as ordered and sat once more. Celia also did as he instructed. She took her seat before finally raising her head to look at the strongest of all the werewolves, a glance that caused her to turn to stone, as even her breathing felt like it was about to stop involuntarily. The king's ebony hair was combed towards the back of his head, giving him a clean, elegant look. His dark hair contrasted his pale, almost white face, on which there were only 2 specks of color, and his bright blue eyes that made her feel like she could be lost in them. They were like the deep blue ocean, and even though they felt cold, it felt like they could stun her with just a glance when he directed his gaze towards her. Shadowing his eyes were long black eyelashes and thick, straight eyebrows. His sharp nose and small lips were perfectly sculpted on his face, and his sharp jaw completed the perfect look. Never in her life had she seen such a beautiful person, but it was not just his looks that mesmerized her, nor the alpha aura that surrounded him. It was like his whole being was capable of capturing her very soul. She had never been attracted to a man in the way she was now, so unexpectedly, she felt her heart start beating out of her chest just looking at him. Normally, the aura of the king should have made everyone submit themselves, or at least it should have made them keep a quiet and fearful manner, not even daring to look directly into his eyes. But inexplicably, she felt just that, the desire to meet his eyes. What was wrong with her? She thought. Not even her mate, towards whom she felt the mate pull, made her feel like this. How could one have such feelings just by seeing another person for the first time? This only happened when seeing your mate, and it was not like he could be hers. She already had one. One werewolf had only one mate. The goddess took each soul she created and split them into two separate beings, creating mates who would eventually find each other and fall in love. Rejecting one mate meant rejecting your other half, and because they were created before being born, it was not like a new mate could be created. Each soul was only split in two. Was it because of what the teacher informed her before? The fact that they shared the same rank, so she didn't feel compelled to submit? Studying his face, she suddenly felt his gaze was on her for half a second, making her heart stop beating at that very moment. And although the locking of their eyes felt like it was intentional to her, she dismissed the thought quickly as his gaze did not stop. His blue eyes resumed scanning the room. Perhaps he was checking his new watchers and wanted to inspect them. She should really snap out of it, she thought. Her thoughts were interrupted when he coughed once like he had wanted to clear his voice and spoke. His voice was even more alluring and soothing, making her breathing hitch and her cheeks assume a red tinge. But as she was not one to show much of her emotions on her face, she quickly composed herself, reverting to her aloof, normal self on the outside. Though inward for the most part of the speech, she did not even stay focused on what he actually said. She only concentrated on his tone and hoarse voice. The ceremony ended roughly 2 hours later, and as the final teacher took the stage announcing its closing, the group of watchers made their way towards the door. It finally ended. Marcus sighed, relieved, before continuing, using the pack link. Now then, should we grab a bite to eat in the city before scanning the mall? Or should we eat here? I am famished. I could eat a whole piglet. Would you stop it with the wolf jokes? You almost got us in trouble before the ceremony. Jake scolded the man, who was still up to no good. Let's eat in the city. I am craving some pizza. Celia intervened timely, trying to defuse the situation. And, of course, her intervention as the alpha quieted them both as they all agreed to her suggestion. Their plan was set, but unfortunately, before they separated to go change their clothes into normal street ones, a person stopped in their way, gaining their attention. Where do you guys think you're going? The interrogatory voice of their teacher reached their ears. We are about to head to the city. Celia responded politely, turning her head to face the owner of the voice, as did the other Watcher students. No, you are not. His Highness wants to meet this year's Watcher students, so you will be going to his office here at the Academy to meet him. Gabriel quickly dismissed their plans, a small smirk resting on the corner of his mouth. Somehow, his appearance seemed satisfied at shattering their hopes. The majority of them thought, if not all of them. But teacher, it is our first day off in a while, Marcus complained with a puppy-like voice. Whoever told you it is your day off. Yes, classes are suspended, but only because His Highness is still here and he will meet you. You will also be dining with him. So no, you do not have time off. Gabriel explained to them, looking even more pleased at their hopeless faces. They all looked crushed. After having hoped to roam around the city and just laze around, it was all changed because of their teacher. They should have left earlier so Gabriel could not have found them and he would be the one to blame. Now, they were forced to meet His Highness no matter what. Could they still leave and just deny having met him? They were 10 against 1, so if they all denied having seen him, who could say they lied? I know what you are thinking of, you rascals. Don't get any funny ideas and try to still leave, blaming it on me for not finding you. So much for camaraderie and trust between his teachers and students. I thought we were a tightly united group. Gabriel quickly scolded his students, almost as if he had read their minds. Teacher, we only trust and are a pack amongst ourselves. It has nothing to do with you. Marcus immediately denied his teacher's assumptions, still visibly upset. At the words that not one of the other Watcher students denied, though Gabriel had kept his silence for a brief moment, hoping someone would, Gabriel became baffled. Marcus did not even try to deny that this was what they were thinking of doing, and the others, well, their silence meant a tacit agreement to his statement. You traitors. I cannot even let you find your own way towards His Highness's office. Come along with me now. he finally ordered, raising his voice. Dejected, they did not have another choice but to listen to him. The watching students seemed unwilling to follow Gabriel, so very heavily, all of them stepped towards the administrative building. As if still afraid they would run away if they got the chance, Gabriel walked behind them, and just as he expected, from time to time, Marcus kept turning around, checking his position before sighing and moving his feet along the others. Shaking his head from side to side, Gabriel made sure not to let anyone out of his sight as they walked. He led them towards the central building, walking through the different hallways until, finally, they reached a double door. He knocked once, and immediately the door was opened from inside by Micah, inviting them in. Chapter 15. With Micah's invitation, the pack entered one by one until Celia, the leader who was customarily the last in the pack, finally entered, with Gabriel also following a second later. The Watcher students, the best-ranked werewolf students of the current year, looked around a little nervously but still maintained their calm, outward look. It was not every day they had the opportunity to meet the king, so naturally, they held little interest in speaking with him. Although not as much interest as a visit to the city, apparently, considering Gabriel had been afraid they would escape if he so much dared look away for half a second. The king worked a lot, and he was also not a very sociable person. One could count on one hand the events he participated in a year. As such, not many people had the honor of meeting him. Most could never meet him in person, even once in their entire lifetime. Although they were bestowed the honor of speaking with the king of werewolves, a living legend, the Watcher students, of course, wouldn't become haughty and overstep themselves. As such, even the curious gazes were restrained a lot, not wanting to anger the man who was a subject of many infamous rumors. Glancing inside the large and well-lit room, they saw 4 couches arranged in a circle. 2 larger couches were set, one in front of the other, with a small coffee table in between them. They were placed directly parallel with the windows, and the other 2 smaller couches were placed the same, one in front of the other. The nearest couch had its back towards the entrance, while the other had its back in front of the large desk, where Salas was still checking some documents. Occupied with urgent work, most likely, the king did not raise his eyes to look at them, so his beta, Micah, asked them to take a seat and wait for a little while longer. Gabriel unceremoniously immediately plopped down on the smaller couch closer to the entrance and asked his students to sit on the larger couches that were just in front of him on his left and right sides. Celia was already mixed with the other Watcher students, so she could have chosen any part of the couch she preferred to take a seat on. But perhaps feeling a bit nervous and conscious about sitting too close to the man who had made her lose her breath earlier in the amphitheater, she decided to sit down near Gabriel's left side, on the part of the couch also closest to the entrance, and at the same time the part furthest from the king. This was her intention, one she wasn't able to follow through on, unfortunately, as Gabriel spoke just when she was about to lower herself to the couch's level. "You are the Alpha, Celia. Please sit on the other end of the couch." He smiled and pointed to where she should move to. Celia did not understand why her position entitled her to move to the other end when Gabriel, as a teacher, was near the entrance, regardless of his rank. But she also had no valid reasons to refuse her teacher's words, so she listened to him and sat where he said, although she did not feel comfortable doing so, as the other side of the couch was the closest to the king's desk. Being so close to the king, a distinct, lovely smell enveloped her nose, even more than when she had entered, making her heart rate increase. With her nervousness almost shooting through the roof, as she was afraid that the king would certainly be able to hear her elevated heartbeat, Celia became even more anxious. However, as her aloof face rarely revealed such emotions in her expressions, on the outside, she appeared relatively calm. A calmness that she soon also felt on the inside of her heart, realizing that her state of anxiousness could also be attributed to the solemn moment of being introduced to His Highness. A few moments later, As the Watcher's students waited patiently for the king, Salas signed the last document he was checking and then placed the closed file on his desk. With his urgent matters taken care of, the tall man rose to his feet and buttoned the coat of his black suit before making his way to the couch nearest his desk. Seeing him move, all the students, as well as Gabriel, tried to stand up and bow, but in response to their greeting, he immediately raised his hand to stop them and also affirmed his gesture with his words. "Please take a seat. There is no need to bow. We are between family, as we are now in the same pack. The Watcher packs are all smaller parts of the royal pack. There is no need for other formalities." Celia's heart skipped a beat hearing his voice. And the fact that he had referred to them as a family only served to unsettle her more, but luckily, because of her expressionless face, one could not tell such a thing. At his words, the students took their seats again while Salas also approached the smaller couch. "Well then, you all know my name. Please tell me yours," he said as soon as he was in front of them while he looked directly into Celia's eyes. The close distance between them, as Salas coincidentally or not chose the end of the couch nearer Celia's position to sit, rather than the middle of the couch, made her feel once again nervous for the 10th time today. Not to mention, to be under his scrutinizing gaze, to be watched by his ocean blue eyes that did not seem to even blink, Celia felt her heart enwrapped by him in its entirety, making her unable to look anywhere else but in his sparkling clear irises. From far away, she had thought he was beautiful, but as she avoided staring at him for too long, she had failed to realize just how handsome he truly was, breathtakingly so. "And my name is Celia Blair," she answered with a bit of a lower tone, an evident stammer. She had no problems speaking before. She had never stuttered, but she did just now. Her cheeks quickly turned pink, hearing her own words, while her interlaced fingers that rested on her lap clenched together tighter, whitening her knuckles. At this point, she could only hope they would all assume this reaction was also because of his illustrious position amongst them. "Nice to meet you, Miss Blair. I have high hopes for our first female watcher." His baritone voice tingled her ears as he showed a small smile. Didn't everyone say he did not smile? She thought as she tried to keep the small gasp she felt like releasing inside her chest. "I feel honored, Your Highness," Celia replied, successfully managing not to slur her words this time. The fight for the alpha position was especially inspiring. "You chose your team well." Salas sincerely commended Celia. It was, after all, a true fact that she had handpicked her own team. If her pack members had noticed this fact, the 100-year-old werewolf king, of course, would have known it even better. Celia's cheeks took on an even brighter shade of red, as the intelligent yet one-track-minded person had not realized her actions were that easily distinguishable. Not confirming or denying his deduction, she only slightly nodded her head in recognition of his words, but did not feel worthy enough to accept the king's compliments. She also could not tell him that what he thought was wrong. It would be treason to lie to the king. Noticing her gesture, Salas had not insisted on the praises more as he moved his attention to the next Watcher student. With his gaze directed to another person, Celia felt she had received a merciful pardon. The introduction continued for several minutes, with each simply stating their names and answering one or two simple everyday questions before the king spoke again, asking them about their studies and life at the academy. The meeting took no longer than half an hour to finish, but the king still seemed to want to inform them of another matter. They guessed this as he opened his mouth again, but he was not able to continue his words when the ringtone of a phone call interrupted him. In fact, Salas was really about to suggest eating dinner together, but his phone rang just as he was in the middle of inviting them. Taking the phone out of his coat's pocket, he frowned, checking the lighted-up screen, then answered the call. The ID that showed it was a call from the council's building could not be ignored, considering the work scope of the second-ranked werewolves. Naturally, he had to listen in case it was something of utmost importance. Putting his phone near his ear, he listened to the person at the end of the call. A minute later, while slightly furrowing his eyebrows in what appeared to be an annoyed or angered expression, he closed the ongoing call before putting the phone back in its place. Then, looking a bit regretful, he apologized that he had to leave because of urgent matters. He thought the students would be feeling sad for the lost opportunity to share a meal, as he was not aware that the latter had actually tried to dodge the meeting, so he wanted to reschedule another meal with them. But as the king, naturally, his schedule was always full, and he could not make such a promise. Even coming to the academy had barely been forced into his busy program, so he could only let the students leave. As a matter of fact, perhaps it was better like this, the king thought. Once the students left the office and were at quite a safe distance away, they all sighed, relaxing their hearts. Just outside his office, they could not afford to release a relieved breath, knowing that the man on the other side of the door could possibly hear them. His aura was no joke, making them feel as if they were to attack him altogether. Even giving up their life, they would not be able to leave a scratch behind. The current king was a force to be reckoned with. The meeting ending earlier than intended was quite a fortunate event for the students whose hopes had previously been shattered. With still a lot of free time left from the day, they could resume their original plan. With this in mind, they each went to their rooms and returned shortly, changed and ready for some fun out. Being born from alpha leaders, the pack members all had a substantial background, and each one, besides Celia, had a car in the academy's parking lot. However, when they went out, they did not take one separately and preferred to take only 3 cars, just enough to accommodate the 10 members. Conscious that someone could interrupt them again, all the members hurried to alight from the cars when a tender female voice was heard. "Brother!" The young girl called just as Jake opened the driver's door. Recognizing the familiar voice, the Pax Beta did not continue to alight his car and turned around to search for the voice's owner. Already inside the passenger seat, Celia had just finished buckling her seatbelt when the voice also captured her attention, and she looked out the window. Gazing a few feet away, it was apparent that Jake knew the person who called as a small girl approached him. She saw them talking, and also Jake sighing before agreeing to what the girl asked of him. Not one to intrude on or listen in on other people's private conversations, she tried not to use her wolf hearing most of the time. This, coupled with the fact that the radio in the car was turned up to a high volume, meant she did not know the subject of their discussion. Even her gaze did not linger on them as she waited for them to finish. Soon enough, Jake approached the car on the passenger side, with 4 girls following behind. The one closest to Jake was the one whom he had spoken to, and 3 others who had been standing near her when she was talking to Jake earlier. With a resigned face and reluctant movements, he opened the passenger's door and, looking at Celia apologetically, spoke. "Alpha, I am sorry for the delay. Please meet my sister, Jessie. Jessie, please meet my Pax Alpha," he said with an unwilling voice and waited for them to greet each other. "Hello, Jessie. My name is Celia. Pleased to meet you." Celia greeted with a gentle tone while extending her hand and waiting for the other to shake it. Jessie immediately took hold of her hand with both hands and enthusiastically shook it, a small smile adorning the round young face. "The pleasure is all mine, Alpha. I have heard so much about you. Please call me Celia. The guys are obligated to call me Alpha because of the rules, but I prefer my name." Celia said expressionlessly, but the corners of her lips were already slightly tugging up in her usual, almost unnoticeable smile. She could not deny that she was a little overwhelmed by the attention. Besides Clarissa, this was the first time another girl seemed happy talking to her. "Okay, I will do so. These are Leah, my classmate, her sister Lisa, and Lisa's classmate, Angie." Jessie pointed at each one of the girls, introducing them to Celia. This time, Celia only nodded, acknowledging the other girls. In the first place, she was not a sociable person. She treated Jessie friendlier because she was Jake's sister. And anyway, The other girls did not seem as enthusiastic as Jessie to meet her. It was evident, considering they were silently checking Jake out and only looked her way when their names were mentioned. Now then, Alpha, my sister would like to come with us to the city. She and her friends do not have a car. Would that be all right with you? He said reluctantly while looking directly at Celia's eyes for any sign of disapproval, then also added, using the pack link. I had to ask because she threatened me with telling my mom, and I would like to avoid a 2-3-hour-long call from her. But if you feel uncomfortable, it is not a problem to refuse. Okay, I can ride in the other car. They can all ride in this one. Celia, of course, wouldn't refuse. The young girl was Jake's sibling, so it was not a big deal to also bring them along. Not to mention, she was only a passenger in Jake's car. It was not really her decision to make. As she replied, she was already about to unbuckle her seatbelt when he denied her offer to move to another car. No, it is all right. Jessie and her classmate can ride with us, and I will ask Marcus to bring his car also and take the other girls. Jake immediately refused and then left for the other car without waiting for anyone to say more. The ride to the city was a little tiring in itself. Jessie was curious about Celia and kept asking questions about the training and the acceptance exam. From time to time, Jake intervened, knowing well enough that Celia did not like to talk much. Even now, he could see she was forcing herself to reply gently to his sister. From his own experience, when the pack talked and joked around, Celia quite liked to listen to them, but she was not one to speak much. After some time, he stopped the questions altogether when Jessie got a little too personal. She had asked Celia if she had a mate or at least a boyfriend already. Jake immediately intervened then, and the questions finally stopped. Arriving in the city, Jake asked his sister where he should drop them off, but she only said they would tag along wherever they went so they could go back together. He wanted to refuse, but Celia accepted it before he could. She already knew from the beginning that coming with them was the actual purpose. And though Jake had asked his sister, he of course knew as well this was the girls' intention. The girls had thought that the guys would go to a club, but they were surprised to find them roaming the mall instead, and, even more surprisingly, actually staying together without separating. They also went to a family-friendly restaurant instead of a fancy one, which was unusual considering that all of the pack members looked and were dressed in high-end fashion. Are we eating here? Lisa asked, checking from left to right the place, her face showing a little distaste that she did not manage to hide in time. Yes, this is always where we eat, Marcus replied, showing a similar face towards her. Then, using the pack link, they also added, but we will probably switch to another place to make sure we don't run into you next time. He was usually a sociable person, perhaps the most sociable of the entire pack. He liked to talk and meet new people, and he could find subjects to talk about with anyone, but the ride here made him reconsider this part of his personality. He should choose in the future who to talk to. The girls would not stop asking him about himself and about the other members as they sat in the back seat of his car. It did not seem like they were only looking for a ride to the city. He could bet they were actually looking for boyfriends. Evan had also ridden in the car with them, but after asking him a few questions to which he did not bother to reply, at least in common courtesy, they gave up quickly. Unluckily for him, Marcus did not possess such foresight, and as a result, only he was assaulted with questions. The pack members did not say more to the girls as they took their seats at a window table, ignoring Lisa, who also sat silently, seeing the brisk manner in which she was talked to. Not too long after the meal, Lisa found another target for her questions. She noticed that Celia was unusually quiet and did not interact much with the other guys, but still, they included her in their conversations, and each one treated her very well. Celia, could you tell me how is it that a girl as frail as you managed to defeat so many strong alphas? It baffles me that you defeated all the gentlemen here, and you can all still get along so well. Her face was adorned with a smirk, and an evident sarcasm in her voice indirectly implied that Celia had used her charms to take the leader position. In fact, this is what she really thought. She imagined that the beautiful girl before her had actually convinced the 9 guys sitting around her protectively to help her during the test. She could see that even in the mall, where academy rules were no longer necessary to be applied, Celia was always placed in the middle of the guys, and they catered to her each time they could. If they did not help her, how was it possible to not only pass the test, but also take the leadership position? Celia did not reply, not that she did not want to. She did not have time because, at almost the same time, the guys answered on her behalf. It is none of your business. It was, in some way or another, the general response from them. It only differentiated slightly for each one. They did not try to answer anything more. Answering would only seem like making excuses for her, and why was it necessary to do so in front of a no-name girl? Besides, sooner or later, as a watcher, her power would be revealed by itself. Actions spoke louder than words. Chapter 16. 2.5 months had passed since the opening ceremony. Time flew by for the watchful students who spent their days training, studying, and then training some more. They did not have more days off. And the last day off had left them with a bitter taste, to say the least. Not only did they suffer from the presence of the girls who intruded during their free time, but they also had to endure several unfair consequences as a result. One of the consequences was that, due to an unfortunate incident that occurred after the awful dinner that day, they all received detention and were not allowed to go to the city, even on Sundays. That was not an unfortunate incident, Evan stated with a grave, deep tone as his eyes stared spitefully at Marcus. He was, after all, the cause of all their problems, in his opinion. Though, if Marcus were to know his thoughts, he would beg to differ. Oh, come on. Of course it was an accident. The latter immediately contradicted the former. His sincere eyes and convincing tone were the strongest and most irrefutable evidence of Marcus's innocence. They would have made anyone who listened to the story agree that it really had been an accident just by listening to his version of the matter. Though with the other members already accustomed to Marcus's short temper, and due to the hard, cold evidence for what transpired, no one could really call it an accident. After all, this was the reason they were being punished these days. The irony of the matter was that the ones who caused the incident were the ones who were feeling most wronged by the turn of events, though the rest of the pack also suffered alongside them. In fact, the other members were the ones who were trying to placate the bickering between the two. Another amusing thing was that the argument would almost always proceed the same way. And as this time was the 100th time they argued about the incident, the other members already knew the words that would follow by heart. Pushing those girls out of the car in the middle of nowhere, after making sure you were out of the city, was not an unfortunate incident. It was intentional, Evan replied. His condescending look and the mocking tone were meant to imply that Marcus was a fool. They are werewolves and I left them in the forest. It's practically their home, woozes. Marcus replied, upset, feeling it was really unfair for Evan to speak this way to him when he was clearly an accomplice. Evan was, after all, in the car with him at that time. Also, you were talking like I was the only one in the car that day. You were with me too. I did not hear you then about wanting to bring them back. You did not say at least afterwards that we should turn back for them. In fact, you actually sighed relieved and never said a word the whole way back. Or what do you think? Should I still bring them back after those nasty words they said? Marcus continued accusingly, his voice getting louder. I did not say that. And did I say we should not react to what they said? Of course, we should, but we should have done so with more tact. We should have punished them in such a way they could not have implicated us. And now look, even Alpha has detention, and she wasn't even in the car with us. Evan explained logically, pointing towards Celia. For the first time during their argument, Marcus was tongue-tied. Indeed, they had all been punished for his actions. He felt sorry for Celia, who was, in fact, the victim. After the dinner, which ended abruptly, as all of the pack members had lost their appetite and feigned the need to return to the academy for their studies, the pack members boarded their cars and started driving back. Even though Marcus and Evan had wanted to feign ignorance about the distribution of the extra people they brought with them to the mall, or in other words, pass on the burden of the two pestering girls to the others, as they hated having them as their passengers on the way back as well. Unfortunately, the others quickly alighted from the cars and drove away, leaving the two no other choice but to unwillingly accept them in the car again. This wouldn't usually be a problem. They wouldn't spend more on gas money or suffer from their presence physically. Besides, they would also drive faster and be done with it. This was what they had hoped. But who would have known that the torture would be mental, not physical? Unfortunately, the screechy voices of the two girls kept bothering their ears without a second thought. One of them, especially, was just like a chicken. Of course, he meant no offense to the winged animals. It was like that damn girl did not even need time to breathe. Did she not care to maintain her life-sustaining functions? It certainly did seem that way. And if she did stop talking for half a second, it was only for the other to agree with her, as though her agreeing would make all the difference. He really regretted having them in the car at that time and wished he had abandoned them in the city. But as they were about to exit the mall, while using the pack link, he had told Celia that they should leave them there and go, and his alpha did not let him. She asked him to drive them back to the academy, and that would be the end of it. She was not particularly bothered by what they said. From a young age, her sister's friends had said worse things about her. Her classmates, her pack members, and even her family had never considered her capable. Compared to that, these girls were only childish. With her position as his pack's alpha, he listened to her and, for half of the way back, he tried not to say anything. He just acted like a driver. But one of the girls, whose name he did not bother to remember, started to say that her father was an assistant to the council and, if the guys wanted to, she could help them take Celia off the Watcher course. Of course, she said this after an intricate speech of how Celia had profited from them, charmed them into the leader position, and was only leading them by the nose. She had said that Celia did not bother to choose just one of them as a boyfriend to ensure they all listened to her. She also stated that she tricked them, as her poker face and somber mannerisms were only a mask, so they could do her bidding without Celia being forced to sleep with any of them. He was aware that pure friendship without other implications might seem weird to others. But they truly got along well as a pack, and he also sensed a camaraderie with the other guys. There were no romantic feelings involved, so naturally, the idea of seducing them was preposterous. Moreover, he knew firsthand that she had gained the leadership position fair and square. But to contradict the woman meant that he would give her the opportunity to converse with him even more, as they would debate Celia's legitimacy as the alpha of their pack. Of course, if someone dared spread rumors about his alpha, he would beat them to a pulp. But these were girls, and frankly, for him, girls were scarier than guys when arguing. Any word he might say in Celia's defense could fuel the rumors even more. So when the words she said crossed the line, he did not bother to correct her. Actually, he did not say anything at all and just left her on the side of the road on the way back. He also left the other girl, who, although with a bit more tact, approved and commented on the side. This generated the current situation in which Lisa's father appealed directly to the Royal Academy to have him leave the Watcher course. But having gained the position of a Watcher student, it was not so easy to have him leave as her father had thought. Moreover, Celia spoke up for Marcus, saying that it was her responsibility as the pack's leader. The other guys also backed him up, confessing they had planned it together. The entire Watcher pack could not be openly punished, considering their special status among the students, so they received a month-long detention. That meant that even on Sundays, when they would usually have a day off, they would have to train, and they could not leave the academy grounds. Celia looked at both of them as they were arguing while trying not to smile. Marcus had disobeyed her and left the girls stranded, but he did so with Evan's knowledge. but now the latter was trying to avoid any responsibility on his part. It was quite funny. And it was even more amusing that Evan did not say that it was wrong to punish the girls, but that they should have done so without anyone's knowledge. She asked them why they came back alone that day, but they both said that the girls had alighted from the car earlier. It was not a total lie, they said later, when she found out just where the girls were actually left. The second consequence of their mischief was the current situation they were placed in. The situation was that they were to participate in a new exercise that involved all categories of students together and counted towards their evaluation. Because of the incident, as Marcus had put it, the teachers felt that the Watcher students must integrate more with the other students. This would be accomplished by interacting with the other classes and directly helping each other to obtain their grades. The exercise implied that each Watcher student was to become an alpha for a pack formed with others from the first and second grades. Each pack would contain an alpha represented by one of the Watcher students, 1 or 2 student pack doctors, 5 to 10 trackers, betas, gammas, deltas, normal pack members, etc. In all, there were about 50 members for each pack. The fun part of it was that each pack would be left in different parts of the forest near the royal palace to ensure that the exercise was done in a natural environment, to force them to fend for themselves for 2 weeks. At the same time, they would still be protected, considering the proximity of the packs to His Highness, the strongest of the werewolves. But it was the second part of November, which meant it was quite cold, and it would also certainly start snowing soon enough. Needless to say, in such conditions, no one was excited about the exercise. This was the main reason why Evan was upset, as he hated the cold. All right, stop arguing. It doesn't matter anymore who was at fault. Anyway, the exercise only lasts 2 weeks. Next year, we will have to endure even harsher environments when the practical training starts. Might as well get used to it. Celia intervened in a timely, trying to settle peacefully the argument. And she was right. As students in the second grade, their studies would be diminished in favor of practical training in forests. They would have to visit packs and start learning beside their seniors. Realizing she was correct, they immediately settled down and then started to check their backpacks to see if they had missed something they might need. The packs were picked by the teachers to ensure fairness. Thus, each student could not decide for themselves. They chose ways to balance the strengths of the members, and as a result, unfortunately for Celia, being the alpha of the Watchers meant weaker students. And for the lowest-ranked Watcher students, stronger members were chosen. All right, please, everyone gather behind your alpha, and we will start marching towards the forest. The combat teacher, Riddick Kane, said with a loud voice. He was currently speaking to about 500 students, and he wanted to make sure each one heard his words. Celia's new temporary pack reluctantly gathered behind her. If they had a choice, most wouldn't have picked her. Since the beginning of the year, many rumors had circulated around her. The general opinion formed was quite unfavorable. She spent all her time with the guys, and because of this, she was considered a loose woman, even though it was evident that most of the time, they trained and actually attended classes. So, like it or not, they had to be together. She became the leader of the pack, even if she did not look the part. And most girls could not stand her as she had charmed her pack members to help her gain it, in their opinion. The problem was that most of the Watcher training was done behind closed doors, so no one had actually seen her strength. And the video of her winning the melee war could not be seen by the students, as only the teachers, the council, the close assistants, and the king could actually see it. However, the knowledge that only third-ranked members could be part of the Watcher pack was public information. It was just that this aspect was overlooked by them. They only chose to believe what they saw with their own eyes. As most rumors don't follow common sense, the first rumor had degenerated into countless baseless rumors, each one nastier than the other. Celia was not that bothered by their words. However, what she couldn't understand was how they could really think she managed to seduce so many alpha-ranked werewolves. In her previous pack, there was not one boy who liked her while growing up. Most guys preferred her outgoing sister to her introverted self. Even her mate had felt her sister was beautiful and perfect. It baffled her that everyone thought she had such an amazing ability. But the fact that she never tried to deny the rumors actually made things worse. She and the other guys thought it would die down, but it only escalated further. Behind her back, the Watcher students had even tried to threaten a few students when they caught them whispering and ridiculing her, but it made the matter worse as it confirmed that they were, in fact, charmed by her. So the training that they would take part in would be quite difficult for her, she thought. There could be no pack if the leader were not respected. She sighed, took the backpack from the ground, and put it on her back. Well, at least she hoped that the training would go without a hitch, though it seemed highly unlikely as the girls, which were about 40 in the total of her 50 pack members, were already hating her guts. Chapter 17. Celia's temporary pack settled down near a creek in the heavily snowed dark forest. Normally, the large area covered with trees that preceded the royal palace was rich in natural resources. Rabbits, bears, foxes, squirrels, and all kinds of animals, as well as different types of birds, formed its rich natural above-ground ecosystem. In the river as well, even an inexperienced fisherman would surely catch a lot of nourishing fish. Considering such facts, the makeshift packs would normally be well-fed in this lush patch of nature. They relied on fish as their primary food source, and they could also hunt. The forest would be an ideal place to sustain their daily lives in the summer. The problem was that it was now winter and it was freezing cold. So even if there were a lot of animals, most would be hibernating, and the animals that wouldn't would be scarce. The creek was also starting to freeze, and the fish had most likely settled already at the deep bottom if there were still fish left in the creek. So each one of those rich resources, unfortunately, could not entirely be depended upon. The solution was to make the most out of everything they could find, which meant the students had to hunt on their own to ensure their everyday meals, an activity that took most of the students' time. One might think that these were not conditions for the students to be put through, and the students would agree with such opinions, but they were not ordinary humans. They were werewolves. They were stronger than humans, faster. Their senses were hundreds of times better than humans. Their stamina far surpassed theirs, and they were also resilient to cold. At least, they were supposed to be, but looking at the girls around her, honestly, if it weren't for the specific scent a wolf had, she could swear they were humans. "I am dying of cold. I can't stand it anymore," Lisa stated, aggrieved. The second-grade student was most likely the source of all the rumors about Celia. How would she know for certain? Well, the rumors that were said were very similar to what she knew from Marcus. It was the same words she had said before, those that had determined Marcus to leave her in the middle of nowhere. So, it didn't take a genius to figure it out. Lisa was dressed warmly and was also beside the fire, doing absolutely nothing, as she had done for the past week. Well, not that most of the other girls did something either, as they huddled around Lisa. So, if they were cold, what could the ones doing the work with their hands in freezing water say? Almost all the girls spent their time eating whatever the boys managed to catch or resting in their tents, or, if not one of the first two options, then they spent time around the fire complaining of the cold. Most of the guys had had enough of them. They thought that if the girls were cold, actually doing something might make their blood circulate better and keep them warm rather than just doing nothing but complaining. But seeing as Lisa's father was an assistant to the council, they kept their mouths shut. The girls, with a little bit of flattery towards Lisa, also dared to do the same as her. She felt proud because of their compliments, and so she defended them if a guy dared to say something. So, as opposed to the first 2 or 3 days, the guys had given up on saying anything more and thought to bear with it. They were counting the days. The bright side was that, as the guys felt more and more that the previous most popular girl to date in the Royal Academy was nothing but a brat and had completely changed their opinion of her, their impression of Celia changed for the better. She hunted alongside them and was actually the main catcher of prey. Her bow and knife handling was impeccable. She was also skilled in living in the forest and helped them get used to it as well. Not to mention, they realized that she was, in fact, truly fit to be a watcher. She was several times better than even the alphas of their home packs. During one of the hunts, the blood of a deer attracted 2 large bears, and she was the one who had killed both of them swiftly, gaining their deepest respect. The moves and strength she used at that time had left them speechless. They were werewolves, but most had been living inside packs protected by their elders. They had not come face to face with bears, so even though they had the power to kill a bear themselves, they were still late in reacting when they came near one, even less 2. And a second of distraction could mean a serious injury. Celia did not bother about Lisa, or the other girls for that matter. She assigned the tasks on the first day considering the strength of each individual, but as the papers she handed to everyone were tossed in the fire and were followed by a snicker from the girls, she gave up. She had explained the importance of the exercise and that the grade they would receive would affect their final grade. She also explained that the teachers were watching them but would not intervene in any way during the exercise, except in cases where it was a matter of life and death. Otherwise, they had to fend for themselves. She tried, but only the guys listened and understood the importance, and only about 2 of the 3 girls handled the cooking. But most of the girls did not want to help in any way. She did not care that Lisa's father was a council assistant. She was not afraid that she could be excluded from the Watcher course. The problem was that when she insisted on them doing their chores, they had made a mess intentionally. She did not want to risk the whole pack's grade for the rest of them. So when Lisa complained about the cold, none of the guys or Celia reacted in any way. They took their weapons and left the area near the creek, trying to find the following day's food. The large pack needed about 2 or 3 deer a day to feed. It was already getting dark, but it was better than staying near the campsite, and night also did not pose a problem for them if they used their wolf vision. Going deeper into the forest, they hunted the first deer. Celia's arrow swiftly found its way in the middle of the deer's eyes. A fast and without suffering death was the least she could do for the animal. Assuring there were no more prey around, they each left their hiding places and gathered around. Wow, another clean kill. You are amazing, Alpha. One of the guys enthusiastically stated, a sentiment shared by the others, too. It wasn't the first time they had seen her shots, but it still amazed them each time. Celia nodded calmly and left to follow the scent of another deer. The expressionless face, which had made it difficult for them to understand her thoughts at first, no longer concerned them. The guys were not affected by her lack of response. They had gotten used to her personality. They strolled on the icy ground, following the tracks that had yet to be covered under the snow bed, with the last-ranked wolf dragging behind him the prey. Walking some more time through the snow and an already dark view, the werewolves sensed the scent of yet another deer. For humans, it would be hard to see through the multitude of fast-falling snowflakes, but they could easily check the position of the animal in the dark with the same ease they would during the day. They slowly got into positions, trying not to scare it away, hiding behind snow-covered bushes and trees. Most of them had dressed in white clothes or at least in light-colored ones to blend in with the environment, so their camouflage was almost perfect. Silently, they checked who was in the best position to fire his arrow. Looking around, Celia identified a guy who was in a better position than herself and nodded her head in his direction. The pack member understood the silent message and returned the nod, preparing to fire. He stretched his bow slowly, holding his breath. He wanted to ensure that his hand did not tremble in the slightest. Celia had targeted the head each time, but it was a difficult shot to perform, and as he knew he could not hit like her, he wanted to at least ensure a swift death to its victim by targeting the abdomen near its heart. He was about to release his arrow, but did not get to do so. The deer was frightened away and had already gone into hiding when a loud sound was suddenly heard. It was a woman's suave voice. Relinquer illos non imperium, celeritate et viribus, the woman, with a charming tone added to her voice, spoke in an unknown, strange language. Celia's thoughts only wandered around for a few seconds, trying to recognize what was said and the exact language, which seemed somewhat familiar, before figuring out the meaning of the words she heard. Leave them without power, speed, and strength, she slowly murmured the translated phrase. Rather than it being only a phrase, a better word defined it, a spell. Realizing the frightening fact that someone was casting their spell on them, a witch to be exact, she quickly thought of the next course of action. She roared, and for the second time in her life, she used her alpha voice. Her normal, calm tone changed, becoming more powerful and fitting for a leader. We are under attack. Gather around now. Her voice boomed, echoing in the dark of night. There was no use in speaking quietly as they were most likely already under the eyes of the attackers. The meaning of the spell was to render them immobile and without the force to resist whatever would follow, so the Alpha's order, she hoped, would work to group them up before the effect of the spell showed. She did not know if the others had understood that it was a spell, and did not want them to doubt her words and be late in reacting. So, she used waning strength to empower her words. Since she left her previous pack, waning had kept staying mostly in the back of her mind. Sometimes she would reply, but mostly, her voice could not be heard, so she had not used waning's wolf power for a while, but she was still able to use her strength now. For this, she was thankful. Crescent was an alpha also, but she was not certain that Crescent's voice could overpower the spell. Crescent also would never take over her body without Celia's permission. For now, she would deal with the problem with her human side. The other werewolves gathered around her quickly, compelled by her words. The members were left speechless at how easily she had made them submit to her will. But realizing the dire situation they were in, they did not try to resist or second-guess her. All of them knew that the exercise was meant to help them bond with students from different grades and types during harsh conditions. They were not meant to receive unexpected attacks, and certainly not from witches. This forest, although vastly large, was still in the area of the royal palace, and witches or other supernatural creatures were not permitted to even approach its border without express permission from His Highness. So, naturally, they could only assume it was not a drill but a real-life, potentially endangering situation. Just as the last werewolf hurried towards the group, finally, the spell worked its magic. They felt their weight getting heavier until most of them fell to their knees. Celia was still on her feet with a couple of the stronger werewolves, but the latter were also beginning to falter. Shortly, the spell was in full effect, so the stronger werewolves also fell to their knees. A second spell was cast not a moment later as a shiny white mist glittered between the falling snowflakes, strengthening the first one and preventing them from even moving. If not for the perilous situation they were in, one would find it to be a beautiful sight. A true sight of winter magic was all around them. Celia also could not be bothered to notice it as she forcefully steadied her feet, and, because of the struggle to fight the spells, her eyes darkened instantly, and her fangs and claws grew pointed. Her breath was ragged, and white steam could be seen in the dark as her pulse and heartbeat heightened. The other werewolves were trying to move. They were even trying to shift into their wolves, but it was no use. They could not change their position in the slightest. She ignored their struggles and the sounds they were making, trying to pinpoint the movements and sounds of the intruders. But she did not move her feet, or even her head for that matter, trying not to give away the fact that if she tried a little harder, she would be able to. The enemy was in the dark, they were in plain sight and vulnerable, as she was the only one who could attack. The only advantage was the fact that no one knew of her strength, and the fact that the spell did not have the strong effect it should have on her. And she did not want to make them aware without first knowing who she was dealing with. Well. What do we have here? A girl still standing. Now this is something I would have never imagined, said a male's hoarse voice. With a screeching sound made by stepping on the frozen snow, she could slowly make out the contour of the male as he approached until the dark silhouette transformed into a clear image. He was followed by 10 or more others behind him. They were the last people she would ever expect to collude with witches. By their clothes and weapons, she was certain they were hunters. Chapter 18. Now this is truly something you don't see every day. A deep voice rang, surprised, with a bit of a tinge of mocking tone added to it. The person who seemed to be the head of the hunters was perhaps no older than 45 to 50 years old. Dressed in khaki, dark clothes, with a black puffer vest and a fur hat, he looked just like a regular animal hunter. And the rest who appeared from behind the man were more or less dressed in the same manner. What would differentiate them from normal hunters, though, was the fact that in the multitude of guns and rifles which were hanging from their belts, backs, and hands, wolfbane-filled bullets were loaded. They most likely had wolfbane smeared even on the small knives, which were hanging from their thighs. "Chief, how come she is still standing? Wasn't a witch's spell absolute?" asked a confused one of the younger people emerging from between the lifeless, frozen trees. "Yup. This should be the case." The chief replied pensively and quickly pointed his weapon towards Celia in a defensive stance, perhaps trying to test if the spell had also affected her. But even in the weapon's direct range, she did not move an inch. Even her eyes did not blink. Luckily, her fangs were hidden inside the closed mouth, her claws covered by the sleeves of her white coat, and her dark eyes could only be seen clearly if you were to approach her. These facts, added to the dark of night, made it impossible for regular humans to easily perceive her partially transformed form. It seems she froze standing. It could be the second spell got to her before the first one. What werewolf would not move when a deadly wolfbane-filled rifle was pointed at it? The older man reckoned. "Oh, I understand." The young man was enlightened, but he still felt it was weird. The second spell was cast after the first one. If someone were still standing, fighting the spells, wouldn't they be the alpha of the pack and a high-ranked one at that? But he did not have the experience of his superior, so he believed what the chief said. Not to mention, she was a girl. How could she fight against it? Seeing the 10 wolves or so before them frozen on their knees, not even managing to shift, they relaxed their bodies and lowered their guard. As expected, having those 2 witches had so many advantages. Since they have been using them for a year, the percentage of captured wolves has risen from 10 to 20% to 100%. They were so effective that they even dared to enter the forest of the Wolf King, which generally would be suicide. The witches were to freeze the wolves. They would load them in trucks and be gone. It would take no more than 2 hours, and their source had also assured him that the only being who could feel something was amiss so fast as to hinder their plan, the king, was not in his palace tonight. Normally, even if this method of hunting was effective, it was difficult to attack a normal pack. Even the smallest pack they knew had about 1,000 wolves, and the spell could not cover enough ground to ensure they could capture every wolf. As only capturing a portion of a group would infuriate the rest, the consequence would be a united retaliation from the rest of the members, and they would be killed immediately. Last year, they mostly captured strays, but there were too few to help them achieve their goal. To find out about the exercise that was held these weeks, coupled with the king's absence, such a large group of werewolves at once, also young and easily controllable, was truly a blessing. Another advantage was that capturing the werewolves under the watch of the king would tone down his authority. Each group of students had pups from packs from around the world. It would help if it riled the werewolves up to revolt and keep the king occupied for some time. Now then, while the non-combatant members of your little makeshift pack are captured, let's ask some questions. The chief of the hunters said, relaxed, lowering himself to one of the werewolves that seemed smaller and easier to interrogate. Usually, under the influence of the spell, the werewolves were silenced. Still, the hunter had on his neck a small amulet that partially nullified the effect of the second spell. So, even though the last-ranked werewolf, who still had the deer beside him, could not move, he would still answer the questions regardless of his will. Which one of the males here is the alpha, little pup? He serenely asked, disregarding Celia's presence altogether through his question. The young wolf was scared, hearing the malicious voice and angry, feeling his inability to react to an attack, but even so, his solidarity with his pack would not let him answer the question honestly. He wanted to lie, but unfortunately, the amulet also had the effect of making one answer questions truthfully. So, instead of a lie, the truth came out. Celia is the alpha. The words easily slipped from his lips, making even him baffled by what he had uttered. Oh! Celia? Repeated the name, wide-eyed, the hunter, briskly raising his gaze towards the only female between them. Then, after half a second, he continued speaking. Now that is interesting. This explains better why the young female pup is still standing. Celia was more and more covered in snow, with small snowflakes littering her face and hair. As the small pieces of sculpted ice kept melting on the warm werewolf girl's skin, small droplets of water adorned her beautiful face all around. One could mistake this water for sweat caused by the evident fright of the situation. Perhaps this was also in the minds of the hunters, but she still did not react to their words. To dare enter His Highness's forest, something important was happening. She already found out that they wanted them captured instead of killed. When would hunters not kill a werewolf on sight? Why the need to capture them alive? Perhaps she could find out a little bit more. She also did not dare act rashly, knowing now that they only wanted to capture them. If help was already on the way and she did not wait, what if it resulted in the death of some of the werewolves? She could still wait a little longer. As long as the hunters talked, she would not act. But how can a female wolf be the alpha? What is her rank and what type of student is she? Asked again, the hunter was curious. I might as well ask a little more before the trucks with the other werewolves arrive. Celia is a third-rank wolf. She is a Watcher student. He slipped the words from his mouth again, even though this time the werewolf did not want to answer at all. All the hunters who had been listening were fairly surprised at this piece of information, which made them listen more intently to the interrogation. All the attention was on the conversation between the two. A Watcher student and a third-ranked werewolf all in one. We have never captured a Watcher before. They neglected to inform us of there being Watcher students in the exercise. Those stupid wolves can't even do this little work right. Well, at least the capture of a Watcher student redeems them a bit, I guess. The older man sighed, shaking his head from side to side disapprovingly. Don't mess with our alpha. The young werewolf affirmed anger through gritted teeth. He really cursed the man inside his mind. When he was asked a question, he replied easily, even without meaning to, but if he wanted to speak of his own volition, it was difficult. He barely managed to open his mouth to say those few words. Oh, it seems we have some very protective wolves. Smirking, pleased, the hunter spoke mockingly at the futile attempt to retaliate, seeing that the other werewolves were also trying to move angrily. Because of the sarcastic words, all the hunters snickered haughtily, with some even whistling as though they agreed. With his smile growing even larger because of the response, the chief of the hunters got up and walked towards Celia. Seeing her up close, only then did he realize her eyes were dark as night. But he was still not alarmed, as she had not tried to move at all this whole time. Werewolves were impulsive creatures in his preconceived mind. A werewolf would have rashly attacked 100 times by now if he or she could. After all, not one werewolf in the past had stayed still and assessed the situation before fighting against them. Naturally, Celia would be no different in his opinion. However, the man seemed to be forgetting that the werewolves in front of him were not rogue ones that he had hunted in the past. They were pack-born and raised werewolves who were many times calmer and more rational. What a beautiful female wolf. Who would say you would be a third-rank wolf, little pup? You look quite delicious. What do you say, boys? He said, licking his lips. The hunters got the lewd remark and smirked even more. So do we get a shot? Some of them enthusiastically and quickly tried their luck. Only after I get the first taste, boys. Only after that. The grinning hunter affirmed indulgently, lowering his guard even more so that he placed his rifle on his back instead of still carrying it in his hands. The trucks arrived while he still admired the unmoving Celia. He had even raised his hand to caress her face, but stopped himself when the other hunters got down from the trucks to load their prey. Hey, Chief, could we also take the deer? How about some barbecue tonight? The young hunter, who was still standing next to the last-ranked werewolf, asked happily. Sure, that's wonderful, started to say the distracted chief, taking his eyes off Celia to look in the direction of the young hunter. But he was stopped in his reply as Celia's hand was already on his neck. When he regained his mind a second later, feeling the choke, he realized that his feet were barely even touching the ground. Celia knew she had waited for as long as she could, but in the distance, she could not hear the sounds of help coming. If she were to wait to be transported, it would be even more difficult to save her and the others. So she decided to place her trust in her strength and that of her wolves. They helped her before when she was attacked by rogues, so even if it was her first-hand experience in dealing with hunters, she was determined to survive and help her pack to survive, too. If help did not come, she would be that help. Chief, yelled, afraid the young hunter as he saw his chief held by one hand in the air by the female wolf and could not believe his eyes. She was supposed to be immobile. How could she move so fast that his eyes could not even keep up with her movements? Even if they had not dealt with third-rank wolves before, the high-ranked wolves should still be at least slowed down somewhat if the spell could not stop their movements altogether. But she did not seem to be the least bit affected by it. The other hunters also turned their eyes toward their chief, alarmed. They were about to carry the werewolves, so they did not have their eyes on the older man and Celia. Seeing the unbelievable position of the man who was currently struggling to remove Celia's arm, they immediately raised their weapons, but could not shoot as the chief was in her hand. Even if the wolfbane did not kill their chief, the bullet that contained it still could. They could not risk moving rashly. Let him go, you monster, or we'll shoot. One of the hunters ordered with authority. He was still under the impression they had the situation under control. Let the girls come down from the truck and leave. If you do not want your chief's neck broken like a twig, she calmly and expressionlessly said. She did not falter and give in to their threat. Even if she did not get along with the other girls, she was still the alpha. The alpha's job was to ensure protection. How was the only word that could come out of the chief's mouth as he felt his air cut off. His hands were on her right arm, trying to break himself free, but even a finger he could not peel off of his neck. She was made of stone. Her black eyes and calm, cold face made him feel fear like no other wolf before her did. The beautiful, ethereal girl who was currently in front of him was moments away from actually killing him. He should never have let his guard down, but never in a million years would he have expected her strength. The hunters were even more surprised. Her voice did not hold a speck of fear despite the 20 guns pointed at her. 1 bullet would render her wounded, 2 bullets would render her in critical condition, 3 bullets would render her body unable to regenerate, and 4 bullets would kill her instantly. Still, she showed no fear in front of 20 potential bullets that could hit her, or even more if they kept on firing. They were in a deadlock, but she still repeated it, this time with more power. Let the girls down, or I will kill you all. You have 5 seconds. 1. She raised her voice and revealed her protruding fangs, snarling at them. She was determined to fight until death. She even raised their chief higher so that his feet left the ground to show them she meant her words. Her left hand was raised, counting the seconds, and as she said the word one, the chief, being in her grasp, saw her palm. The other might not be as well informed as he, but his sources had told him of many details, even about watchers. So even though he had not met one before, he could still recognize the mark of an alpha of a pack of watchers. It meant they were in the presence of a werewolf only ranked below the Werewolf Council. With this frightening realization in mind, another, even more scary thought followed. They could not survive such an encounter unscathed. They were screwed, he finally thought. Chapter 19:2. Celia counted loudly, her voice unwavering. She did not want to give the slightest sign of weakness, but her heart was pounding in her chest. Please help me be strong. She reached out to the only ones who could offer support right now, her wolves. I am here, Celia. Crescent immediately acknowledged. It seemed that Waning was still not able to answer, but Celia felt that at least her aura had increased. She was certain that the power coursing through her far surpassed Crescent's, so it was surely the white wolf lending her strength. Still, she should really hold a proper conversation with her, she thought. Waning had always been quiet, but she had never been as quiet as she had these last few months. Well, the conversation would be later. That is, if she made it out alive. With the corner of her eye, she checked on the other werewolves. They appeared to be still immobile, and as the hunters had said they were to be taken, most likely, they would not be killed until the hunter's goal, whatever that was accomplished. It meant that even if she dared act on her own, the other werewolves would still be safe. They would still be kept alive as they were not an immediate threat. 3. She continued louder and more determined, raising another clawed finger in the air. The situation was tense. The hunters were confused about what to do. They could never lower their weapons, and they already felt how fast she was. She would surely take down one or two of them until they could put her down, and no one wanted to be in those one or two positions. But still, how could they abandon the chief? He was the brain of the operation, and without him, other groups of hunters would overtake them. Not to mention, he was the one controlling the witches. Seeing they appeared unwilling to listen to her words, Celia tightened her claws around the chief's neck, making him gasp even more, as he lacked the ability to breathe in the slightest. Perhaps she reckoned that like this, she would be more convincing, or maybe it had only been a move caused by nervousness. Either way, unfortunately, it had the opposite effect. A single loud sound was heard as a bullet was released from one of the rifles. The young hunter by the deer had lost his composure and, while trembling due to fear, had accidentally pulled the trigger, putting an end to the stalemate situation. Feeling the wound in her left side and the wolf's bane that quickly entered her body, sending ripples of pain like she had never felt before, Celia tightened her clawed hand, involuntarily cracking the neck of the hunter. It was the first time she killed someone, even if she did not mean to. Normally, her own actions should have trapped her in confusion and stilled her into place because of the traumatic act, but the situation and the adrenaline pumping in her body made her continue thinking about the next step instead of breaking down. She could not waste time thinking about the life she took. Realizing that as he was dead, the chief had lost his value as a hostage, she quickly tossed the lifeless body towards the hunters, hoping to at least distract them for a moment and perhaps lessen their numbers. 2 hunters were hit by the older man's big, built corpse that she had thrown with force towards them, causing them to crash into a nearby tree before losing consciousness. She was not sure how much time she had left until her body shut down because of the wolf's bane, as it reacted differently for each wolf. Perhaps she had a bit more time than what she had learned in the courses because of her 2 wolves, but she did not want to take any chances. The most important thing now was time, so she retreated quickly under the cover of the heavily snowed trees and night. In this way, she also separated from the werewolves, who were still on their knees. She knew that if she tried to fight while being in their midst, a stray bullet would surely hit them. The hunters wouldn't try to kill them actively, but while fighting her, she doubted they would be careful around creatures they usually killed on sight. She zigzagged between the trees while she was rained down with bullets. The first gunshot had caused them all to open fire in her direction. She thought about shifting into her wolf, but she was much smaller in human form, so she could hide her presence easier, not to mention the wolfsbane would also prevent her from shifting. Moreover, her giant wolf's form could be hit more easily. Circling them with top speed, she took the bow that she had strapped to her back, then pulled the arrows in it before firing them quickly, shooting 5 hunters in succession. She could have continued like this, just running between the trees and taking down even more hunters. But unfortunately, with no more arrows left, she could only discard her bow and use her bare hands in the subsequent attacks. Quickly changing her direction, as the hunters noticed from where the arrows were shot and were already focusing their bullets in that direction, she zigzagged again between the snow-covered pine trees and came from behind 2 other hunters. As she raised her foot, striking the back of one of them, she ensured his body fell in the direction of another hunter who was preparing to shoot her. Then, not wasting any time, she took the other hunter, who had been near the first, by the neck and briskly pulled it to the side, cracking it. With no other hunters near him, she only threw his body in the opposite direction before quickly withdrawing. The hunters had already noticed her position in the few seconds she had attacked, but the swiftness of a high-ranking werewolf was no joke. She was already between the trees again as the fires were shot. Her advantages were that it was dark and she was so fast that they could not keep up with her. They randomly fired in the direction she was last seen, but it only helped her as it hid the sound of her exiting into another part of the forest and grabbing another hunter by his back. This time, she dragged the hunter into the darkness and slammed his body into a tree, breaking his spine before running again. She could not use the same method as before because she was not so sure it would work. Each time, she had to change her movements not to lose the element of surprise. But even with the element of surprise, she was still hit by a stray bullet. In their frenzy, the hunters had fired even towards their companion when she tried to claw her long nails into another hunter's back. The second bullet's wolfsbane made her falter, and she did not retreat in time in the dark. The half a step she missed in moving back was another opportunity for a third bullet to hit her and a fourth one. After the 5th bullet, Celia was already down. "Stop it. It's enough." The following person who was left in charge, the right-hand man of the chief, said this when she was already lying on the cold ground. The bullets they had in their possession were quite difficult to make. Even human lives were lost in the process of manufacturing them. They could not afford to use them unwisely. Because of the witch's help, they thought they wouldn't even have to use them. Who would have thought their luck was so bad in the hunt today? The firing of the rifles stopped, and they did not question if she truly died. The 7th bullet that hit her while she was falling on the snow-covered ground did not make her even flinch. It was a sign that they managed to kill her. They hoped. They ceased their fire but did not lower their weapons. They were still afraid of her suddenly sprinting on her feet again. Even with 7 wolfsbane doses in her, they were not sure they killed her. No werewolf had made them fear her as much as she did, besides the werewolf king of whom legends were written. So, it was no wonder that even if they were assured of her death consciously, they still had the impression she could fight back again. They stood still for a couple of minutes, but they couldn't wait any longer. Time was running out. The patrol werewolves would catch them if they still hadn't left. The second in command slowly approached her. She had fallen on her side with her face positioned in his direction. Her long hair, which had come undone, lay on the snow bed, partially covering her face. Only a small part of the fair white skin could be seen, but it was enough to make him feel awed by the beauty. She looked like she was a snow fairy, so breathtakingly beautiful, he thought. He shrugged his thoughts, knowing what had happened moments earlier when his chief had not been careful in her presence. Carefully and alert to any sound or movement, he came closer, only 2 feet away, and saw that, indeed, she was dead. She had to be, judging by the pool of blood, which was slowly enveloping the ground around her. With her wounds still dripping with the crimson-colored fluid, as the wolfsbane prevented regeneration and deducing by how much blood was near her body, dyeing the white translucent snow a bright red, her death was inevitable. There was at least half of her body's blood, if not more, surrounding her, and it kept pouring uninterrupted. They would have never expected that despite losing that much blood and despite being shot that many times, Celia was still barely alive. She heard their movements like she was in a dream. They seemed like they were far away, but she did not have the strength even to move a finger. She was scared and helpless. Even her pulse and breathing slowed down until they were barely there at all. Lying on the cold white snow, she did not feel its coldness physically. She did not feel much at all. The wolfsbane had numbed her entirely. Mentally, she was suffering. She was upset because she had not accomplished her dreams. Her life had just barely begun a few months ago. She had just started to work for her goals, but it seemed like it would all come to an end. Her life did not pass before her eyes like one would imagine before their death, but she still felt an enormous amount of fear and loss, the loss of everything that mattered to her. She thought of her brother, of her new friends, and involuntarily, the last face she saw in her mind was of the Werewolf King. "Celia, Celia," shouted Crescent desperately, but she could no longer reply, even if to say one word mentally. Seeing her helpless state, Crescent had lost all hope. These were their last moments before death. "I am here. Do not worry." Waning, the previously absent white wolf, was finally encouraged. The assuring voice and words, the presence of the one who always protected Celia and her, made Crescent feel like a stone had been lifted from her chest. Waning was always like the big sister of the 3, the one on whom they could depend. "Waning." Celia is not answering. Her consciousness is slipping. She immediately informed the frightened. Would Waning be able to help still, like she had done in the past? The situation was as dire as it could be. "It is all right. It takes more than a little wolfsbane and bullets to kill us." Now move back deep in her mind. "Hurry." Waning calmed Crescent down briefly before asking her to take her place. There was no time to tell Crescent what she was about to do, and there was also no need to. Like always, Crescent did not question Waning. She hurriedly did as the latter instructed. "Celia, I know that you do not have enough strength, but I need you to meet me halfway, just like how we did for the seer test." Waning finally spoke to the human side, who had only been a spectator to their interaction. Her powers were quickly failing her. Celia heard her just before falling unconscious completely and, with her last bit of strength, forced herself to concentrate. In the dark zone of her mind, the area where wolves would generally be, a splendid white wolf sat with her paws in front of her. Her stature was magnificent. Her gray eyes shone as she calmly waited for Celia. She could not move closer as she was already waiting in the middle. In the distance, she saw her approaching with difficulty but could not help her in the slightest, even though, in her own mind, Celia took the appearance she had on the outside as evidence of the mentally shattered state. Her white clothes were ragged and full of blood that kept dripping on the floor. A small drop of blood was even on her lips. She slowly but steadily approached until she collapsed in front of the white wolf. She seemed so small, usually compared to Waning. Even if she stood up, the latter would still be taller. Now, while lying on the floor, it looked like she was a child. Waning got up and, with her nuzzle, approached Celia's face, comforting her. "You did well until now. Leave it to me from this point forward." And as she said this, their places were reversed. Waning was in the place where Celia had previously collapsed, while Celia was in Waning's previous place. Waning waited no more, only turned around and ran towards the way Celia came from. She would make them pay for forcing her out of her place. Their situation was already dire, and now these hunters added to their problems. She ought to show them just who they dared mess with, the majestic wolf angrily thought. The outside body was still in place during their interaction. The claws, the fangs, and the blackness covering her whole eyes had already vanished when she had fallen unconscious, as she was not able to maintain them. It looked just like a normal human body. She was still like this while the second in command ordered the other remaining hunters to gather the werewolves and prepare to leave quickly. The ongoing struggles would surely alert the werewolves who were supposed to keep watch over the students. The creatures had not intervened until now because of a third concealed spell, which could keep at bay the changes in the smells and sounds in the atmosphere for a short period. It was a spell that, although useful in a short period, was detrimental to their situation in the long run. Turning around to direct the hunters, the second in command did not realize that he had made the same mistake as his former superior. He had utterly underestimated the first-ranked werewolf, who was already transforming again to her partially shifted appearance. Chapter 20 Beep. Ever so slowly, the heart monitor could be heard. A normal heart rate should be much faster than this. The interval between the heartbeats on this monitor was too long. Each heartbeat felt like the last. Beep. Her entire body was covered in bandages. It was littered with cuts and bruises everywhere. Her face was pale, almost white. Her lips were cracked, her cheeks had lost their color, and her eyes showed no sign of opening. It was already 3 days ago that the attack happened, but she had not shown any signs of waking up. Beep. Her heart rate spiked again. Each time her heart beat, he felt his heart warm up, only to freeze when it took too long to hear her heart again. His entire being was focused on that sound. He could not bother about anything else other than this. He had not slept since he found her. His normal, clean look was now changed to a disheveled appearance. His hair, which was previously always styled properly, was now unkempt, and his previous clean face was now darkened by the growing stubble and the dark, cold circles around his eyes. The only thing he would do was just take showers. Other than that, he did nothing but move between the hospital and his office. Fortunately, the hospital was also in the compound of the palace, so he did not have to move around too much. In this way, he would check up on her several times a day, and at the same time, he could also investigate the cause of the attack. To dare trespass his forest and try to abduct his people was punishable only by death. Someone was clearly not so afraid of him anymore. It had been 30 years since the last war. At the end of it, everyone knew of his name and cruelty. They would just tremble at the mere mention of his name. He single-handedly had defeated many rogues and other supernatural creatures. Now, they must have forgotten. He would have to make an example of the ones behind the recent attack. Most of the ones who had trespassed were dead, and sadly, one had slipped past the borders. But he had found 2 while they were trying to leave the forest and were now currently kept for questioning before they were to face the consequences. It would not be long until leads were found. An operation this daring would not be under the leadership of those present in the forest. Someone was clearly behind them. Studying her face close to her side, as he found himself doing each time he checked up on her, he found she was still as lovely. Such a frail-looking girl had managed to save every one of her pack members. She did not collapse even with wolfsbane in her system, which doctors were baffled about as the amount in her body was enough to harm multiple higher-ranked werewolves. When he arrived at the castle the evening the attack happened, the smell of blood and fighting enveloped him instantly. His heightened senses immediately detected a disturbance in the forest, so leaving no explanations to the assistants behind him, he transformed into his wolf and ran towards the forest. The place he sensed the smells from was easy to spot, as the scent of blood became pungent with each closer step. Thus, with lightning speed, he arrived at the attack spot. There, he saw werewolves frozen on their knees, bodies of human hunters all around them, and even severed body parts. And a little further behind, there she stood. Blood was everywhere on her clothes. You could no longer see their original color, and her face and hair were also splashed as though inked in the crimson color. As she was still in place, he could see her eyes were as dark as night, and her hand that was on a human hunter's neck had sharp, long claws adorning it. She was partially transformed, and her wolf had taken over. But this side of her did not frighten him in the slightest. Quite the contrary, he was mesmerized by her calmness and fearlessness. She stood proud and with little regard for her wounds as she ended the hunter's life. Then, giving into the pain, her eyes regained their original chocolate color, her fangs and claws retreated to their normal appearance, and she slowly closed her eyes as she collapsed on the snow. It was at that moment that he sensed his heartbreak. The feeling of hurt in his heart was strange, as he had never felt such pain before. It felt like his heart had broken into millions of pieces. How funny it would be if the people who had said his heart was made of stone in the past would know just how easy it was to break it. Seeing no other danger for the rest of the werewolves, who were beginning to move and knowing for certain that Micah would soon arrive as he had seen him following a little further behind, he left them there and, with her on his back, ran to the Royal Hospital. Even though the doctors there immediately reacted at the sight of the king and assured the best treatment was given to the female werewolf that had personally been carried by him to the emergency room, he still ordered every doctor there to take care of her to the best of their ability. If she died, he promised them they would share her fate. They did their best, but they trembling informed him that the amount of wolfsbane in her system was deadly. They could not even understand how she was still alive. He roared at them, looking with dark black eyes as if to tear them apart. His terrifying aura made them kneel in fear and show their neck in submission. They had been deliberating for 3 hours for the best course of action, while 2 or 3 younger doctors had been by her side, maintaining the least bit of life she clung to. But as they analyzed her blood and the quantity of wolfsbane in it, they gave him only bad news. I need answers from you, solutions, nothing else. The next to tell me she will die before her. He shouted at them, losing his composure. Doctors, the Alpha just saved 49 werewolves all by herself. We will not have our Watcher Alpha die. You must inform us of any solution whatsoever. Micah intervened in a timely, having barely arrived earlier with other assistants. If he had not, the Beta feared there would be no doctors left to treat Celia in a few more seconds. Your Highness, I have a solution, said one of the younger doctors, stuttering. That won't work. I have told you already. Her blood doesn't match any werewolf we have data on, and even if it did, it is too risky for the other person involved, answered another doctor, looking at the younger one, wishing he could strangle him. You shut up. Salas roared, using his alpha voice, making the older doctor shut his mouth, utterly scared, without even being able to give an explanation. Now you. Tell me about it, he said coldly, looking at the young doctor, his voice toned down but still authoritative. The wolfsbane in the Alpha's blood has the highest level of toxicity in it we have ever seen. Generally, wolfsbane that human hunters use is made of the plant's flowers because it is also a little toxic for the humans who turn them into bullets infused wolfsbane. So, although the sap from its root has a higher level of toxicity, it is never used in weapons as it would be fatal for even humans. The toxicity level is so high that if we were to consider that it would take 4 wolfsbane bullets to kill one high-ranking werewolf with the 3rd rank normally, with the wolfsbane made from its roots, it would take only 2 bullets. Unfortunately, this exact more toxic version of the wolfsbane flows through the Alpha's veins. Get to the point, Doctor. My patience is running out. I do not have time for a general course in wolfsbane. Salas affirmed difficulty, at the same time trying to keep Sky from getting out of control. I am getting to that, Your Highness. Please let me explain the risks involved. He said this time with a steady voice. Seeing the confidence of the doctor in his presence, and also knowing that he was the only one willingly giving him a solution, Salas did not interrupt again and let him talk. Another problem is that we have never seen such strange reactions from the wolfsbane in her system. Each time we try to give her a blood transfusion to decrease the wolfsbane in her veins, it only decreases in the slightest, even though she has already lost so much blood from the 7 gunshot wounds. All the transfusions we have done have helped her a little, and we have not managed to make her body restart its own regeneration. It takes too much time with the transfusions, and she will die before then. What my solution implies is to have another werewolf's blood flow linked to her own, for her blood to circulate in the other werewolf's blood until both their bodies share the same level of toxicity and slowly manage to decrease it. 2 bodies would have the time it takes for the regeneration to restart. All right, do it. He said immediately her recovery was the most important. This is where the attending doctor has a problem with my solution. First, we need another werewolf with the same rank as her, as the toxicity level in her blood will kill the other werewolf, without a doubt, if we use a weaker werewolf. If he is even a sub-rank or 2 lower, it might mean severe damage for the werewolf involved or even death. As for the alpha, it might damage her body further if he is higher ranked, or we waste our time and, more importantly, her time left if he is lower ranked. From the records we have from the Academy, it is said that she is a 3rd rank. But the testing process must have been wrong, as I previously said 3rd-ranked werewolves would have died by now. It is impossible for her to have this rank. And 2, her blood type is special and very rare, and there is only one werewolf who matches her blood after going through our records, which holds most of the kingdom's population's data. But that person, he said with an intent gaze, looking up at Salas. I will ask the teacher who oversaw the seer test myself, and I will check if there were some mishaps. As for the second problem, tell me who has the same blood type. No matter who it is, she will cooperate. You, Your Highness. Her blood type matches only your own. Chapter 21. Knock, knock. Gabriel knocked on the conference room's door at the Royal Hospital. He more or less had suspected he would be called. In the attack some hours ago, a girl he had written down in the documents as being 3rd rank managed to withstand the effects of 2 spells, annihilate an entire group of armed-to-the-teeth hunters, and survive multiple wolfsbane bullets. Even if she was struggling to stay alive at the moment, it was a feat surpassing her rank by many folds. If he were in the same situation, he doubted he would have remained alive. A wolf's power relied more on pack fights. Some did the diversion, some did the attacking, and others coordinated and directed the flow of the battle. As part of the investigative team and a teacher, he had already interviewed the students who were at the scene. He was informed just how fast and strong she was. Even after taking 7 bullets, which made the hunters believe she had died, she regained her consciousness and attacked more fiercely than before and stronger, too. In a matter of minutes, she had managed to incapacitate and defeat most of the hunters at the location, only missing 2 who had lost consciousness and 1 who had run away, seeing the others fall. What it meant was that she did a pack strategy all by herself. The diversion, the attacking, and the coordination that would be shared in an attack were done by a sole werewolf. Her fierceness felt like a déjà vu, as he had already seen such strong, ruthless attacks before. Come in. A strong and authoritative voice commanded. The person who made him have such a déjà vu feeling called him inside. That's right, he thought. The familiar savage attacks were none other than His Highness's speciality. He almost forgot, as it had already been several decades since the last time he saw him in battle. He sighed and opened the door. Now he had to figure out how he should tell His Highness what he knew of Celia, preferably without being killed. The command of Celia to hide her rank was still in effect. He could not say straight to Salas what her rank was. Salas must ask him the right question, and he also has to use his alpha voice. Otherwise, he would have to lie, and it would only lead him to more trouble. Gabriel, what is Miss Blair's real rank, and why have you hidden it in the documents? Speak truthfully or be prepared for an adequate punishment. Of course, he would not have a chance for some greetings. Bring him directly to the root of the problems, thought Gabriel. What do you mean, Your Highness? What is the problem with her ranking? He could not say it directly, but the only obvious solution at the moment was to use his friend's short temper. If he played dumb and redirected the questions back to him, then perhaps Salas would use his alpha voice. He would have to play a little more at being dumb and ask him some more until Salas would question him directly. He was his friend. After all, he had never used his alpha voice on him, but in the end, he would. Tell me her rank now, shouted Salas, using the voice Gabriel hoped he would use, just not that fast. Gabriel looked aggrieved for half a second. Really, now friends for decades, never used his alpha voice on him. He would probably use it after some more questions. What a joke, he pondered. For Celia, he used his alpha voice only after the first two questions, which were said one after another, so it was more like one question. He would have to reevaluate his friendship. He suspected that Salas's mate was most likely Celia. Afterwards, he thought that perhaps she might not be, but just felt attracted to her because, for the last couple of months, they had not interacted in the slightest. But his temper just now confirmed it. Still, he felt wronged. If Salas was acting this way now without getting the girl, how would he be after getting her? Would he forsake their friendship altogether? His soul cried, but his mouth moved to speak. She has a 4th-rank wolf, but, he said, then looked at Salas and continued. She also has a 1st-ranked one. Why did you not write it correctly in the documents? Salas continued asking with his alpha voice after a few seconds of confusion. He was surprised by the finding, but first, he had to know why his loyal friend lied. The curse I am under, which restricts me from revealing information aside, a lower-ranked werewolf cannot disobey a higher-ranked one. All werewolves, beside the rogues, follow this norm. In essence, she used her alpha voice on me. I did not have a choice but to conceal it and even lie. Gabriel replied willingly. And so Salas realized that the only thing that made Gabriel talk was the fact that he had used his alpha voice. And with him being a 1st-ranked werewolf, the same as her, he granted Gabriel permission to talk about it. If others had asked him, he would not have been able to respond truthfully. I release the command she placed on you partially. You can speak freely about what you found out when she took the seer test, but only to me. For the others, her command is still in effect. Gabriel finally sighed, relieved. At least now I can get it off my chest. I have not liked it that I hid it from you. Okay, tell me what you want to know. This time I will tell you truthfully. How come she is 4th rank and 1st rank at the same time? A wolf's power does not fluctuate. It will only go a little bit higher with a lot of training, but it will not go up and down. He asked without his alpha voice this time. There was no longer any need for it. Yes, indeed, it does not fluctuate. That would be the case if she had just one wolf. Gabriel replied honestly. There cannot be more than one wolf in one body. There is always only one. Salas stated, getting even more confused. That is exactly how it usually is. I also did not believe her. So, I made her bring out each wolf for the test. The orb first showed me a 4th-rank wolf and, the second time around, a 1st-rank one. And let me tell you, the 1st-rank wolf is quite a fierce one. When I tried to call you and inform you about it, she used her voice on me and stopped me in a heartbeat. I could not disobey in the slightest. She even called me a pup. At my age to be called a pup, how do I look like a Gabriel started explaining, getting slightly off track at the remembrance of the encounter. He wouldn't admit it in front of anyone, but he even had nightmares about it. Gabriel, do not deviate from the main idea. I do not have much time. The main idea is that I do not know exactly how it is possible to have 2 wolves, but she indeed does. And the first-ranked one, for some reason, keeps herself hidden deep within Celia's mind. That is why her aura does not make everyone around her submit themselves. She also knows more than Celia about why there are two wolves, but for the moment she has not shared it with even Celia herself. But if it's true that she is a first-rank wolf, why did she struggle with the hunters and not eliminate them faster? For a first-rank wolf, a couple dozen of hunters should be a piece of cake. Salas inquired again, curious about this fact. Salas, from what I understood from the other students, she was hit by a bullet before she managed to react for one reason, so she was at a disadvantage from the start. And for the second reason, you have to understand that the first-ranked wolf has been suppressed most of the time. She has never been used fully, so my best guess is that it has taken its toll on her. If she was properly trained and if her first-rank wolf was used more, I think most likely she would stand a chance of even fighting on par with you. All right, I understand now. I have to go. We will talk more later, Salas said finally, cutting the conversation short. In the first place, he only needed to know her rank. Knowing now that she was a first-ranked werewolf was enough. He could give her blood himself to help her regenerate. He couldn't be more pleased with this fact. Okay. Oh, but tell me, how is she? The students said she was shot multiple times. Her pack members have also been gathered with the other students and are asking about her. I told them that I will inform them about her state. If not, they will likely barge in and find out themselves. Gabriel asked, following Salas with his gaze as the latter was already at the door. Just inform them she will be all right. I will make sure of it. Salas replied and briskly exited. 10 minutes later, his beta, Micah, had assembled the group of doctors again. Doctors, I know that you are sworn to secrecy because of the patient-doctor confidentiality. But allow me to make sure of it. None of you are allowed to speak anything of the Alpha, her name, her data, her rank, or the procedure she will undergo under your care. You will not even put it in your records. Now then, start the procedure without delay. I will assist Miss Blair in lowering the wolfsbane in her veins. Using his alpha voice made the doctors do nothing but agree to his words. So, even though they were confused about how he could share his blood with her when he was the first-rank werewolf and could kill her in the process, they could only assemble the tools themselves without the assistance of nurses and begin working. His command implied no one else was to know, so they could not use them. Walking into the intensive care unit, Celia was in and seeing her pale face, her haggard breathing, and her frowning face scrunched in pain. The whole image was difficult for him. But because he knew she would be all right, his heart was slightly alleviated. Not waiting longer, he stepped towards her bed and slowly approached her forehead, placing a gentle feather-like kiss. It was wrong for him to do so. He was aware of this. But he wanted to do something to assure her that someone was by her side. Maybe she felt him because although she was unconscious, her face relaxed a little, and the frown between her brows disappeared. The serene, beautiful face, although very much battered, still made his heart speed up. Your Highness, we are ready. The young doctor informed him that the rest had already prepared everything needed for the process. At the doctor's words, he only nodded his head. And after glancing one more time at the frail woman, he headed towards the other bed. He took off his coat and his shirt so the doctors would have better access to his veins before lowering himself onto the nearby bed. The doctors waited no longer and started to connect his blood vessels to an intravenous drip and then connected again to Celia's blood vessels. After all these years, His Highness had never needed their assistance and they barely ever saw him, but today, it was the second time already to be in his presence and both times under the submission of his alpha voice. That was frightening enough now to take care of someone clearly special to him, only putting more pressure on them. The blood steadily flowed from his veins before transferring to the intravenous drip and again went into her veins. On the other hand, he had another intravenous drip that connected her blood to his own veins. As her veins constantly dripped, blood flooding his own, his face paled. It was a constant, heart-wrenching, paralyzing ache. He did not gasp or cry out, even though the pain was indeed unbearable, as his heart hurt even more. For such a petite person as her to be under such immense pain, double the amount of pain in fact, as he now only shared half of it. He honestly did not know how she could endure it. He had been hit by wolfsbane before. In the frenzy of the last war decades ago, stray arrows managed to hit him. But they were nowhere near as powerful as these bullets. Somebody had done intensive research on them, and it seemed, clearly, it was not just a group of hunters involved, but many more were behind the recent events. He would have a lot of tracking and confronting to do, it seemed. The hunted would become the hunters. Chapter 22. In the dark, infinite place, a single small soul was present. It was a small, fluffy gray wolf with tinges of black. The little wolf was curled in a ball, with her tail covering her small muzzle and her paws retracted under her abdomen. Perhaps fearing the dark and loneliness, she kept trying to nestle more. This fact, coupled with a slow, whimpering voice that could be heard whisperingly from time to time, made a heartbreaking image. "What's the matter, small wolf?" Someone said this using the mind link as she appeared from behind. Hearing the gentle voice, the small wolf slowly opened her eyes and raised her head. The presence of someone else besides herself was a cause of joy for the small furry ball in the vast, cold place. In front of her, a bigger white wolf pup was majestically wagging her tail. She was enchanting with her fur so white that it almost seemed translucent, and her gray eyes that sparkled when looking at her. The bigger wolf pup lowered herself to the small one's level and asked her again slowly, "Why are you trembling?" She gently said, using a soft, soothing voice, "I will soon disappear." The pup replied through her mind, her face and eyes full of sorrow and anxiety. "Why do you think so?" Asked again gently, the bigger wolf. "Because no one has claimed me yet. I do not even have a name. Do you have one?" The little wolf admitted with a smaller voice, then asked the same question to the bigger wolf. "Yes, my name is Luna." The white wolf responded. "What does it mean?" "It is beautiful," appreciated the small gray pup, her eyes shining. "It means moon," replied the white wolf, who had already lain herself near the smaller one, cuddling her. Then she continued, seeing the eager eyes in front of her. "Do you want a name, small wolf?" "Yes, I want one also." "But who will give me one?" She said sadly that she had long ago given up hope of ever receiving one. "I will. How about this? From this moment onwards we will share the meaning of my name. Do you know of the phases of the moon?" she asked. And the small wolf turned her head from side to side as if to deny knowing. "When we look from the earth to the moon, we will not see the moon completely each time, or better said, a full moon. As such, how much we can see from it, or each phase, has a different name. It takes the waning gibbous phase and waxing crescent phase together to make the image of one full moon. From this moment onwards you shall become crescent, and I will be waning." Celia had been drifting in and out of sleep for some time now. She dreamt of the dream she saw when she was smaller, a dream that she kept having as a child. It was one of the two most important beings in her life, her two wolves. Many times when she was feeling sad, many times when she noticed the differences in treatment, whether consciously or not, she would see this dream. It would always comfort her for some reason and make her want to rest more, to continue seeing it. But she eventually forced herself to open her eyes when she could no longer stand the aching in her throat, though she could barely distinguish some light. Quite difficultly, she opened her eyes before trying to mend her throat by coughing a bit. Placing her trembling hand on her neck, she felt around it, trying to soothe the pain. Her throat felt dry and filled with small prickling needles. "Would you like some water?" She heard a mesmerizing, hoarse voice say gently. She did not know who it was, but she felt safe in the presence of this person. So she only murmured a small yes in her cracked voice. A few seconds later, After hearing some heavy steps near the bed and the sound of pouring water, she felt someone putting their arms around her back, lifting her a bit. The smell of that person seemed to envelop her entire being. The musky, woody smell with tinges of lavender filled her nose, and the warm hand placed behind her back sent shivers down her spine. Lifting her a bit, this person placed the glass near her mouth and was waiting patiently for her to drink. She realized when she felt a bit of cold on her lips. She sipped a few mouthfuls of water before closing her mouth. Then she felt herself lying down again and heard the clinking of a glass on a table. "Thank you," she said, whispering with a grateful tone. Her voice seemed to return a little after drinking the water. "You are welcome," the low-toned voice acknowledged. The sound seemed close, she thought. This person was surely still near the bed. Realizing this, she looked towards where the sound came from. Her eyes were already clearing and adjusting to the light. Perhaps she moved too briskly or did not assess exactly how close this person was to her. Her senses were still worse than a human's for now, so naturally they could not be relied upon. Either way, when she turned towards the side of the bed, the most handsome face she had ever seen was right in front of her eyes, a few inches away, in fact. She could even feel Salas's breath, and most likely, he could feel hers. Her pale cheeks instantly reddened. The person who had helped her drink water was, in fact, His Highness. She was stunned and even forgot to retract her chocolate eyes that were looking directly into his bright blue ones because of this realization. He did not move, liking the proximity, and only raised his hand and placed it on her forehead lightly. "You do not have a fever." That is strange. Then why are your cheeks red? Do you feel unwell somewhere?" he asked, concerned, with his hand still on her forehead. Her cheeks reddened even more, if that was possible, but she still did not say a word. Cough, cough. The sound of Gabriel coughing resounded in the room. "Your Highness, every lady would feel embarrassed if you were that close." The teacher was gentlemanly and subtly informed the woman of the unaccustomed king. At least, this was what he thought subtlety meant. Hearing another voice, Celia regained her composure and broke eye contact, directing her gaze towards her teacher, who was standing a bit further away. Salas did not ask anything more, realizing his mistake at the uncommonly close distance. But still, he was displeased, having lost contact with her eyes and touch as he retracted his hand. So he only straightened his body, but did not move from the side of the bed. "How are you feeling, Celia?" "The doctor said that your regeneration finally kicked into the fullest, so all your wounds are closed and almost healed by now, and they should not pose any problems," Gabriel inquired in a friendly manner. "I am all right, only slightly dizzy, but I am confused. I should not be alive right now," she said calmly. She had lost consciousness after the fourth bullet, but she was sure more shots followed. Logically speaking, no werewolf, having been shot that many times, should still be breathing. Well, if it weren't for His Highness, Gabriel started to say, but was not able to finish as Salas already interrupted him. "We got you as fast as we could to the hospital. And luckily, the doctors were able to treat you in time." The first-ranked werewolf man stated, his heart uncomfortable as he repeated her words inside his mind. "I shouldn't be alive right now." She only nodded in understanding. She realized that her stronger wolves had something to do with her fast healing, so she did not want to stir suspicions by being too surprised and asking too many questions about her health. "And my pack temporary members, how are they? And the other Watcher students, were they attacked as well?" she asked anxiously, clearing her head from haziness while she tried to shift her body upwards, worried. "They are all right. Do not worry. The temporary pack members are already attending classes as usual, and your classmates are also attending theirs. The other students, who were in the same pack as you for the exercise, have had a week to rest and recuperate from the psychological trauma, but otherwise have no injuries. As for the other packs that participated in the exercise, They were not attacked. Either your pack was the only target, or your pack was nearer to where they entered through the border. If the latter is true, they were just unfortunate enough to attack the leader of the Watchers first. Quite unlucky hunters, Gabriel stated, chuckling. Salas, who was still closer to her, although the highest rank in the room, and the king for that matter, had not replied to her question himself, as he was busy arranging the pillow behind her back to a more comfortable position, earning himself another blush from her, which was quite endearing, he thought. Thank you, she whispered, stuttering. It seemed like each time she talked to him, she lost her voice. Her usual calm self changed 180 degrees. She really should stop doing that, she thought. Then she continued to speak as she processed inside her mind what Gabriel had said. A week's rest? Does that mean I have been unconscious for a week? She gasped as she realized exactly how much time had passed. Salas had already distanced himself from her by this point, with his mission already finished, not wanting to make her too uncomfortable. Yes, a whole week. You had us quite worried, some more than others, Gabriel said, looking with squinted eyes in Salas's direction. And as the latter glared at him, he restrained his joking attitude and continued. Your pack members have bombarded my phone with messages and calls. We had to restrict everyone's access, so they were not able to see you. Gabriel sighed, defeated by pups, then pulled his phone out of his pocket and raised it in the air, showing her the screen. Yet another phone call from Jake was displayed on the smartphone screen. Do you mind answering the call? Even if I told them you were all right and assured them it won't be long until you wake up, they keep pestering me every day. I don't know how they have so much battery on their phones. They keep eating mine away, he said, sighing again while he was already handing her the phone. She nodded her head apologetically and took it from his hands to answer. Saying her greeting, the loud, worried voice could be heard from the other end. She only exchanged a few words with Jake, not wanting to be rude in the presence of the king by prolonging the conversation and ignoring him, then managed to close the phone call after she promised she would call again to discuss the details. She could not talk more even if she wanted to, as she kept feeling a scrutinizing gaze upon her at all times, Salas's probably. Gabriel was by the window, waiting for her to finish her conversation. He was also gazing outside, so it was not him, and there was only one more person in the room. Maybe she was just overly conscious, but it kept sending an itch to her heart. So she cut the conversation as short as she could. It was also not polite to keep talking on the phone in the presence of the king. Hearing her say her goodbyes, Gabriel retracted his gaze and approached her bed to retrieve his phone. Now then, if you are feeling up to it, I would also like to ask some questions about the attack, he said smilingly, glad he got the pack off his back, truly enormously glad. We should let her rest some more. She just barely woke up. It would be better for you to come back to the palace tomorrow. She will answer then. Salas finally broke his silence. I can answer now, it is not a problem, Celia assured quickly, and hearing the word palace, she looked around only to notice that she was not inside a hospital care unit, but in fact, in a room resembling one inside a palace, a room fit for a princess. No, he will come back tomorrow. Salas firmly denied it. Yes, Your Highness, Celia replied slowly. She could not disobey the king once he spoke twice. But can I ask where I am? She dared to ask at least this much. Yes, of course. You are in the royal palace. You shall remain here until your complete recuperation, Salas calmly said. One could not detect a single emotion in his voice, but Gabriel would have sworn his friend even had a small tug upwards at the corner of his lips, though barely noticeable. Salas looked practically akin to a wolf in human clothing. He was really happy about this particular unavoidable circumstance, if you could call it as such, as he had practically forcefully moved her to his palace the moment she was stable enough to do so. Chapter 23, but I am already mostly recuperated. The teacher just mentioned my wounds are closed and almost healed. I can recuperate further in my own room at the academy. There is no need. Celia tried to explain. She could not be so close to Salas. The strange feelings invaded her heartfelt, foreign, and confusing. Her calm and solemn face felt like it was starting to crumble, and if she did not leave, it would only crumble some more each time she would see him. One would be able to read all her feelings clearly in her eyes and face if her mask broke apart. What if the king realized her shyness and loss of breath were not because of the same sentiments as other people? Was it not because she respected and feared his alpha aura? This is the protocol for the people who have been injured in the premises of the castle. I am sorry, but you will have to remain here at least a week more. We will make sure all your needs are taken care of. Please understand us at this time. It would also help us with the investigations of the attack if you are near while we need further information. He told her with an apologetic look. Hearing Salas's honest words, she could not insist more. He was a king. He did not need to explain so much to her. He would only have to order, and she, as his subordinate, could only comply. But he had said, "I am sorry and please." Moreover, it was a protocol for all the people. Who was she to be the exception? She nodded her head in understanding, albeit a little reluctant. It was only a week, and she should be all right. Anyway, it was a huge castle. At most, she might see him once the following day when she would answer the questions. He was the king. It was not like he would cater to all her needs himself. Her thoughts had gone too far. Watching the conversation before him, Gabriel was trying to maintain a sullen look, but inside, he wanted to burst out at his friend. What protocol? He had never heard such rules before, and he would know. He was teaching general knowledge at the academy, which included the laws of the kingdom and, of course, all protocols of the palace and its executive members. He was also an executive member of the royal palace himself. Lies, nothing but lies, Gabriel thought. Well, but it was all good to him. Wait until they left the room. He would ask Salas why he was not notified of the changes to the protocols. Ho ho ho. He was laughing inside his mind mischievously. She sighed, relieved when the two men left. Her teacher aside, His Highness had quite the presence. She felt like she was losing a bit of air each time he was near. He was the king of all wolves. Such sentiments were not appropriate. As the daughter of a beta of a mediocre pack, she was thinking too much of his actions and was being too self-conscious. Helping her up and handing them a glass of water, even arranging her pillow, not to mention telling her when he left that he would return to check up on her, and even living at the palace to recuperate, could be just normal actions that the king did. It could also be because he had interacted with a lot of women in his life, and so was generally accustomed to acting in this way. Thus, he did not mind the small distance between them, and even closed that distance even more. Or it was because he had felt guilty that the incident was inside his personal territory, and she was just overthinking. She had never been close to men in her life, never had a boyfriend, and she did not know what the appropriate distance between women and men should be. With the guys from the pack, it was much easier to interact, she sighed. Either way, a wider distance was better than the opposite, she finally decided. Lest he sensed her blush, her heartbeat, and her slight tremble at his touch were for a reason other than shyness. It would be embarrassing if he noticed her turmoil. She really did not understand why he had such an effect on her. Even if she had rejected her mate, he most certainly would have a beautiful and strong mate. She was nothing compared to that. Wait, why was she comparing? She massaged her head, bewildered by her thoughts, and tried to push these ideas out of her mind. A few seconds later, she removed her legs from the warm blanket and tried to move to get up. She really needed to use the bathroom. They had told her she had a landline phone near the bed and should use it each time she wanted something, but she could do it herself. It only took a few steps to the bathroom. She slowly positioned herself, with her legs dangling on the side of the bed, and propped her hands for support, but it was more difficult than she thought. She finally got up when the dizziness went away and steadied her feet. She took 1, 2, 3 steps. The door of the bathroom was in sight, but she suddenly felt a numbing pain before her feet gave out under her weight. Her only reflex was to close her eyes tightly and wait for the pain caused by the fall. There was nothing to hold on to, even if she wanted to stop herself from falling. The expected pain did not come as she bumped into something, and it was not the floor as she was still on her feet. Her face was pressed into a hard chest. Strong hands surrounded her waist, holding her from falling, and, as she felt the warmth of the other person, Salis's strong natural scent hit her nose. Why did you not use the landline? Your injuries are almost healed, but you are still frail. You could still get hurt. The soothing, gentle voice scolded, but even his reproach of her actions held a tinge of care. She looked up to see him gazing straight down at her. Really, this man was too beautiful for words. Realizing the closeness, one even more evident than before, she quickly lowered her eyes and tried to steady her feet for him to let her go. I am sorry. I thought I could manage to walk. I am all right now. Thank you, Your Highness. Celia apologized, but even though she slightly pushed her hands against his chest and tried to back away, he was like a stone wall. Where were you going? He asked again, ignoring her attempts to create distance between them. She could not openly push him away and could only reply, hoping he would let go. He was the king. How could she dare be rude? I just wanted to walk a little. I am fine now. I can go back to bed myself. Thank you, she said, trying to tell him with words that he should let her go, but he still ignored her attempts. He looked behind him in the direction she was heading and realized that she was too embarrassed to tell him she was going to the bathroom. He looked again at her and smiled a little, although she could not see it, as she was still looking down, averting his eyes. He did not say anything more, just bent a little, put one hand under her knees and another on her back, lifting her up. With her legs swept from the floor, it felt like she was about to fall, so in a start, she extended her hands and quickly grabbed his neck. Why, Your Highness, she wanted to say she could walk on her own, but there was no chance to. He walked fast, and in seconds, he had already closed the distance she was from the bathroom. With the door to it already opened, he went inside and gently sat her on the bathtub's edge before he exited and closed the door behind him. Celia could not even utter a word of thanks or deny needing to use the bathroom. The embarrassment was too much by this point. His Highness had realized she needed to use the bathroom. He had also personally helped her there. She couldn't be more ashamed than she was just now. Feeling all the blood from her body traveling to her cheeks, staining them a bright crimson color, she helplessly raised her hands to cover her whole face. But this action only had the opposite effect. Instead of calming her, it had brought about more unrest. The hands that had been around His Highness's neck were utterly infused with his wonderful smell. No, not wonderful, she immediately denied to herself before again realizing her rudeness. How could the highest werewolf not be wonderful? Of course, he was. Wait, why did it sound like her thought meant something else? She pondered again. Her thoughts changed rapidly, and even the need to use the bathroom was forgotten. 10 minutes later, she slowly opened the door and poked her head out a little through the crack of the opening, hoping he had left. She had stayed a little more time in the bathroom for this exact reason. There was no movement in the room, though it still smelled like him inside the bedroom. She sighed, relieved. He smelled so strong that the smell must have lingered, and that was why she could still feel his scent. But a man as busy as him would surely not wait until she exited. But to her bewilderment, she did not even fully exit the door when he appeared and gently grabbed her arm. She gasped at the sense of his touch, but still tried to keep her face as calm and as collected as it could be. Has your dizziness gone away? He asked gently to not startle her further. Yes, it has. She whispered back, no other words besides those three. The shock had made her forget to use the right appellative for the king, but of course, the man wouldn't point it out to her. Without the appellative, he did not feel a distance because of their positions. All right, that is good. I will only hold your arm until we reach the table. You should have some dinner, he said, still as tenderly as before. She nodded pleased, her relieved mood projecting on her fair face. She felt happy that he was a gentleman. He explained his actions and, perhaps seeing that it had made her uncomfortable before, did not carry her again. The table in the bedroom was filled with all kinds of different foods. One could find at least 1 or 2 things to eat no matter how picky one was, but it wouldn't have been a problem either way. She was not one to be selective about her food. However, she did not understand why there were 2 plates set on the table. At least she was confused only for a little while because, after he led her to one of the chairs and helped her sit near the table, he took the one opposite to her and plopped down. He was planning to eat with her, but why she did not know. Wouldn't His Highness eat in the dining room with his family or something? Why would he eat with her? Of course, these questions would remain unsaid. She could not ask him directly. It would be rude to ask the owner of the castle why he was eating in a particular room. He also did not say anything about the situation, only nimbly took some different kinds of food and placed it on her plate and on his as well, then started to eat. When she still did not begin eating, he raised his eyes to look at her. He did not say anything, but she felt like his eyes were saying what he did not say with his mouth, so she took the fork and knife that were placed in front of her and slowly started to eat the food. He was calm, and while eating, only made a little bit of conversation. He only asked her about the university and things like that. He did not intrude on her privacy. Never in her life had she imagined that she would have dinner with the king of all werewolves, much less in a private setting with only the 2 of them. The rumors about him being stern and ruthless were entirely wrong. He was every bit of a gentleman a man should be, and although she felt awkward at first, the atmosphere slowly relaxed. Finishing their dinner, he did not accompany her further. He left after making sure one of the maids that collected the plates and leftover food remained behind with her to help, and also after telling her they would see each other the following day at breakfast. She said her goodbye greetings, but inside her mind was chaos. Sure, she felt a bit more relaxed in his presence. The atmosphere was not as awkward as it was at first, but she still averted her eyes each time he tried to look directly at her, and her pulse still beat with force each time his face came into her vision. And now followed breakfast? It could not be that each meal she would have here would be in his presence, right? And what would happen if it was necessary for her to stay more than a week? She was a werewolf watcher student. She was stronger than most werewolves. Why was it a need for her to stay and face him each day, considering the fact that she had just met him 2 or 3 times before? She was already feeling helpless. Chapter 24 Waning? Crescent? She tried to reach out to her wolves, but she did not hear a single reply from either of them. She had been trying to contact them since she had remained on her own. She stopped when she fell asleep, and now in the morning, she tried again, but still with no luck. They must have been under a lot of pressure to heal her body, and that was why she could not reach them, she thought. She would try again later to contact them, but now she had to change her clothes and go to the dining room for breakfast. Earlier, the maid had said the king asked her if she would like to have breakfast in her room or the dining room. Of course, the dining room would be better. She would feel more comfortable there. She also hoped there would be other people there dining as well. She glanced at the clothes the maid had brought when she came to inform her regarding breakfast. She had wanted to ask Jake to bring her some from her room at the academy, but the maid insisted she choose from the ones she brought. Without another option, she changed into a maxi knitted long dress with a V-neckline and a nude color. It was the most comfortable of the clothes, and it would look neither too formal nor too casual. She was not at the academy where she would usually wear her uniform, and this dress was perfect, as it was not tight around her abdomen where 3 of the gunshot wounds were. What was unusual was that they did not bring her shoes, but rather a pair of fluffy indoor slippers. She did not say anything about them, but the maid explained that it was necessary for her to be comfortable. It would not be a problem if she wore them. Once she was ready, the maid knocked on the door and asked for permission to enter. "Are you sure you are all right enough to go and eat in the dining room, Miss Blair?" His Highness said to ask you again. "Please do not force yourself. We can bring the food to your room." The beautiful, petite maid asked with a small smile. She was enchanted by the beautiful, tall woman in front of her. The clothes that His Highness had picked himself personally from a catalog fitted her well. Perhaps they could finally have a Luna, she sincerely hoped. His Highness had never had a female stay inside the palace before, much less take care of one personally like he had been doing with Miss Blair. Every day she had been unconscious, he would visit and inquire about her well-being. They even caught him touching her forehead or her cheek and looking at her once or twice when they entered her room. He also repeatedly instructed them to take proper care of her and keep the room warm enough, and even made the doctor come and check up on her several times during each day. It was no wonder he had been beside her when she finally woke up. For the 3 days she had been moved from the hospital to the palace, every moment that he did not spend working was spent near her. He had even brought some documents that he needed to read in her room and worked from there when he could. She and the other maids already knew of the existence of the female alpha since Celia took the admittance test and admired her strength. With the opportunity to care for her and see her up close, they now also admired her beauty and called her secretly the Sleeping Beauty and wondered what she would be like awake. They were also curious, if only for the fact that His Highness showed so much care towards her. When they came and delivered dinner, after they were notified she had woken up, Celia had completely charmed them. She did not smile much, but she was also not arrogant, and she spoke softly to them despite the power she possessed. Her mild personality, even though she had a poker face and the aura of an alpha, was soothing. She had even tried to clean the table herself, but of course, they would not let her. She was a guest and also a patient. They informed her and said it was their duty. Unbeknownst to Celia, she had a growing fan club, and the maids from the palace were avid members. After assuring the maid that she, indeed, was well enough to eat in the dining room, she was led through the hallways until she reached a double door. The dining room was closer to the guest room than she had previously thought, as they only made a couple of turns before reaching it. She studied the castle at school in the past as it had a 500-year-old history and knew it was immense, so she expected the walk would take a longer period of time. "We are here, Miss Celia," the maid informed her, smiling. Celia had tried to make the maid call her by her first name, but she only succeeded in making her say her first name preceded by Miss. "His Highness expressly chose your room to be closer to his personal quarters and thus closer to the dining room, so you will not have to walk a lot," she continued, chirping. Celia nodded to show she was listening. Her face was as expressionless as always, but her heart unwillingly skipped a beat. She shyly walked into the room and took a seat on the chair the maid had indicated. It looked like she was the first one there, and, glancing at the table, unfortunately, 2 tableware sets were arranged. She could not even sigh as the maid stood a little further in the rear, waiting. She did not start eating. It would not have been polite to do so without the host, and she just placed her hands on her lap and patiently waited. Soon, the double door opened, and in came Salas. He was not dressed in a black suit, as she had seen him before, including yesterday, but in comfortable home clothes, which consisted of a nude V-neck sweater, black pants, and black casual shoes. Just as he entered the dining room, she immediately noticed him as her seat faced the entrance, so she quickly rose to her feet to bow. But before she could bend her abdomen, he was already by her side, stopping her. "Please, there is no need for formalities. Your body is still not well. Take a seat," Salas quickly said with the same indulgent tone as before and also took his seat at the table. You can leave us. We will call if we need you. He ordered the maid who stood behind Celia and also looked towards his assistant, the same one who had shown him the video of the melee fight. The maid nodded in understanding and immediately exited, but she still stole a glance towards the table in passing. The two people looked like a couple wearing matching home clothes. She was eager to inform the other girls and took off towards the kitchen. His assistant, exchanging a glance with Salas, knew that His Highness was referring to him as well, so he quickly followed the maid out the door, leaving both of them completely alone. How are you feeling, Celia? Did you manage to get some sleep last night? Salas asked calmly as he took a sip of his coffee. I am feeling much better. The room was cozy and warm. Thank you for your care, Your Highness. She replied with a poker face, but still with a tinge of redness on her cheeks, almost unnoticeable. She was so nervous that she did not notice he had dropped all formalities and called her by her given name. I am glad. Please let me or the maids know if you have any discomforts. He expressed himself normally in a polite tone, but inside his mind, he was glad that she was feeling comfortable inside the palace. In this way, he could make her stay longer. And even more importantly, he was pleased she had not shown any irritation because he had called her by her first name. Everything has been perfect. I could not ask for more. Thank you. Everyone had treated her with care. How could there be discomfort, she thought. She lightly sipped her coffee, trying to keep her eyes from wandering around. She was not a big eater, and for breakfast, she would eat even less. At home, she was always the one cooking, so because of the smell emitted while preparing the food, she was accustomed to feeling full without finishing her meal. Trying to seem she was busy with something in an attempt to disperse the awkwardness, she sipped from the coffee again. But when she tried to sip once more, she could not lift her hand and cup from the table. Confused, she looked to see what was obstructing her arm. On top of her slender, small hand, there was another bigger one. It had enveloped the whole back of her hand. That is enough with the coffee. Please eat a croissant or some fruit. You have to replenish your energy. He advised her, then removed his hand from her own and, with it, added a plate with pastries and some strawberries in front of her. She nodded absent-mindedly and ate the croissant bit by bit in silence. The touch of his hand had left a lingering sensation. Seeing her with her eyes out of focus, he wanted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, the sound of his phone was interrupted. Speak, Salas said, answering the phone, a bit displeased. Your Highness, the items you have requested to be brought from Miss Blair's room at the Academy have arrived. His beta, Micah, quickly informed. He noticed the annoyed tone on the other end of the phone call, so even more would not drag the conversation. He only said briefly the call's purpose. All right, bring them to her room, Salas ordered concisely, and then closed the phone call. I have been informed that your books, laptop, and phone have arrived. You can find them in your room. Salas informed Celia, his tone miles apart from just now. It was like he was a totally different person. Thank you, Your Highness. Celia quickly expressed her gratitude, snapping out of her thoughts. They had asked her yesterday if there was something in particular she wanted from her room, just so she could have something to pass the time, but all her focus had been on studying, so she requested her books. But she did not think they would bring them to her so quickly. She felt bad for having inconvenienced them. They were already housing her, and now she even rose up with demands. But she was afraid her studies would falter after all the material to be learned was quite extensive. Now then, let's go, Salas said, looking brightly at her just as they finished their breakfast. Yes, she replied, but did not ask where to go. They discussed yesterday, informing Gabriel and Salas about the attack. Although the other students had already said most of what happened, her testimony was important for the investigation. Of course, she was aware of this, and they had even mentioned it to her yesterday. Naturally, the place he was taking her to was the room where her teacher would be waiting. Knowing this, she followed behind him with her head lowered, gazing at the floor. She could not walk side by side with the king, as it would be considered disrespectful. After a few steps down the long hallway, he began to slow down, so she also slowed her steps. However, she found it strange that he walked even slower after a few more steps, but he did not stop. He was still walking further down the hallway. She once again slowed down her pace, following his own. She intended to walk behind, so of course, each time he walked slower, her steps would be even slower. But as she was still following behind, looking at the floor, he stopped walking unexpectedly, making her bump into his back. She yelped as she hit her nose on his back and immediately moved back a step, embarrassed. In her thoughtlessness, she must have increased her pace. She flustered, realized. "Forgive me, Your Highness." She quickly apologized, but he only sighed before speaking. "Walk beside me. Why do you keep moving behind?" "I am sorry. I did not mean any disrespect." She quickly apologized again before moving to his side. He sighed but was not in any way angered. He really liked that they were walking together, even as they were currently, whether she was behind or parallel with him, it didn't matter in this regard. But behind him, he could not see her face, he could not see her. So he looked towards her direction and gently explained, "How can we talk if you are behind me? I only meant you should be by my side." "There is no need for apologies, Celia." She did not speak anymore because she would have only said sorry again, so instead, she slowly moved near him to his left side. Satisfied, he did not say anything more and just walked again. They walked this time side by side through the hallway until they reached a door, and Salas finally stopped to open it, then beckoned her with his hand to enter before him. She thanked him and stepped inside, but as she was expecting to see his office and Gabriel waiting, the image in front of her eyes stunned her. She had never seen anything quite like this in her life. She was so bewildered that she did not even move forward to allow Salas to enter. Chapter 25. It was the middle of winter. The snow had already fallen heavily from the beginning of December. Even when the attack occurred, it continued to snow. The trees had lost their leaves and were covered in snow. There was no grass or any kind of plants or flowers anywhere outside. Everywhere you looked, there was only white snow and frost. But in contrast to the white frozen nature of the outside world, in the royal palace, inside a huge room with a glass ceiling and windows all around, Celia was sitting on the floor looking all around her at the beautiful multicolored flowers. She had thought Salas would bring her to his office to discuss the information she held about the attack, but instead, he had brought her to a beautiful indoor garden. "Do you like it?" he asked as he approached her, but there were no words with which she could describe the beauty of the place. It seemed it had been made by fairies. She could not believe she was sitting on the floor, which, in fact, was not a floor at all. Covered in all kinds of different types of flowers, each one more beautiful than the next, and fragrant green grass that invited the feel of summer. It really couldn't be considered an indoor ground. A bed of flowers and grass best described it. There were butterflies all around on the flowers, in the small trees and the air. Even bird songs could be heard. She looked his way when she heard Salas's voice. He had disappeared for a bit when they entered, but she had been too charmed by the colors and the enchanting atmosphere and just by seeing so many flowers in one place in the middle of winter. So she had not noticed he was not with her until now. "It is beautiful, breathtakingly so," she said with a calm and serene face, but a small smile adorned the corner of her mouth, and her eyes sparkled. He smiled and crouched to her level. He did not say more, but slowly approached her hand and gently took it in his own. Seeing his actions, she did not visibly react in any way, as she was confused about what he wanted to do. Moreover, she could not retract her hand even if she felt uncomfortable, even if his touch sent tingling through her skin. The werewolf kingdom was not a society in which the ruler was elected. The king's words were the final law. Salas had never been a tyrant about it. He had never issued unfair or restricting laws. Quite the contrary, everything he did was in the interest of his people, so all the more reason he should be respected. Though she would never have expected the aloof and unapproachable king, everyone made him out to be like this. It seemed he quite liked to touch people. He had touched her a few times now already. She was nervous and a bit unwilling to let him hold her hand. But fortunately, he only took it and turned her palm up and, with the other hand, which he had kept behind his back until this point, covered her whole palm. Then he immediately retracted both of his arms as Celia felt something small and soft inside her hand. Bringing her arm back in front of her, she found he had placed a small dwarf baby bunny. The tiny white furry ball kept wriggling inside her palm until it found a comfortable position before closing its eyes and falling asleep. "So cute," she whispered, looking at the bunny. She was afraid to scare it awake, so she talked very gently. "Yes, you are," Salas said even more quietly than she said, almost inaudible. It was so quiet that the charmed Celia, by the bunny, had not noticed and so did not react to his words. "I have never studied about there being a garden inside the royal palace before. There was no such information in the books at school," Celia stated while petting the small furry ball. "This was my mother's garden. She did not want people to know about it. She did not even bring guests here often because she was afraid they would ask for her flowers or damage it in some way." She stopped petting the bunny, hearing this information, and, wide-eyed, suddenly looked at him as he was still crouching near her. "Then I should not be here. What if I harm something by sitting here?" She was alarmed and frantically looked around her to check the flowers. When she had sat down, she was careful enough and had not stepped on any, but now, hearing his words, she was even more nervous about damaging something. "Do not worry, she would not have minded you entering. You trod carefully and sat down with attentiveness, even without knowing this from me," Salas assured her. But still, Celia wanted to say it was not right for her to trespass in her garden, but he did not let her speak further. "No, but no one has been here to appreciate its beauty in some decades. I have only cared for it as a remembrance of her. I do not know of flowers and do not see beauty in them. It is good that at least there is another person knowing of its existence and appreciates it. As long as you will be staying here, please come whenever you want." I am sure she would have loved for someone to actually feel what she felt looking at the flowers. He gently affirmed, with an honest tone. He truly meant what he had told her. "Thank you for showing me Her Majesty's garden. It is a privilege." She thanked him for his thoughtfulness and did not refuse his offer of coming to see the garden, but whether she would come again or not was another matter. He had said she could sit comfortably, but she still rose on her feet, afraid to damage a plant. She also wanted to return the baby bunny to its burrow. After returning the small furry ball, they walked a bit through the garden slowly, and as she looked around, she would stop from time to time to get a closer look at the flowers. Each and every one of them was beautiful, but the most beautiful flowers were in the center of the garden. The flowers everywhere were of so many different colors. They were red, pink, white, yellow, magenta, violet, purple, and mixtures of those colors. But what attracted her attention the most was the bush of flowers in the center of the garden. They were colorless roses. They were white, almost translucent. Only the leaves were green, but the flowers themselves could be said to be made out of glass. She had never seen something quite like this. Seeing her stop before them, looking surprised at the flowers, he explained about them without her asking. "These roses are called the fairies' flowers. They have no color until a person touches them, and depending on the one who touched them, they would show a different color." She was listening to his explanation as she approached the flowers. The petals looked like they were made of glass, but she wanted to gently touch a petal to see if even its texture resembled that of glass. "She once told me about the flowers and the meaning of the colors they would turn into." He continued explaining nostalgia. Even more so than the garden itself, this particular rose bush was the one that best reminded him of his family and childhood. She said that dark-hearted people would turn its flowers black, pure-hearted people would turn them into white. They would also turn into violet, purple, all different kind of colors, depending on the soul of said werewolf. But they would only turn blue if, Salas was saying before swallowing the rest of his words as he saw that Celia touched gently with her hand one of them. The colorless rose changed slowly, as if by magic, from a translucent white to a light blue with tinges of white on the edges of the petals. White meant a pure-hearted person, which he had expected her color to be. Few would ever try to save an entire pack of werewolves by him or herself. But the rose was white only at the edge of its petals. The rest of the petals, until they reached the stem, were a light blue hue. It turned blue. It indeed changes color. She said gently, happy to see the magic of the flower. What does the blue color mean? Celia asked, intrigued, still looking at the enchanting rose. He regained his composure, hearing her speak. It means a noble heart, Salas replied simply. He did not truly lie, but also did not say the whole truth. He could not even explain to himself why the flower turned blue, much less explain it to her. The meaning made her flustered. She could only look at the roses with a tinge of red on her cheeks, trying to look composed. It felt like he had complimented her, even though he only explained the meaning. Ring. Ring. The awkward atmosphere was fortunately dispelled by the ringing phone. Yes, Salas answered after he took the phone out of his pocket. Perhaps he was also happy about the interruption. The blue rose had his mind bewildered. Your Highness, Gabriel has arrived. His assistant informed him briefly, not wanting to disturb him for too long. All right, tell him to wait in the office. We will be right over, Salas ordered succinctly before ending the call. I am sorry, it seems we can't look around more now. Gabriel is waiting for us. Salas informed apologetic Celia as the latter was still looking mesmerized by the rose that had returned to their translucent look after she had taken her hand away from its petals. All right, she simply said and proceeded to leave the garden. The view was wonderful, and she would have liked nothing more than to spend her time here as long as she could, but the information about the attack was the most important after all. She could not delay their investigation. Side by side again, as she did not dare tarry and walk behind the king to his annoyance, they soon arrived at the door of the garden when Salas spoke once more, just as she was about to exit. I know fighting for your life, killing to stay alive, and to protect others at the same time was not easy at all. I cannot begin to fathom your thoughts about it, and perhaps the memory of that night will haunt you for some more time. Whenever thoughts about it resurface, come take a walk in here, at least during your stay. My mother always said this place was capable of healing her spirit. I do not know if you feel the same way about it, but if it would help even a little. Salas gently said and continued to walk, not finishing his words. Not waiting for her reply meant he did not let her agree or disagree, but he seemed more of a gentleman because of this. She had a feeling he tried to bring her here to take her mind off the attack. He also did that the day before when Gabriel wanted to talk about that night. His attentiveness warmed her heart. At the same time, at the council's general office, has Lady Yvonne arrived yet? The head councilman, Reynolds, who was currently overlooking some documents at his desk, asked Elias as he sharply directed his attention to look at the young man who was standing near him. Not yet, master. Her plane is scheduled to land at 2 p.m. and she will arrive here 2 hours later. Elias replied immediately. After the scolding he had received the last time, he did not dare delay in informing the council member about matters related to His Highness or, better said, to His Highness's possible matchmaking. Good. Nodding, the elder then directed his attention again towards the documents. But, Emery, are you sure about this? What if it angers His Highness? He is now dealing with the attack from a week or so ago. Nobody has dared pass the borders of the forest without permission before. much less intrude and try to kidnap our kind. He has his hands full. Not to mention, he should still be upset about the meeting we held a while ago without his permission. Asked, worried, the second in command of the council, Councilman Stephen Simons. As opposed to the head council member, who still dared to interfere directly in His Highness's matters, he and the rest of the members were still more docile in this regard. Council member Reynolds had always been a close friend of the royal family, and His Highness would still turn a blind eye to his actions as long as he did not exaggerate too much. But would the rest be so lucky? Although if he were to think about it, they had already acted more than they were allowed, by far, even. Stephen, there will always be something happening. That is how 100 years have already passed. Moreover, precisely because there has been an attack, His Highness must have an heir. For one, it will solidify his position. For two, it would be insurance for the future. And three, stop it with the Emery. My name is Victor. He explained, and in the last part, he even emphasized it with a harsh tone. But the second in command wanted to try to reason, but as he was about to call the head council member using his hated name, he quickly stopped and immediately rephrased his words, especially seeing the latter's angry eyes. But Victor, His Highness, is the strongest werewolf. What is there to strengthen? I mean, who could ever compete for his position? It would mean certain death for the one trying to shake his throne. Not to mention that it would only be treason, and we, the council, will never allow it. Stephen affirmed, sure of his words. Not even one council member had ever tried to betray His Highness in the slightest. Not one council member would ever try to oppose him, apart from the air problem that was. The newly developed wolfsbane bullets are twice, if not deadlier, than they were a few decades ago. We have no certainty of the future. Of course, we will do everything that needs to be done to stop the one behind the attack. In 99.99% of the cases, His Majesty and I will not have a problem dealing with this problem. I want to confirm the 0.01% chance that there would be one. The royal family has typically produced only one heir per generation. The family has already shrunk until His Majesty is the last werewolf with the highest rank achievable. He is the last one of the royal family. His child is our future. We can't wait any further. The elder sighed as he spoke and, taking another breath, continued with determination. Lady Yvonne is one of the most powerful female werewolves of our kind at the moment. She is the prime candidate we have selected. Whether it is status, beauty, ability, and most importantly rank, she has them all. He would surely fall in love with her, no matter how stoic and stern His Majesty is. If there is one woman capable of making him attracted to a female, I am sure she is the one. He finished the words with conviction. But what about the student watcher? She is the first female watcher ever. Surely her rank would also be high enough. Stephen asked as he pondered high-ranked females when he heard the head councilman talking about rank. Celia Blair's ability came to his mind as he recalled the bewildering fight he had watched on his laptop the day the Academy had emailed it to them. The female watcher is a third-rank wolf, but so is Lady Yvonne. Not to mention that Lady Yvonne is already 45 years old and has trained for a longer period of time, so she should be even higher in rank now. And another fact to keep in mind is that His Highness has already seen the Alpha a couple of times already. If he was attracted to her, he would have done something about it by now. The elder stated objectively. He wasn't a partial man to one particular lady. As long as His Highness would notice the said female, he would be satisfied. But it was true that Lady Yvonne had more advantages at this moment. But Victor, have you not heard the rumors? The second in command inquired, surprised. The news about His Highness would always be known by Emery before anyone else. It was the first time that the elder was not already aware of it. For some reason, it seemed to him that the attention of the leader of the council was misplaced. Rumors? Which one? The head councilman asked, intrigued, but still did not take his eyes off his files. It came to my knowledge that His Highness has moved Celia from the hospital to the royal palace to recuperate. He has never done so before. Perhaps it is his way of doing something about it, as you previously said. What if the presence of Lady Yvonne causes problems? Hearing this information, the head councilman was stunned. It seemed that his intelligence line faltered so much that even his second-in-command found something as important as this before him. Quite annoyed at this fact, he directed his gaze towards his assistant with narrowed eyes and humphed before looking back at Stephen. His assistant sighed. Truly, everyone was implicated in investigating the attack and other Watcher problems. He did not have time to inquire about the matters in the palace. He had thought that his attention to when Lady Yvonne would arrive and where she was at this moment was enough. He really had the worst job, he finally thought. The elder was never satisfied with his work. Well, even if Lady Yvonne's presence causes problems, it is all right. It would still be a move forward from this point onward, something to stir up the stalemate situation. His Highness was aware of the female Watcher and had seen her some months ago, but had not yet reacted, so it is uncertain whether he likes her or not. Also, even if His Majesty does not take a liking to Lady Yvonne, her presence might make the female Watcher want to be closer to His Majesty, wary of somebody stealing his heart. Truthfully speaking, I would not mind Celia Blair as his partner or Lady Yvonne either. If His Highness has a baby with someone, anyone, I would be satisfied. Emery replied with the same conviction as before. He was a stubborn man. It would take more than one or two reasons to make him change his mind once he set his thoughts on accomplishing something. His assistant and Stephen both sighed, looking at one another, understanding the other's thoughts just by looking at each other's faces. They only hoped that the interference of the old man did not make matters worse if there was truly something going on between Celia and His Highness. Chapter 26. She tried to cut the conversation with Jake as short as she could. Earlier, His Highness had been angry at him for coming to the palace. Usually, the palace was only open for official visits, so he must have been upset about students coming and going as they pleased. Perhaps he thought that as Jake visited her, others would follow as well, which would breach the security and protocols. She made Jake promise not to come anymore. Moreover, she would only be staying for about a week or so, and she had also received her phone so she could contact him freely in the future, making it unnecessary. Leading him to the door of the palace, she said her goodbyes and wanted to turn around to go to her room. Despite being patient, she walked quite a bit and was actually feeling tired, but she only made one step when Jake unexpectedly stopped her. Alpha, I am truly glad you are all right. I don't know what I would have done if something happened to you, he said, and did once again what he had wanted to do when he saw her entering the king's office. He hugged her with all his strength, even forgetting her wounds in the process. She was stunned by his familiarity towards her, but considering how close they had gotten these past few months, she did not stop him. She only gently patted his back with her hands. It is the last time you will ever go somewhere alone. The next time, me, the entire pack will be with you. We will never permit for such a thing to happen again, he affirmed, more like a whisper in her ear. She nodded and smiled a bit. She really felt her pack's care towards her. It was not a feeling she was used to, but it wasn't a bad sentiment at all. Releasing her from his embrace, Jake finally walked away towards the door, this time really leaving. She turned around once more, wanting to climb the stairs leading to her room, when she came face to face with Salus's eyes as he was at the top of the stairs. She strolled up the stairs as she was a bit shy seeing him, wondering if he had seen the embrace between her and Jake. There were no rules stating that Watchers could not date each other or be too close to one another, but what if he had misinterpreted the situation, and it actually bothered him, considering this was the royal palace? Not to mention that she somehow felt guilty of hugging Jake in front of him, but she was too intimidated by his presence to realize it. Has your beta left? He asked with a gentle voice, but his face still showed no emotion. Yes, Your Highness, he has. I am sorry once again. I have made sure he will not visit anymore. Anyway, I will be staying for only 1 week here, so there will be no more visitors. She replied, trying to reassure him that she or her pack would not bother him again. But as she lifted her head and looked into his eyes, she remained still in place. The usual ocean blue eyes that were capable of making her feel embarrassed with just one simple glance were now losing their blue hue, darkening a bit. It was almost as if he were trying to keep his wolf under control. Noticing her startled reaction and realizing its cause, he quickly turned away from her so she could no longer see his face and only said a few more words before briskly leaving. She understood the reaction of His Highness. She knew the reasons behind it without him having to actually say it, but it still took her aback. His gentle behavior until now, as opposed to the aura he released some hours ago, was miles apart. Coupled with the fact that he had almost lost control of his wolf just now, she felt she was understanding him less and less with each passing moment. She had gotten used to his behavior from the previous night and in the morning, and thought perhaps it was his usual way of speaking. Though indeed he still spoke gently to her, towards Jake, he even growled threateningly. Perhaps he was gentler to girls and not to guys. These were the thoughts that were roaming through her mind as she was charging and opening her smartphone. She barely turned it on when the phone began ringing. She even saw that she had a dozen or so missed phone calls as soon as the telephone opened up before it rang. It was her brother, Daniel, so she did not ponder much and answered. Surely, he was not worried about her as she had explained to him she would be on an exercise regimen for 2 weeks and would not take her phone with her. She was in the forest for a week and unconscious for another week, so for her brother, not contacting him for this period of time should not have caused any worries. Sister, finally you answered your phone. I have been trying to contact you all morning, Daniel quickly said, relieved she finally answered. Yeah, sorry, the phone had no battery. I only just noticed and plugged it in. She explained simply. If he had only just tried to contact her this morning, there was no reason for him to know why she had not answered until now. She did not want him to worry. What is the matter? She asked him, curious and worried because of the sense of urgency she could feel in his tone. I know what happened to you is inexcusable. What Brianna and Mom did to you, the fact that they schemed to steal your rightful mate, can't be forgiven. That is why I never mentioned them when talking to you these months. I did not want to add to your pain. Daniel frantically tried to explain his reasons for bringing up these unreasonable problems. Matters of which he had not once spoken to her about since it happened, but he felt he needed to. Otherwise, he was not sure she would help. Daniel, it is all right. Don't try to motivate what you really want to say, and just tell me what the actual problem is. She interrupted him as a sigh left her chest. She was feeling tired both mentally and physically from the attack. Flashes of memory of her dismembering and killing the hunters kept appearing in her mind whenever she was alone, and all she wanted now was to sleep. He said, then sighed, trying to rephrase how to actually tell her, but he did not speak again as the phone was snatched from his hand, and another voice could be heard through it. Celia, after you left, Brianna was made the Luna of our pack. She is already pregnant, and everyone knows this ceremony is for her, so Richard forces Ryan to make her his Luna. Otherwise, he would not hand over his leadership. You also made your position clear that you will not accept him as a mate. The problem is that, even though he conducted the Luna ceremony for her, they are not getting along at all. The situation between them has gotten so strained that they have fought countless times, and he even hit her. At the moment, she is in the hospital with the risk of losing her child. Her father explained coldly as he took the phone from Daniel. Between the words he had just hurtfully laid out in front of her, not one was an apology. Not even one word expressed regret and reflection for their actions, let alone repentance for causing her harm. She did not know how to react to what she had just heard. It pained her that her sister was suffering. It hurt her if an innocent child suffered because of irresponsible adults. However, not only did they not attempt to contact her all this time to check on her well-being, considering she was the one most hurt by what happened and their betrayal, but now they even phoned to inform her of Brianna's situation. Of a person who was suffering as a consequence of her actions, and most probably wanted her to do something about it. A week ago, she almost died, and nobody from her family would have cared if she had. The common knowledge was that werewolves from the same family would feel something if their loved one had been hurt, especially if it got to the point of their life ending. They should have felt her being attacked. They should have felt the feeling of utter powerlessness as she felt her life drained from her body if she was considered a loved one by them. She listened to her father as these thoughts flooded her mind without a word of interruption. She kept waiting to hear a word directed to her by him, a word from him caring about her well-being. Her eyes were getting moist as he explained. Not even a hello, he said, and as she thought this, a small single tear fell on her poker-faced expression. He did not even ask her how she had been and how she was surviving. Another tear fell from the other eye, reaching her cheek all the way until it reached her jaw. I know you are a smart child, and you love your sister. You would do everything for her. The piece of a pack depends most on the Alpha and Luna getting along. They are already together and expecting a child. Still, because you did not reject Ryan formally, the bond between you two is not completely severed, so he still cannot fully accept Brianna and mark her as he should have done after the ceremony. Her father sighed, and, as he explained the premises of what he was about to ask of her, finally touched on the matter he wanted from her. I know you cannot leave the academy grounds as you please and come to our pack, but on the 20th of December, the annual ball for the gathering of alphas and betas will be held at the Royal Palace. You will also be on vacation for a few days, so you can leave the academy at least for a couple of hours. Try to ask permission from the teachers to visit us at the Royal Palace. Your mother, Ryan, Brianna, and I will be staying at one of the buildings adjacent to the palace, so come and finish things with Ryan once and for all. Reject him properly this time, so everything will settle down. He finally said, already quite calmly. This daughter of his had always taken his words to heart. The last time had only been a mishap because she had felt upset. But surely it was time. She had already gotten used to the situation. Her face was already flooded with tears at this point. She could not even see properly. Her father first said Brianna was injured so much that she was on the verge of losing the child. But in the end, he said she would still be at the ball, which was 4 days from now. If she was injured so badly, how could she still travel? They were still trying to manipulate the feelings she had towards her sister, and on top of that, they were also trying to instill in her the consciousness to do the right thing. She closed her eyes as she was trying to stop herself from losing more tears. She was so shocked at the time she went to the Luna ceremony and only wanted to get away from the pack territory that she had omitted to formally reject Ryan. All this time, she did not even think that he was her mate, so she still had not realized she had not rejected him formally. All right. She said it with a cracked voice, the only word she spoke to her father during the entire phone call. Good, that is my daughter. Study well and make me proud. He replied, pleased with her answer. He didn't notice the strangeness of her voice. However, it wasn't unusual, as he had not really paid attention to her state. In the next second, only the sound of the phone call ending could be heard. He got what he wanted from her. What was the point of still talking? She was only acknowledged as his daughter for the fact she accepted what he wanted. She let the phone fall from her hand and did not check her other missed calls or messages. She no longer even wanted to sleep. With unsteady moves and already hazy eyes, she rose on her feet and called again inside her mind, waning. Crescent, but with no answer. She called again desperately, but no one responded this time either. Could they have left her as well? With unsteady steps, she left her room and followed the hallway until she reached the indoor garden. His Royal Highness had said she could come again any time she wanted, but she had not expected she would need a place of comfort so soon. In fact, she thought to herself that she would not come again to this place. It was, after all, a private room of His Highness's mother. How could she, a simple werewolf, just waltz inside as she pleased? She opened the door and stepped inside, and, with slow steps, reached the center of the garden. Gently, with soft moves, she touched the transparent petals of the rose, so beautiful it was almost blinding. The petals soon turned blue with white edges, the same color as before. Ha ha ha, she smiled to herself with tears still flowing down. A noble heart, what a joke, she thought. More like a rag to be used for everyone's convenience, more like an object used for one's wishes and disregarded once it was no longer of use, a convenient person. Feeling defeated, she slumped down on the floor, no longer crying, still admiring the roses in front of her. Celia, a familiar voice called from behind just as she was at her lowest point. But she did not dare turn around. This person only saw her at her worst, injured, then frail, and now even crying. Embarrassed by her current messy state, she quickly used her hands to wipe the tears away as she felt him approaching her, but she could do nothing about her red eyes. She was frantically wiping when a hand reached her arm and stopped her from wiping again. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked, worried and flustered, not knowing what could possibly be the cause of her unrest. Had she been too frightened by his earlier darkened eyes? What should he do to make her not afraid of him anymore? What should he do if she wanted to leave the palace because of him? Unaware of the million wrong thoughts inside this person's head, Celia looked towards him, ashamed. He had said the words she wanted to hear from her father. She saw in his eyes the care she had wished for from her family. At his gentle words, she said nothing at all, only kept on admiring his inquiring and worried face. Such beautiful eyes had frowned because of her. With just a look, he tore apart her poker face, and without realizing it, she found herself putting her arms around his waist, hugging him and crying like she never cried before. Chapter 27. She had been plagued by nightmares when she fell asleep the previous night. But waking up after such a comfortable sleep, she felt refreshed. In fact, since she left her packed territory, this was the best sleep she had had. She was so comfortable that she did not open her eyes yet, trying only to cuddle some more in the warm bed with the smell of fresh flowers and a familiar, comforting smell of musk with tinges of lavender. This was strange, she thought. She did not have fresh flowers in the guest room, so why could she smell fresh flowers and musk? Trying to clear her mind, she hugged a bit more the pillow in her arms when she felt a soft, moist touch near her temple. It almost felt like a feather-like kiss. It startled her, and she immediately opened her eyes and looked in the direction from which the touch came, only to look straight into the pair of deep blue eyes of His Majesty. But this was not the most embarrassing thing. No, the most embarrassing thing was that when she moved so suddenly like that, not only were their eyes locked looking at each other, but their lips had locked together also. She was so stunned that, even though their lips were still touching, she did not move back. She could not even breathe at this moment, and her heart felt like it would jump out of her chest any moment now. Not only because of this unfortunate accident, which was the smaller problem perhaps, but most importantly because His Highness had not moved as well. After a few more moments of this immobile state, she suddenly moved back, regaining her senses. Looking at her surroundings, she discovered that she was in His Highness's indoor garden and, until she let go and moved back, she had been cuddling in his arms, sleeping. The comfortable pillow she had held was around his waist and chest. Her face was flushed red. Why did she think she would be in her bed when she clearly went into the garden? "I am sorry, Your Highness, I touched." She was trying to apologize, but she fell silent as she could not utter with her mouth that she had hugged and accidentally touched his lips. "But I am not sorry," he calmly affirmed, looking straight at her. She was looking down apologetically as she spoke with stuttering words, not daring to meet his eyes directly. But his words made her instinctively look at him, and, seeing his serious eyes, her body and face froze. What was she supposed to say after hearing his words? She stood silent for some time, feeling suffocated by his eyes that seemed to have captured hers. It felt like it was impossible to break eye contact. He did not speak, but his eyes felt like they were ordering her not to look away. "I did not mean to touch Your Highnesses," she apologized again with great difficulty. Perhaps she had only misunderstood the meaning of his words. Her mind was not functioning too well at this moment, after all. That was not a touch. He interrupted her, not permitting her to brush it off as an accident, even though it clearly was. "It was a kiss," Salis continued with a hoarse, determined voice. She widened her eyes as her face flushed even more than it did when she realized what she had done. He dared to say the word she avoided. A word she had only referred to as a touch, only a contact between their skins, he so easily and unembarrassedly used. That was not. She tried to refute with difficulty. She was barely capable of choosing her words at this moment. How could she do such a thing to a man she barely knew, not to mention the king? "What is a kiss, Celia?" he asked, as his generally gentle voice seemed to have changed its tone. It was like he was implying something. She could not answer. How could she say the definition of a kiss with her own mouth? It would only confirm his words. "What is a kiss, Celia?" He repeated his question, still with the same tone. He never left her gaze, making it impossible for her to blink or think, making all the sad thoughts from before vanish like they were never in her mind in the first place. "What is a hug, Celia?" he inquired again, not leaving her any time to calm down. She did not even manage to answer the first question, but he reminded her of the hug, also. By this point, her breathing had stopped altogether, and feeling as though her heart could no longer bear his presence, she did the only thing that felt logical. She got up and ran away with all her strength, forgetting she was a patient and that he was the king, so it was rude of her to walk away from him. She ran and ran, only stopping when she reached her room and closed it off. Still pressing her back against the door and blocking it, she breathed heavily. It seemed she was compensating for the air she could not breathe in his presence. As her legs gave out under her weight, she slid down until she sat on the floor. She could do nothing about what happened. She was the one who hugged him first, so she could not refute even one of his words. But why did His Highness not try to brush it off as an accident? That would have been the polite thing to do, and he had been nothing but courteous and polite so far. In a span of almost 2 days, he had managed to make her change her opinion of him each time she saw him. First, he was gentle, then stern, and now incomprehensible. Which one was the real him, and why would he show her so many kinds of faces? And lastly, why would his face and touch linger in her mind, dominating her thoughts so? She was still crouched down on the floor several hours later. She was at least thankful he did not pursue her, but how would she face him for the rest of the time she was here? Knock, knock. Her heart jumped at the sound, but she managed to calm down when she heard a maid's voice. "Miss Celia, may I come in?" The polite maid inquired, then waited patiently for the answer. She got up from the floor, not answering. She had locked the door when she came in, only now realizing it was rude of her, as this was not her home. Taking a deep breath to calm her still erratic mind, she slowly turned the lock, trying not to make a sound. She was quite silly to do so, as the maid was also a werewolf and most likely heard the door unlocking, but she was still not thinking clearly. Then, with the same naive thoughts, she stepped away from the door and went toward the bathroom. "Please come in," She permitted a bit louder as if she had stepped out of the bathroom, feeling awkward at her own actions. "Miss Celia, I have brought dinner for you," replied the maid, entering with another maid carrying the tray with food. "Thank you." She thanked them, still awkward, not even daring to meet the two girls' eyes. She was wondering what to do if she had to face him at dinner, but she could see that there was only enough food for one person. If indeed she was to eat alone, how wonderful that would be. "You are welcome." His Highness had to leave for the day, so he instructed us to bring the dinner to your room. "Unfortunately, he will not be able to dine with you tonight," the maid explained, smiling even though she did not ask. "Ah, it is all right," she affirmed just because she felt it was the polite thing to do. But she was really wondering why the maid felt the need to explain further. It was not necessary to do so. Late into the night, after eating a few bites of her dinner and preparing to sleep, she was still perturbed. Her mind kept jumping from thought to thought when she was interrupted. "Celia," two voices were enthusiastically calling out to her, causing her to snap out of her thoughts. "Waning. Crescent," she quickly replied, in her mind, overjoyed. "Yup, it's us," Crescent affirmed playfully while she was jumping up and down in her mind. "Are you all right?" Waning asked, worried. She was the calmer of the two of them and was sitting down. "Yes, I am. I was so worried. You did not reply to me," she quickly said. "I am sorry it took a long time to heal you, so we needed a rest." Waning replied apologetically. They had never been disconnected from the human side for such a long time. Yup, Crescent affirmed as well. "She will not believe us with you jumping all around like that," Waning said, chuckling to the enthusiastic wolf. "But I need the exercise. It has been so long since I was out and even longer since I shifted," Crescent stated, restless, still jumping around. "I can understand the need to shift, but exercise? We don't have a body at the moment, so what exactly are you exercising for?" Waning reasoned calmly. If Celia had a poker expressionless face, Waning was even more like a statue, but it never bothered Celia or Crescent. That was her natural way of being. She had a cold personality, but only meant the best for the other two. Crescent pouted, but was not really upset. Seeing them like this in her mind, Celia giggled, putting a little bit of her mind at ease. They spent the night like this with Celia, talking to her wolves. However, this relaxed state of mind was unfortunately not carried over to the next day. In the morning, while she was getting ready for breakfast, she could feel her heart rate going up. Last night, she felt more at ease, but now she was alone again. Her wolves needed some more rest and had only woken up because they thought her changed mood. Knock, knock. She heard knocking at the door, making her jump from the sofa on which she was seated. It felt like the sound was made by something actually hitting her heart rather than the door. "Please come in," she said with a higher-pitched tone accidentally, while she was trying to abstain from showing her preoccupied state within her words. "Miss Celia, we have brought breakfast for you." The maid informed her, just as cheerful as the day before, as she was entering and opening the door more for the other maid to come in with a tray. She breathed, relieved. She had thought that she would have to see the king again soon, but it seemed like he was avoiding her, too. Her heart felt a pang when she thought of the last part. Why was she disappointed in him avoiding her when this was what she wanted? "Thank you," she said, hoping her emotions wouldn't be visible. This was not the time to think of such things. Wait, she should never have pondered this. She had convinced herself. "You are welcome." His Highness left early in the morning today, so he did not want to wake you up and only ordered us to bring your breakfast when you wake up. But do not worry, he will be dining at the palace in the evening," the maid cheerfully informed. She nodded her head, not acknowledging with words. Although she did not understand why the maid informed her each time about the king, it was not like she could ask her this directly. So she brushed the matter over, only trying to enjoy her meal, at least for now. She got through breakfast time successfully, and it looked like there was also no problem for lunch, but the troublesome matter was what she would be doing at dinner. In the car, typing on a laptop and reviewing some documents, Salis was at the same time listening to reports from Micah. "Your Highness, there have been movements from the council again. I was informed that yesterday Yvonne Riemann landed at the airport," Micah said with a usual tone, among other things. "So?" Salis asked, uninterested in the matter. Yvonne Riemann, if he remembered correctly, was one of the granddaughters of the third councilman, Merrick Riemann. She must have wanted to visit her grandfather. Why was there a need for him to know? She did not come to visit her grandfather. Micah explained more as if reading his thoughts. "I was informed that she came at the command of the head councilman. She does not have a mate as he died soon after they met some years ago, and she is one of the leading candidates that the council selected to be her mate." Micah provided more details, as Salis still appeared not to understand what he was trying to explain. At least, this was how he saw his expression as being. The air in the car got suddenly chilly as Salis realized his meaning. Salis's aura was something difficult to bear for Micah and the driver, even though they knew his anger was not directed towards them. "Inform the council that they must prepare for me the reports from the investigations of all Watcher-related problems from this year, and also a preliminary report on their budget expenses for the next 3 years. They have until the last day of this year," Salis ordered expressionlessly after what seemed like a lifetime. If those geezers had so much time, then he would make sure it was filled to the brim with work. At least like this, he could get his revenge. "Yes, I will do so," Micah confirmed. His Highness was ruthless, as always. The reports he had asked for would take a month or 2 to compile if they worked constantly without interruptions. Normally, the council would give His Highness the reports by February of the following year, but now he was taking all the free time they had, including their winter vacation. "Also inform the palace guards. Nobody can enter the palace today without my knowledge," Salis commanded simply before restarting to read documents. Celia was in the palace alone. He really did not want the old man to meet her. What if he suddenly thought of some bright ideas? And also, Emery was capable of bringing that woman directly to the palace for him to see without letting him know first. He knew this with certainty. It would not be the first time after all. If Celia met that woman, what if she thought of him as a casual, relaxed man? A man who just had flings without a care. It would be the worst if she formed a bad impression of him. Visualizing her upset face did not sit well with him, but thinking a bit more about the beautiful woman who had stolen his lips, a small, unnoticeable smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never thought she would be that daring, hugging him like that. It meant that in her moment of weakness, she thought of him as her support, right? It also meant she liked him, right? She did kiss him, after all, of her own accord. Dreaming some more with eyes wide open, he felt that he did not know what the best course of action should be from this point onwards. How can we use this opportunity to change things for the better? He searched in his mind and sighed when he finally realized he had no other choice but that man. He had no one else to advise him on what to do, unfortunately. Well, that guy had always bragged about his relationship to everyone. He must have done something right to get his mate, he hoped. "Gabriel, are you home right now?" Salis asked as the call was answered on the other end of the phone. If Celia had known Salis's true thoughts, the whole idealized image that she had formed about the first-ranked werewolf, the most powerful werewolf in the entire kingdom, would have plummeted to the ground. Her opinion of him as a stern and somber man would shatter into pieces. The rest of the day quickly passed by, and even though Celia knew His Highness was not in the palace, she did not dare leave the guest room. But she was still not relaxed at all. As the hour for dinner came, she still had not managed to figure out how to face the king. She paced left and right more and more, dreading the knock that would be heard any second now, informing her of dinner. She thought to refuse. Perhaps she could tell the maid she had no appetite to eat, But what would she do if the king decided to still come to her room to check on her? What other reason could she use not to go and eat? She was still pacing in the room when a sound made her turn towards the door. Knock. Knock. Chapter 28. Celia walked with slow steps until she reached the door of the dining room. Opening the door, the maid turned towards her and, with a smile, gestured with her hand for her to walk inside. Without even breathing or looking around the room, she entered reluctantly. She thought the maid would enter with her, but contrary to her expectations, she did not, and this only made her more anxious. How much longer will you stay by the door? The voice that made her heart jump out of her chest asked, as she was still not daring to approach the table and sit, even after some time had passed. Hearing his familiar low male voice, she once again wanted to do what her instincts were screaming, so she turned towards the door to open it and run towards her room. Unfortunately, this time, she only managed to put her hand on the doorknob when another hand was on top of her own, stopping her from turning it. Where are you going? The table is the opposite way, he said with a gentle voice, tickling her ear as his face was right beside it. Really, he was killing her. He was always touching her, but it seemed that his touching was even more forward than before. He took his hand away, but still stood near her. He was clearly waiting for her to sit down. So, having no other choice and trying not to disrespect him further, she went towards the chair and sat. Following behind, Salas also went to his seat. He had not yet begun eating as he had waited for her. As he had done when they ate together previously, he selected different types of food and placed them on her plate before also selecting some for himself. They ate in silence, and at first, she barely tasted the food, only nibbling some. It was difficult as she felt like her heart was stuck in her throat, but it was better than not eating, she thought. With food in her mouth, she would not have to speak, so she forced herself to eat even though she did not taste a thing. After the meal, she wanted to retire to her room. She was about to speak of this, but he beat her to it and spoke first. Let's drink some tea, he said, and directly put the cup in front of her. She thought she could still retire early. She just had to gulp down the tea and quickly go. So now then, about the kiss. He started to say just as she was about to take the first gulp, but stopped when Celia started coughing, having choked on the tea. Drink slowly, it's still hot. Why are you so clumsy? He sighed as he grabbed a napkin, handing it to her. She took the napkin and wiped her mouth. Really, this man, who was at fault for causing her to choke. Are you all right? Salas asked her, worried. She only nodded, not wanting to speak. She was afraid she would stutter if she uttered even one word. She also did not dare lift her eyes to look up. Last night, he had captured her gaze, and she was afraid of it happening again. He verbally sighed a little louder than he generally would. You do not even want to look at me anymore? He gently asked, more like whispered. But of course, she heard him. She had mainly recovered, so her hearing was back to normal. Like it or not, she had to move her gaze up and look into his eyes. He was as expressionless as always, but she did not know how it was possible that she was still able to detect the small fluctuations in his mood. His ocean blue eyes were sad, and his handsome face looked clouded with worry. That's not it. She apologized. She felt guilty as he had been nothing but caring towards her, and it was indeed her fault. She had clung to him, and she was also the one who touched his lips. She had been confused when she woke up and thus did not remember that. In fact, he was the one who kissed her first. Then what is it? After doing something like that to me, he sadly said. She felt her heart drop at the sight of the frown and sad face. It was an accident. I am truly sorry. I did not mean any discourtesy towards your highness. If I can make up for my error somehow, she quickly said. She was unaware of his personal life, as he maintained tight security around him, and few people knew much about the king outside of official visits and business. Perhaps he had many women, perhaps he had none, But even so, it was not like he would accept such a personal contact with anybody. He must have felt insulted. Please don't call it an accident. For a first kiss of a person to be called an accident, he said again, this time with a dejected tone, but did not continue. It was like he had already gotten his point across. I am so sorry. It really was an. She wanted to say accident, but because of his pleading, she could not actually say it. To have committed the blame for taking the king's first kiss and then not acknowledging it, how would he think of her? At this point, she did not even realize that their roles had reversed or that it was her first kiss. I do not blame you. Yesterday, I was only worried about you, seeing you stagger towards the roses, so I came to make sure you were all right. And when you fell asleep hugging me, I was concerned to move you, so I let you sleep. I did not expect you to run away like that from me. If I offended you in any way, I am sorry, he said, looking at her. His face was one of pure honesty. No, it was my fault. If there is anything I can do to make amends for my mistake, I will do it. I truly mean it. Celia quickly apologized. Well, there is something you can do, but never mind. I do not want to make you uncomfortable, he said briefly, dismissing the problem. No, Your Highness, please tell me. As long as it is within my abilities, I can do it, she affirmed with eagerness. She was accustomed to helping others. She had done many things for her family up to this point without them deserving it. For His Highness, who had done so much for her, she could do it without question. Then, for the winter ball that is on the 20th, could you accompany me as my partner? Salas asked immediately, and, seeing her confused look, continued to explain. It is imperative for me to have a female partner, but unfortunately I do not have one. The problem is also that the ball is for alphas and betas and their partners. As you are an alpha, you would be the perfect fit. Of course, if you do not want to participate, I will not blame you. Forget it. On second thought, it is too much. I should not have brought it up. I will go alone, Salas said, still expressionless, but she could see in his eyes that his pride would have to suffer. She was the kind of person, especially now that she had learned what her family had done, who could not be pressured into doing something. However, if you had not insisted, she would have helped you immediately. All right, I will be Your Highness's partner. Leave it to me, Celia quickly offered, without a second thought. Really? Thank you. Now then, I have some work to do. We will discuss more later. Salas thanked, pleased, and without even drinking his tea, briskly left. His sad attitude changed immediately, brightening up at her response. Moreover, he was previously sitting relaxed, like he was not busy at all, but now he quickly left. It felt a little suspicious to her how he changed from one moment to another, and also the fact that he left suddenly. It felt like he was leaving, so she would not change her mind. She brushed the thoughts away. There was no reason for His Highness to do that, and at least now it would not be awkward to see him again. Actually, it was better that they discussed the previous day's situation. And perhaps deep down, a tingling feeling rubbed a corner of her heart, knowing that the king had been her first kiss and she had been his. The following day, she ate breakfast and lunch alone in her room as His Highness was once again absent from the palace. So, her time passed peacefully until the afternoon. She was reading books, trying to catch up on her studies, when 4 maids interrupted her learning time. Because the ball was only a few days away, they were instructed to help with her outfit and accessories. The maids brought with them dresses in all kinds of different styles, and even though she tried to tell them she was satisfied with how the first dress she tried on looked, they did not want to hear it, forcing her to try on every single dress. Only after she tried all the gowns would they settle on the one that looked best. This is the one. It looks absolutely stunning, and it matches your body, exclaimed one of the maids when Celia tried on the last dress. In reality, they had arranged the dresses in order from the least beautiful to the best, so naturally, the last one she tried on was the most suitable one. The other maids were quick to agree, and even Celia knew the last one was the one most fitted for her. She was the one who had done all her dresses in the past and could see that, even though each dress was made from the finest materials, the last one was the most beautiful. I cannot wait to see Miss Celia and His Highness side by side. They will make such a beautiful pairing, enthusiastically noted one of the maids. Imagining the picture of the two of them made her eyes sparkle. That's right, I too can hardly wait. His Highness has never brought a partner to the winter ball. How lovely the two of them will look. Agreed, another one. Yes, they will look stunning. Although it would have been better for His Highness to inform us earlier. We only have pre-made dresses. We could have dressed Miss Celia in a custom one. I had no idea he would bring a partner with him this year. I thought His Highness would go again alone to the ball like the previous years. Another maid affirmed, slightly dissatisfied at the lack of time. His Highness went alone to the ball the previous years? Celia asked, curious, only now paying attention to the conversation between the maids. Yes, Miss Celia. His Highness has never brought a female partner. You are the first one, assured the maids immediately. Perhaps they were afraid she would be sad if she thought the king was used to having a female partner each year. But isn't it imperative to have a female partner? Celia inquired again, slightly confused. Miss Celia, of course it is not necessary to bring a female partner. The only ones obligated to attend are the alphas of the packs. Their companions and the betas are an optional presence. If there are some who do not come, there is no problem. Explained one maid who was still arranging her hair, checking which style best suited the dress. And even if it was mandatory, who would dare to say something to the king? So many years he has went alone and nobody said anything about it. The alphas can barely breathe in His Highness's presence, much less gossip about him. Added another maid, with the other three approving. Hearing their words, Celia was even more confused than when she started to ask the maids. Even when they left, she was in deep thought. If it was not mandatory to bring a partner, why did His Highness make it seem like it would be a problem? Thinking some more, His Highness was the first-ranked werewolf and, in fact, was the strongest of all werewolves. His words were the law, so why would he care about anyone saying anything? Why did he make it seem like his pride would be tattered? She thought some more from the beginning of yesterday's conversation to the end, realizing that the maid's words actually cleared her suspicions of when he briskly left after getting her to agree to be his partner. Clearing her thoughts now, as she was not under the pressure of explaining about the kiss. Touch. It was a touch. The entire conversation had been steered in the direction of her being his partner at the ball. Did His Highness trick her into feeling guilty so she would not refuse his request? Indeed, if he had not confused her or if there was another situation, she would not have agreed. To be the king's partner, such unwanted attention was not something she wished for. She could not believe it. All her life until this moment, she had respected the king of the werewolves. She had studied him and admired his strength, his courage, his relentlessness in pursuing the causes of the werewolf race, his fairness, and his honesty. She had looked up to him. She had considered him the ideal of a person she wished to become. She would have never thought she would come to consider his relentlessness as brazenness. And most importantly, she would have never, absolutely never, thought that she would end up thinking of the king of all werewolves as a shameless man. Thanks for listening. To be continued.